Happy Sunday, Sunday to you, and welcome to one of the finest wonders in the world, Pipeline. The beauty that she is here at the VANS Pipe Masters. You see the sun rising up over the mountains, and we are fired up. We've had our coffee here on day 2 of the VANS Pipe Masters. My name is Salema Masakela. Good morning, DJ KK.
What's up?
Kala Kennelly, Doctor.
Good morning.
How are you, Makwakai?
Aloha.
Yeah, right off the bat, let's talk about it. In our post-show last night, after an incredible day 1 where we see Mikey February and Molly Picklum in the #1 spot respectively, we talked about the possibility for changing conditions and which surfer would be able to essentially be the Swiss Army knife. This morning, we come to a declining swell. We're continuing to run because of forecast issues. Right off the bat, how will the surfers respond, do you think, to these to a more pedestrian pipeline, if you will?
I mean, it's about just reinventing yourself almost. You're coming here, the waves were firing yesterday, barrels all over, and today you may need to do a little more maneuverability. I mean, it just comes down to the competition, the competitor, and what they see, they can maximize the potential of the day.
How do you make adjustments after all that adrenaline, though, yesterday?
I bet equipment is going to have a big part in the conversation. You're looking at their twin fins out here in the quiver ring. We got twin fins, and I thought I seen a Bonzer single fins. Maybe today's the day to bust it out and try to show some expression with a different type of wave.
Kala, we were talking before we went on the air, and you have so much experience at Pipeline, and you said this is nothing new because it's not always idyllic here at Pipeline, and you've competed at Pipe in much more challenging conditions.
Yeah, so Betty DiPolito would run a women's event for the girls before we had Women in the Pipe Masters, but her permit was like April. It's very late season, out of season, and sometimes also the rainy season. So we had like 2 weeks of just like torrential rain. All the rivers blew out. They were doing stationaries at Waimea, and the water was like chocolate with like vanilla foam. It was gross.
Oh, what a wonderful, sounds like perfect condition.
And it was,
Chocolate and vanilla.
the swell was straight east. I mean, no north or west whatsoever, and just howling wind. So
bad dream.
Oh, yeah. So it's all,
no complaints for today.
it's all relative, guys. Like, with those kind of conditions that I had in that event, today looks epic.
Yeah. What I think is exciting is, like you said, yesterday was a barrel festival. Today it's going to be
aerialists.
and airs.
I think the aerialists will be pretty happy today.
Well, I mean, it just goes to show you need to surf the conditions at hand. You just need to be able to adapt, rewind, reset. Yesterday was yesterday, today's today. You got to get up there. Jamie O'Brien is no stranger
That guy can adapt.
all around surfing. This guy will boost. I mean, he had some of the craziest aerial parts, in the early 2000s. And
threw a big, almost landed a big backside rotator yesterday at Pipeline. This morning when we got here, there was discussion as to whether or not we were going to run or not. Our contest director, Nathan Florence, got Moana alongside with your brother, Cole Rothman, together. Once he made the decision to surf it, the decision was then going to be made, who's going to surf first?
my brother chose to surf today.
Well, watch this. We had a coin toss.
Oh.
Watch this.
So this morning, this is a coin toss to see who surfs first, the men or the women. And we're all wondering, when do you want to surf?
I want them to surf first.
Okay, she wants them to surf first. Okay, so this is the deciding factor. And what are you?
I'm heads.
Okay, she's tails. So we're going to see if their destiny is what they want.
Oh, yes. Yes.
No.
Heads it is. No, it's tails.
Oh, it's tails.
It's tails.
I can't see it.
That's tails.
That's opposite.
Women's first.
It's only getting smaller.
No, that means tails wins. Tails gets to choose.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
What kind of coin toss is this?
Okay, you got to go in first.
Yeah, that's not how that works.
That is how that works. Yeah. She's tails. It's all tails.
Whoever wins, they choose, right?
Yes.
I didn't know that's how coin tosses work.
You thought the one on the bottom one?
The best, the first time clearly that, look at McCoy.
Cool, loves
First
it.
time your brother ever did a coin toss.
He's the most unlucky gambler in the world, so I don't know why anybody chose him.
I don't know why they put him for
He
it.
didn't even know how to do a
I
coin
just love
toss.
the fact that it went to tails. He's like, yeah.
He's like, hell yeah.
He's not understanding that means that Moana had the choice and she
Oh,
Wow. I'm sorry, folks.
They're
I'd
new
love
to
to
this.
see I'd love to see your dad's face right now. So anyway, that is how we got into the mix for the men to serve first. Kala, why do you think Moana decided to send the guys out first?
I think she's hoping that the conditions really deteriorate and they'll just call it.
Oh my gosh, it's a bold take. There's also the fact that yesterday, once the sun got on it, conditions kind of got better, like around 11 o'clock. We had the best conditions. Yesterday, obviously, was 6 to 8 with occasional 10-foot bombs. As you can see, that is not the case today.
No, I actually talked to Moana earlier and she said one of her strategies to go the second part of the day is because she's hoping it'll deteriorate, which would make the scores lower for people to add to their overall.
Okay.
So some strategy.
But you
good
got to remember, they're judging the day, they're judging the wave. So just because today had 10-foot, yesterday had 10-foot bombs, doesn't mean today scores are any lower. Because if they perform a perfect ride on the wave at hand, you can still get a 10-point ride. So
That's true.
the judges have to judge the day. That's one of the most crucial things in surfing. And when you have multiple days, you can't judge today off of yesterday.
No.
They're not going to be comparing it to yesterday to put out that score.
I mean, subliminally, it will be
Subliminally, for sure.
messing with them, but they have to make sure that whatever's on offer, what is the maximum potential, what is the maximum, how can you perform on a wave today perfectly?
Whole
You got to remember that.
new
And now,
world. And so
looks like Jamie O'Brien might be changing his board already.
Finn didn't have any screws in his.
He was hanging
Man.
with Koa this morning.
Everybody's a little off this morning. Koa doesn't know how to coin toss works. Jamie forgot to screw his fins in. Come on, guys. Get it together.
He's all screwed up.
He's
That
got
one's
this-
all screwed up. Check it out. Fins are on.
Jamie is mic'd up. Maybe we can listen in.
take it, thank you.
He's like, give me my soft top.
Yeah.
That would be amazing if you did.
You want to talk about twin fins and bonzers?
Yeah, I think it's total. Thanks, yeah.
Good job, James.
I think that was Sierra Kerr who just came in with the assist.
with the GoPro.
And he's on the beach.
All right, well, Jamie's on standby. It's gonna be entertaining having him mic'd up.
Yeah.
Stoked that he chose.
Should have
wear
mic'd
the
up my
rig.
brother.
What's that?
I mean, never mind.
Well, Jamie's no stranger to having extra gear, GoPros.
Yeah, think about.
He's even got a caddy.
I think I got two.
Yeah.
Let's listen in.
Are you staying on this board?
Yeah, say that.
Is that gravy?
Just rattle you, dude.
I got it.
We got 90 seconds.
90 seconds, I'm
Pretend you're on
on.
the assault bike.
Can you?
90 seconds to
Did you
start.
hear
You're
that?
still on the
Over there,
beach acting like
just,
super casual,
I
too.
got-
He
ask
said
the guy at the van
pretend
stand.
you're on the assault bike when
Say,
you're paddling out.
Anthony Walsh, can you call Anthony?
Yeah.
Because my camera's all blown out.
You want me to show him it or no?
Yeah, you just give him.
Oh,
his
he's got
camera.
all sorts of issues. So didn't screw in his fins.
Technical issues.
He just literally called
equipment
down for
issues.
Anthony Walsh because he's having GoPro issues. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a 2-decade professional surfer. And it just goes to show even the best in the world don't always have it entirely all together.
Teams when it's like one of those F1 car drivers. He's got a pit
Yeah.
and a crew,
Pit crew.
and he's probably paying them, so
At
they
least he's
better
not
be
missing
on
no
it.
10-foot bomb going by.
Oh, pit crew.
He's gonna have an easy paddle out. It's pretty minor today. The current sucking out right there, as you can see. There's actually a current line at pipeline.
Still, I can't believe how casually he was on the beach dealing with his equipment. It's just like there was zero urgency.
I mean, look at the waves. You can't be that excited.
All right, well, with that, we are off and running on day 2. The beginning of round 2 for the men's here in Heat 1. Jamie O'Brien, Kai McNamara, your brother, Cole Rothman, and Eli Olson. We will see you, Keala and Makua, for Heats 3 and 4.
I'm doing the coin toss next time.
Oh, the family name took a
Has
hit
been
this morning.
bruised, yeah. Redemption. Redemption toss. Oh.
Keala.
Don't want to be
Keala got
rude,
caught in
but
the
three's a crowd.
See you later, Keala. It's one of those mornings. Yeah, Keala drives in from town, so she her 2-hour drive maybe didn't get her coffee. Anyway, good morning to all of you tuning in.
Mackay starting it off with backside. You're going to go for a prior rotation here.
There we go, right off the bat.
Mackay's got those down, being Rocky Point boy. He's got the wind in his. Oh, who's this?
Welcome
Eli.
to the air show for sure. You know Eli's going to chuck something.
Eli told me he has one shortboard right now in his quiver.
Literally.
One. That's it, right there. So.
Well, the good thing is, definitely probably has something he can borrow from someone if he was to smash one today.
Sure.
But nothing like your own equipment underfoot.
Right. DHDs.
So after yesterday's swell, after that short interval north swell, maybe give it a perspective of what's happening underneath, down on the bottom, conditions-wise this morning.
Yeah, I think when we're looking at the swell, yesterday still at least had some northwest. The direction we see now on screen coming, that's the swell corridor, they call it. Within every surf break, there's what we call the swell corridor, which brings in the swell, and then you have different bathymetry or different types of structure below that cause the wave to break in a certain way. The swell corridor, the ideal swell corridor for pipeline is from the west there. Let's see, someone's gonna get busy. Got a split peak.
Soup.
Koa trying to get barreled. That little shampoo action. And Eli trying to go right behind. Not worth it for him.
So you were saying?
When that swell corridor is from, it faces the west, and similar to on the surface where you can see direction of where swells come in, below the surface, the reef structure here has different sort of corridors that bring in different swells. And ideally, again, it's from the west, the northwest, that these swells get brought into the break and break the way we are used to seeing it. Now the swell direction has changed to where the swell now is facing from where we're viewing on the screen. It's coming from behind us. It's coming from the north. And the reef isn't really positioned to pull in clean swell from that direction. You know, thousands, millions of years of breaking energy has caused the structure of the bottom to receive from the northwest, the predominantly more common swell direction, where now that facing north, we're facing, we see the swells kind of coming from behind those mountains. So it's just different. You know, I don't know if it's better or worse, but we definitely see this is not the ideal swell direction for competition. Not to say waves won't break, it's just going to be different, and it's going to be, like you said, who's going to be the Swiss Army knife.
Yeah, you got to be able to respond to conditions. As we take a look at replay here.
Jamie.
Oh, Jamie. Listen, once one of those gets made, everyone's going to get fired up.
Sure. This was Koa's searching for a little pocket. Ended up getting smashed.
So you see those numbers up at the top of your screen. For those who were not with us yesterday or are unfamiliar with the format, you're like, what is this 12, 24, 26, 32? Huh? What's happening here? Well, there are 40 men, and this is it's like a golf leaderboard. At the top of the leaderboard is Mikey February presently. There you see to your left at the top of the screen, we've got 3 rounds of these non-elimination 4-person 30-minute heats. 3 rounds to get to the final. Your surfer's top 3 waves at the end of those 3 rounds, those are going to be counted into a total score. The surfers for the top 4 to advance into the final. Then when we get into the final, it'll be more traditional. Best 2 waves will count in a 45-minute heats. So what makes this so fun is you get to see your favorite surfers surf 3 times, and in each heat they have the opportunity to post their best 3 waves. So someone could literally come from behind and shoot up the leaderboard in their 3rd heat if they all of a sudden go nuts and get 3 nines.
Yeah. And I think it's what's interesting about the selection of these competitors is they have a spectrum of ability from small waves to big waves. Every single one of these invitees have something special about them that they can shine in all conditions. So from a viewership, there could be people saying, this isn't pipeline, this isn't what we want to see. But in actuality, people, this is what pipeline looks like a majority of the year. It's less than ideal conditions, and those few 5 days a year that get really good, you know, that's what we see.
Yeah.
There's this Makai going right, going for maneuvers, turn maybe.
Nice little section. Oh, unfortunately, gets too loose. Oh, there's still a little bit of size out there.
There's waves overhead.
Oh, with a nice
Turn.
little backhand smash. Another one into the hook. Make it 3. Bang.
Oh, he's going QS.
Getting a little
mode.
zesty. Bang.
Oh.
Those bangs are for Strider Wasilewski. You know you're watching, brother. I will send you your copyright trademark money for those bangs.
You know, it's what's that going to be like today when you think about competing in your heat? Yeah, maybe that's going to lead the way right now, but you know there's some people in here that take flight on these conditions in the draw. So
yeah, those were 4 nice turns, but relative to the talent in the field, that was pedestrian usage of that wave for Koa.
Aton is going to be out there doing some crazy stuff.
Oh,
I'm sure.
speaking of Aton, we'll get to him as Eli's driving. Just trying to get it. He's like, come on,
man.
wave. Let me in.
Yeah.
I went to see the Harry Bryant movie last night. There was a premiere that VANS did in Haleiwa outside. It was incredible. The movie was nuts.
Wow.
These Australian lads, I don't know what the deal is, but all they want to do is chuck themselves over the heftiest, nutsest, mutant slab waves that you can find and treat them like they're 2 foot. When you see this movie, people will lose your mind. Anyway, Aton, as we see Makai trying to spin the win. Aton Osborne blew my mind.
Yeah.
Like, as well as Harry Bryant. Like, they're not. Wait till you see this flip.
Yeah. No, I mean, I went somewhere with Harry last winter on a down day.
Okay.
And
you thought you were having a chill surf?
Well, I invited him somewhere to go where we thought it was kind of like you have to be very on your toes here. Harry just treated it like Waikiki. I was like, okay, I guess this is where you people are at. So we kind of have a conversation amongst some of the surfers here. Some of the surfers who are also enjoying being away from the cameras, and there are certain places, like all places, where
beneath the radar.
Yeah,
Way
we
under.
try to keep it quiet.
Yeah.
And there are certain waves that we know that if people like Harry found out about it, they'd be coming over. So I tell them, those Australians, those South Coast Australians, you got to watch out. They'll see that as a perfect wave, and they'll make the way over.
Yeah, I was beyond impressed with not only the fact that they're going on these sort of mutant waves that you could almost consider like, is that a wave
Not
or just a
surfable,
weird
yeah.
water structure that we're unfamiliar with? But the level of performance, and like you said, treating him like 2-foot beach break,
Yeah.
barrels, turns, airs, just and riding all different type of craft. Like
And
he's
body
on some
boards,
weird
too.
like high performance boards, and then on some just really like, what are you doing?
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think that's a cool culture that they have there, that Harry's a part of that community. And, you know, you look at the community here on the North Shore, this is a pretty tight North Shore heat right here. You know, you have Jamie, who's essentially kind of now becoming this mentor to
Yeah.
people like Koa and Eli. And, you know, you have Makai, who Makai is kind of maybe more of the older style that let my surfing do the talking. He's very quiet. He doesn't have this massive voice that he's trying to push out and narrate things. He just goes out, gets crazy double upset pipe, throws down huge airs at Rocky Point,
And then goes home.
goes home.
Yeah.
You know, and I think that's really awesome to see that you can still participate in these sorts of events while being someone who's head down, doing what they believe is their best at.
Yeah.
And there's
you
not
have
a lot
Koa
of shame.
and Jamie, you know, Jamie, of course, being, as we talked about yesterday, the person who really paved the way for surfers professional surfers to be in charge of their own brand and
Yeah.
their own storytelling and curating audience, and not necessarily relying on sponsors for what generating revenue looks like from being a professional surfer. He saw the handwriting on the wall early and said, I'm going to create and build my own platform. And he's successful just amongst you know, content creators and YouTubers. He's respected across that entire spectrum, not just from within surfing. Like the greatest, you know, content creators and YouTubers look at a person like Jamie as someone like, oh, we got to emulate the things that he's doing. Then you see the manner in which he's influenced a Cole Rothman or Nathan Florence, who have decided, yeah, we're going to be the ones to storytell our lives weekly and show you what this journey looks like. And not just he's more than just a mentor for bail riding and all the things he's done performance-wise, but now he's that person to be like, you want this to be your business? You want to not have to get a job afterwards? Well, here's the type of work that you need to put in to basically make yourself a professional entrepreneur.
Yeah.
As opposed to like pro surfer. If you're a pro surfer these days, you need to be entrepreneurial if you want to make a living out of this, because the economic structure that once existed for, you know, regional kids to be able to make enough money to have a life, for world tour surfers to be able to make a living, those days are over.
Right.
What are you going to make with it?
No, and Eli here taking off now, he knows, you know, this.
Oh, let's go.
You know, Eli, let's see what it's looking. You know, Eli, I think it's weird to have this conversation that Eli is like an underdog here on the North Shore, or, you know, or at least I know he's, and I don't know really, I think we all have at some point this imposter syndrome. We don't know how good and what value. And the thing about Hawaii is it keeps you humble a lot.
Yeah.
It doesn't reward here, especially on the islands. You're not rewarded by talking about yourself and saying, I did this and I have all this.
The opposite of rewarded.
Yeah.
For talking about yourself.
Yeah. And it's you get into these I mean, look at this. He goes for this flip here. I mean, I've seen him land these things time and time again and again. Like, you know, just knowing with his GoPro, I mean, trying to get creative.
There was some wave left when he landed.
Yeah, crossover.
It wasn't just that little just flat backwash section. He would have had a shot.
But even he knows, you know, what is his role, his character within surfing? Is it to do the tricks, or is it to go out and get what will distinguish him apart? Because there are waves on this planet that even some of his peers don't want. That
No,
he takes
but
off
he
on.
wants. He's down to go and fire himself off of a 70-foot, 60-foot outer reef wave.
Yeah.
And do what seems to be impossible. And like you talked about, he's also diversified
Yeah.
what his life looks like in finding his way in movies and Hollywood, and being a stuntman, etc.
I mean, he's in all kind of movies. Like he was like in. Oh,
Get him!
okay.
Oh, almost.
You know,
I grab full.
he was in like
rotation.
some movies. I forget what they were, but there's like some Disney movies and some like HBO things, and he's right in there, all dressed up as different sort of characters and stuff. And you know, for him to find camaraderie and community outside of surfing and within, but being so a part of it, and his who's this? Okay, and you know, his dedication to the craft of martial arts, mixed martial arts, you know, jiu-jitsu and mixed martial arts. You know, he's been in the ring. He's won multiple
Fights.
There's we don't got to talk about all of them. But the sanctioned, I don't know if he has as much sanctioned ones.
Professional bouts.
But and you know, and I see Eli when he tries to talk about fighting, he wants to fight for good.
Right.
And that's what I think is a really amazing thing to see in this generation of what may seemingly from the outside, he's the guy that goes out and gets one of the best ones at pipe every swell. He's out on the craziest waves around the world. And hopefully the surf industry doesn't forget that there is actually a person on top of that. Mm-hmm. Similar to those, I think, individuals who were the pipeline specialists before, like the Flynns and the Kalanis and the Bradens. Like they were Ricos, you know, they all have amazing personalities and intelligence.
Mayo.
Tamayo, that maybe the industry didn't really give it an opportunity to allow to grow. And
well, that is the upside of today's generation. They don't have to rely on the industry for their value. They can really create, and that is what they are doing. 12 minutes and 40 seconds to go. And as the kids would say, I ain't gonna hold you. These conditions are less than ideal this morning. Challenging to say the least. The scores reflect that. But we are going to sit here and hope that conditions improve.
you know,
It's hard to come down after yesterday. I was so amped up after last night. I mean, and just even scrolling the IG last night and seeing everyone's clips. And I mean, so many people got insane waves yesterday. I didn't get a chance to watch much of Noah Bechin's heat, and then I saw his backdoor wave, and I was like, oh.
Well, we're relying here. We don't see anything besides the screens in our little cubby hole. So if the camera's not filming, I mean, we don't know if it happened. And that's, I feel like, kind of how it is now, maybe. Like, even with, like, social media, you know, if no one sees it, did it happen? I don't know.
Yeah, no, there's so many great waves from yesterday. I took a look again. Oh.
Okay. Let's see what he's... I'm sure they're, you know, that frustration, that feeling when you paddle into a wave, you're like, okay, this is going to do something, and it doesn't.
Just staying a little fat out there. That Carissa Moore wave from yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
The one that Molly paddled her into. That thing was real.
That was I was in the moment, I was kind of, like, I didn't have that same feeling as last year. I think, and I didn't actually see them side by side. That last year one, though, it was like, it was an intense situation.
Yeah.
I think there was waves and bombs, and everyone's trying to look to see what's happening, and then literally like last minutes, Carissa free falls into that thing, pulls in and gets spit out, and like no one thought she'd make it. And it was kind of it was setting the stage for the women.
Yes.
At that point. So,
yes.
And it weird, like yesterday I was like, yeah, that was sick, but I wasn't like, because maybe we've seen, like we were seeing some amazing rides in the bar just from last year has gone tremendously through the roof.
And going back, you know, to that conversation that we were having yesterday with women, Caleb was put it into great context. Like, the opportunity is the forward momentum and the progress. You see Eli slowing down there to find a little section, nice little snap, big old rip back into the hot pocket as it's chop hops through the backwash.
Chop.
Two nice little turns.
Yeah, you know, it is too. You wonder if it's going through the competitors' minds. Oh, Jamie.
Oh, yeah, Jamie, lay it down.
They're dropping the wallet.
Oh, sick.
You know, you're looking at the turns. That's wondering too, like what. It's going to be interesting to see now. Again, this is what the competitors are probably looking at as scores: turns versus airs. What is going to be rewarded more? Koa trying to find these barrels.
Oh man, that
Going
was.
the kick out.
He was trying to make decisions there, and the wave made the decision for him.
Oh man. I'm wondering how that big turn that Jamie did, what that's going to be rewarded.
I think so. That was a proper lay hack.
If you kind of notice too, you can see on the face of the wave when these surfers are surfing, what are they thinking? Jamie dropping down to the bottom, it's almost like, okay, going for turn, it seems like.
That was power.
That's probably going to be
Nice
the
technique.
biggest score
Patience, wait.
of the morning so far.
Oh. Tail hold board come out. Recovery. Remember, Jamie no longer in the 200-pound club. He was at his youthful fighting weight of 185. He was bragging to me yesterday. He said, oh, I heard that you giving me props for not being in the 200 club anymore. Oh, that was a nice little snap.
Yeah. So we're getting some turns. Did Jamie have his
From
is he
Mackay?
talking on his mic out there, or?
Yeah, he's got his microphone. I'm sure they'll give us a maybe post heat a little collection of sounds from Jamie.
I'd be interested to see if he got like in his turn he did a little grunt. That's like ee. I'd be a little bit embarrassed, like, you know.
How much is sand affecting the reef in this conversation?
Oh yeah, I mean, so when the swell direction starts coming from the opposite of what's normally the case from the north or from the east, you have kind of this bathtub effect that starts putting the sand back onto the reef, and you can see it here, the clouds and the green water. That's sand kind of getting moved from the more northern side of the coast back down on over the reef. And
How does that affect the reef?
you know, we're again, as from a scientific standpoint, from an observation standpoint, we're starting to identify that there's certain features on the reef that result in the way these waves break. And when the sand fills it up, it starts to take away those unique features.
Yeah. Well, I just heard that one of my dear friends is on the VIP headset all the way from Dakar, Senegal. The one and only Sharif Fall. Good morning.
Morning, Salama.
Sharif.
How are you?
I'm good, brother.
Good, thanks.
How are you?
I'm good. Just
What has this experience been for you? You are the first Senegalese surfer to be in the Pipe Masters. I want to know what that has been like for you here at Pipeline.
yeah, I'm the first Senegalese and this event's Pipeline. I'm so stoked. It's like huge opportunity I get, and like I'm so happy. Even like my country yesterday, everybody sending me so much love, and like yeah, they is so stoked to have me here and do these events. And yeah, I'm so happy it's huge because I've been dreaming this when I'm young. Like I try so hard to be on the challenge this area, and I never made it yet. And have this opportunity to go to Pipeline to contest is huge for me, and I'm so happy.
Brother, this is Cliff Capono. I met you last year with Salema out on the beach park, and I remember seeing you after the Pipe Masters. You and Josh were out there surfing after everything, and you guys surfed the whole evening and before, and it's amazing to see you here and your dedication. I'm sure your country is proud. Us Hawaiians are proud of seeing you two come and experience this with us. Congratulations,
Thank
bro.
you so much. Yeah, last year I've been here, and Jose, one of my friends from South Africa, and we've been surfing all day here. And yeah, I'm so happy. He's been sending me so much love yesterday, and like yeah, he's dreaming to like having this opportunity I have, and I say yeah, I'm already in it. Like, you sending me so much love. They mean like, it's you doing it. Like, yeah, I'm so happy. And thank you, Vans, and thank you all of these Hawaiians supporting me here and my family and all of this girl and my wife, everybody. I'm so happy.
Yeah, Sharif. Well, we look forward to seeing your heat today. I know that you're excited to throw some airs today.
Of course. I'm gonna go crazy. Yeah, now I'm so excited. I can't wait to like go crazy on air. Because this is I like to do. I'm not really good at doing barrel and like, yeah, I learn.
Oh, you're good at it. You're good at barrels.
Yeah.
You listen. We saw you getting good barrels last year and here, but you really love to do it.
Yeah, I really love to do it, and I can't wait to go in the water and go crazy. Yeah, this is I like to do. I really like to do the air game, and like today they have some ramp, and I can't wait to like stack.
Awesome.
Yeah.
All right, brother. Well, enjoy yourself. Get ready and have some fun. And merci beaucoup for having a conversation with us today.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Africa, the whole continent is proud of you today, brother.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right, bro.
Yeah.
Ciao.
Cool.
I got the chance to go and surf in Senegal in Dakar with Sharif. Had me out two winters ago, and I had met him. I had seen him done something that Rob Machado had posted in Senegal, and then Sharif's wife Nicole, she reached out to me and she's like, hey, you know, Sharif would love to host you, come out and see what the scene is like. And so I flew out there. As we see Eli driving, he wants to chuck one so bad.
There it is.
Oh. You can see that warble on the inside. It's so hard for them to like really lock into a ramp that kind of has a moving target. But when I tell you, like, the surf scene in Senegal, of which Sharif is just the mayor, the quality of waves, incredible. And just the hospitality and the vibrancy of the Senegalese surf scene, and mixed in what their surf culture looks like relative to their African culture, you know, to their roots culture. It just a magic place, and to see him be able to make it come here and get the support from JS, etc., and Billabong, so stoked for him, because for what it means for the future of surfing on the not just in Senegal but for the African continent. We got a couple minutes left. Maybe we can listen in to Jamie on that microphone. He's driving.
Oh.
Big one. Oh. That was such a sick frontside air.
Wow. Okay. Trying to find something. Again, you see when they're going to the bottom.
It's just
losing that energy.
Movement. All movement.
I thought Jamie, hopefully we can see that replay, see how high that thing was. It was kind of hard to see from the drone, but
yeah,
there's flight time. You can see just from the overhead shot. Oh, Koa going for the turns. Not quite finding it.
Challenging.
Yeah.
You see all that wash and rip.
Yeah, that's that north direction. The waves up by Rockies up north, all that water of the breaking waves up there are now having to flow back out to the ocean. So that's where you get these rip currents. And you've seen when the wests were coming in, it came from off the wall,
right, from
the other side. Here we go, Jamie, kind of staying up high where the energy's up on the top. Wow.
Let's listen. Oh, look at that. So much dial.
Man, that would have been nuts.
Landed a little high on the roof, but I mean, just trademark Jamie's style. Look at that. So sick.
Yeah, I wonder if that was just off the Koa, kind of going for some 10-second little railberry to fall out the back. No, that was a frustrating one. So much almost, man. Jamie, that was a killer air. Straight airs, I think, they're aesthetically
straight airs
pleasing.
are the new rotation.
Yeah, I mean, and it's tweaking it. boning them out.
Well, Jamie O'Brien, if this round was to send us into the final, Jamie right now on the overall leaderboard is in the 6th spot, but he definitely got the most of that heat. There you see the overall standing and why, you know, for Mikey February and John Florence, they're in a nice position. They're going to have to work hard to not make it, but they still have plenty of room also to improve. They just had some big scores. Both of them have room for a bigger third wave, you know, get somewhere in that total point range of like 70 plus.
Sure. See here,
Senegalese quietly there in the 4th spot. Benji Brand served out his skin yesterday.
You can see the winds are light. All that mist from the water, from the ocean, is coming up into the sky. It's not getting blown away. Kind of a hazy morning as the sun rises over. Will it have that same effect to clean these conditions up? I don't know. Need a bit more swell maybe for it. This is going to be an interesting heat too. We got Noah Beshin in red, Mason Ho blue, Mateus Hurdy white, Mikey February black.
Yeah, this is going to be a great heat. I mean, we talk about that ability to be able to mix it up. And Noah Beshin, and that kid's clips, whether it's big barrels out here at pipe, but his air game is, I mean, from the early days when Shane Beshin had him out doing airs off of his mini ramp into a foam pit when he was 4 or 5, like literally training his muscles to do the thing, and what that's transferred to him now as a young man. I mean, the sky is the limit.
I mean, he's coming
for Noah at 23.
I mean, he's coming from, I mean, his dad and his uncle. I mean, Shane Beshin, Gavin Beshin.
Gavin had some of my favorite straight airs ever.
Gav is, I think, by far one of the most stylish surfers to ever surf pipeline. That backside bottom turn.
And that quiet, like quietness of his body, and everything's so intentional, not a thing out of place.
San Clemente, is that right?
Yeah,
I mean, man, kind of like taking a page from the Archie, you know, the Archie book of head down charge.
As a kid, you know, for me as a teenager, making the drive up from North County, Carlsbad, Encinitas, and getting to see Shane and Gavin out at lowers, just doing things that we didn't know existed yet.
Yeah.
And especially, you know, Gavin just so quiet. Like, he didn't.
Yeah.
One of those people who's, you know, he doesn't say much, but his surfing says everything.
Man, he's just. I remember it was a long time ago at the Rocky Point, and you know the flips were coming out over and over, and he said, "Oh, my friend Barney,
yeah,
he was doing those for a long time," and he said, "Yeah, come over. I got fruits and stuff. Like, stop and get some fruits on your way home." Just, I mean, he's such a cool cat.
Yeah,
and I'm sure Noah takes a bit.
Yeah, all of that is transferred to Noah. You know, growing up at Rockies. As a training ground for him. He just did his new film called Noah that he did with Andy Woodward. Really, in all of his social media is super creative. You know, he really is a forward thinker, definitely trying to catch and attract a younger audience that maybe doesn't know surfing to be like, oh, this is cool. But watching him come into his own now has been super fun. As we see Feb, our leader at present, after a legendary performance at Backdoor. Like Iron Man, you know, after, you know, getting a big backdoor wave yesterday, getting pounded by 6 or 7 waves, paddling back out, and during the paddle back out after just getting smoked, then getting the highest scoring wave of the day all the way across Backdoor, like 4 or 5 sections in that wave, and the whole beach just erupting, and that was a moment.
Yeah. It's like you got Eli down on the beach.
Scotch.
Oh,
That backwash is just
Mikey
treacherous.
got caught up on that one.
We got Mason Ho also in this heat. You know, he can do all sorts of weirdness. All sorts of weirdness in these type of conditions.
I wonder what he's. I'm wondering what. I mean, I was
Probably riding a 3.5.
Yeah. 8 fin.
8 fin, 3 feet long. And Mateus Hurdy, the pride of Florianopolis, also out here. Not afraid to send it as well.
Yeah, I think Mikey, he's on the mid-twin trip, but you throw him on a thruster in punchy waves, he's.
Is Mikey
going
riding a
big.
twin fin right now?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mikey February.
Okay.
Sorry.
I think Mahina is with Eli Olsen to give us some perspective on that last heat. Right after we see, I told you weirdness could come from Mason. Hey, Mahina.
Oh yeah, I'm down here with Eli. Eli, in 3 words, describe the conditions out there.
Beautiful, grindy, imperfect.
Okay. And what was your adjusted approach from yesterday to today?
Well, yesterday we had some solid ones, so we went 6.6. Today I went 5.11 shortboard, and I was like, if we get lucky, a little barrel, and if not, just try an air. We're attempting a couple rounds, but it was tricky.
We saw you almost land the rodeo. We saw you send it. So were you looked like you were having fun out there.
Yeah, I was like, we have 30 minutes, and it's pipe. What are you gonna do? So I was like, I'm gonna just try to catch waves and just have fun.
And what do you predict to happen for the rest of today?
I think with the talent that's coming up, I think there's gonna be some big airs. I don't think there'll be too much barrels, but I think it'll be a fun day. Like I think it'll feel more like a free surf day where guys are just kind of going for broke, and it'll be pretty entertaining.
Well, thank you. That was so fun watching you this morning. Way to start it off, and we'll talk to you soon.
Thank you. See you guys.
Thank you, Mahina.
Mateus.
Like the relentless positivity of Eli.
Yeah. As Mateus, he had a little barrel.
Oh yeah, Mateus was he said no, there's still something out here.
Yeah, and I think something to think about. I think there was one of the stab high events that he was like in the running and he like hurt his leg or hurt something, and something happened. I can't really remember completely now, but he was unable to compete, or there was something and it bummed his whole trip. And
Yeah, I think I remember that.
that's maybe something to think about too, is that there's these, you can go to the air. Oh, Mace going for a big air.
Didn't get the pop he was looking for. Nice little setup. But yeah, he didn't get that click.
Mateus.
There's Mateus being like, no, there's still some.
Yeah, there's barrels.
Yeah, let's go.
I mean, could be one of the few barrels of today. That could get a high score, huh?
For sure.
Go for something at the end.
Grinding in a little bonus. Oh, that would have been the
Yeah.
the combo set. Look at that. Bone
Yeah.
ball dancing all the way across.
Oh, peace signs. The peace
Peace
sign
roundhouse.
Yeah.
Into the bonus.
Uh-oh, Mason. It's going to happen.
Crouching.
Oh. Wow.
That's what we came for right there. Come on, Mason.
Noah. Wow. Okay, guys are just starting to chuck it.
Yeah, no, this session is going to be a something big is going to go down. I mean, the airs that Noah does are to the moon, technical as can be, both directions, so much style.
Yeah, you can start to see those who focus on aerials, the way they compress and the limberness of like trying to transfer energy is really apparent. You can almost start to see just Mason, how he like really compresses before he goes. He can go to the bottom where there's no energy, and then
God, that would have been.
launch it out of the top.
Look at how he launches, like uses the cup of the waves to just send him right straight up. boom. Clicks that grab. I like that little slow rote.
Man.
When they like kind of slow rotation and then catch the fins, catch that tail, and then get whipped around. And you could see, just nose heavy. Like he had a chance to make that one.
That's almost his front foot came off of that thing. And then this, just.
There was nothing there.
Yeah. That's the hard thing. If there's trades, the wind blows in the opposite direction, so the board can get blown away from you.
And also, like that, once he went up, like that transition just got filled with water and becomes flat. Mateus Hurdy had the misfortune of being that person whose boards didn't show up.
Oh.
So he got his board super late.
This
after
contest?
he got here, huh?
This
yeah,
trip?
on this trip, yeah.
Oh, bummer.
He won the prize. How many times have you been in baggage claim? Just like everyone else is getting their bags, door opens, yours don't show, and you're like, oh no, please, is my number up? Is today my day?
Yeah, that happened to me in Chile. Ended up borrowing one of Ramon Navarro's boards, and I sent it into the rocks. Sorry, Ramon.
Was that a case of you break it, you buy it?
No, he was really cool about. I mean, Ramon's the coolest.
Yeah,
I
he's
mean, he's
so
a legend, amazing surfer.
You're gonna see your DMs. You're gonna be like, hey, yeah, brother, by the way,
I forgot about that.
About that board. 19 minutes and 40 seconds to go here in Heat 2 of Round 2. Stay with us. Guaranteed for some big airs to be made and get this high performance Day 2 off and running here at the VANS Pipe Masters.
I like that these boots are comfy, but they're also like super solid, so you're gonna stay dry and warm, which is pretty important for us.
We will be moving forward with fully equal prize money for the men and the women.
There's going to be no competition following a shark incident.
Finishing this pivotal moment for women surfing.
First time ever a CT run at Pipeline. Your champion, Tyler Wright.
This year is the first year that we have a fully integrated championship tour. Men and women are going in the same events. Pipe is the benchmark. Can you believe it?
This historic day in surfing.
Welcome back to the VANS Pipe Masters. Live on a beautiful Sunday here on the North Shore of Oahu at the world famous Pipeline. In this round 2 heat, Michael February, Mason Ho, Noah Beshin, and Mateus Hurdy. Michael February, our current overall leader, again in this specialty format. 3 rounds, best 3 waves out of those 3 rounds will be added together and get you into our final. So if the final was to happen right now, it would be February, John Florence, Benji Brand, and Seth Moniz. But again, we got to run all around 2 and round 3. Anything is possible. As driving, Noah Beshin through all the warbles finds a little ramp to click, and if Noah's not finding ways to land airs and complete maneuvers, you know it's challenging.
Yeah, it ain't easy. That stash, Mason's stash, that's
serious. During the break.
Oh,
Mason.
Man. He's got that pop in his surfing
Sure
that
does.
is hard to turn a blind eye to. Look at that thing. It's almost like so much that there's like, he gets more inertia coming down from his air than he does going up for it.
You can see that little frustration kick.
Mikey.
Oh, Mikey. We love it. I mean, this dude's style. You cannot teach what he has.
Yes. Oh.
I like that. Mateus going for a little
check air.
Little lip slide, little check air, like a little mini ramp lip slide. That would have been sick. But how, like Mikey's style, like we saw him charging yesterday, and then you remember like, oh, his ability to match technique with style.
Totally.
It's one of the most unique, beautiful expressions that we have in surfing.
It'd be interesting to see what a turn like that goes up against Jamie's. You know, where you arguably look potentially same amount of spray. Oh, Mason again.
It's just saying I can't get to it. But you know what? I'm still going to kick out more stylish than any turn you could do in real life. As we will check in with Mahina, who was with Eitan Osborne, who, what a performance he had in Harry's movie and Harry Bryant's movie last night. Hi, Mahina.
We're here in the medical tent. Give us a little breakdown. What's going on?
Yesterday, just had a little shoulder slip. Like, went to stall for a wave, and it kind of came out of the socket and rolled to the back and then snapped back. And felt pretty sore today, so I'm going to try to get any stability I can. Yeah.
And Doc, what are your professional?
Well, we're trying to keep them as stable as possible. You know, I mean, you know, pipeline can do a lot of stuff to people, so we want to make sure that he gets in the water and does okay and paddles into the wave like he should be able to.
You're in the next heat, so what is your quick little game plan, having this injury and seeing that, okay, there are going to be some aerial maneuvers, excuse me?
I don't know. If I fall, I'm going to try to keep my arms in. But luckily, I mean, not too much paddling needed out there. It's kind of small, but I don't know. Just go and hope for the best.
Okay, thank you for letting us crash in here. We appreciate the both of you. Okay, have a good heat.
Thanks, Mahina. Little backside ollie drifter.
Yeah.
That would have been such a nice make. Somehow he almost got the knees back up underneath him.
That's the weird that you're talking about.
Yeah, that's the weird. That says, you know, Mason Ho weird is a beautiful normal.
Noah going for something technical.
Ramp? No.
Yeah, technical kick out.
That inside just gets so fat.
So Mikey looking at it. Does he want to take a...
He's not afraid to do an air, by the way.
Yeah. Oh.
It looked like maybe he was thinking about a 1-foot floater.
Yeah. I wonder if he's riding. If he's riding his twin fins or if he's riding a thruster.
I'm not sure. We saw it yesterday after Eitan had gone down on a wave. We saw him sort of like holding his shoulder, trying to make a decision to paddle back out. Waves were really good, and you see him just kind of decide to muscle it.
Yeah.
But you make that decision yesterday, and then you wake up this morning, and your body's like, oh hey, by the way.
Yeah. That happened.
But the last thing you want is for a shoulder to continually slide out and slide out and slide out, lose that stability to the point where you have to go see
Mason,
the real doctor.
Oh, looking for a pocket.
When I say the real doctor, that's not taking you away from our incredible doctor, Lena, but someone who has to cut you.
Yeah.
To make the adjustments to heal that thing.
Which has been crazy. There's a lot of people been going under the knife recently in terms of surgeries, you know. And
I mean, look, when the level is like what it is from a high performance standpoint, these guys are not immune to the nagging. Mikey February, just doing basic stuff. You can't help but be like, ooh, you know. Oh, paddling! Woo! He's paddling. He's doing a little shifty, little like frontside pop.
Yeah.
Like little frontside pop. It looked like he was going to revert back around and keep going, which would have been so sick. But he also it's that Mikey's got that other kind of weird, you know.
Yeah.
Weird is good, you know.
It's
when you get to see folks with whose technique is just like a little different and a little off, like you get excited because you're like, oh, I'm about to see something that I'm not used to.
Yeah.
You can't help but get fired up.
You can't coach those things. That's a personality in surfing that I think we
and that's the beauty of the individual self-expression of surfing.
Yeah. And it's not much going on in terms of wave height, but I think there's going to be some action. Mateus here. Oh, he's finding some
come on,
tunes. Oh! You get so excited for these waves that you. I mean, okay, to be honest, any 90% of the people out there right now would be surfing out there.
Right.
Like, yeah, it was actually pretty sick. I surfed pipe.
How about the fact that like a 3-foot backdoor wave has us being like, yeah, make it, make it, make it.
I mean, that's the reality. That's what I would be like if it was no contest. Like, you're out here, you're surfing, you get one of the barrels on a day like this, even though it's not
That makes
good.
your whole day.
You're stoked. You're like, oh, I got actually like the best wave of the day. At pipe.
Yeah. You claim it was pipe.
No, 2 to 4. I think it said on the.
That would have been a double barrel for Mateus.
Yeah, which is actually not a bad strategy for today.
Yeah.
To get a high score to get you through. That could be your 3rd or 4th score to get you into the finals. Noah. Oh,
Hey.
there we go. First completed. Oh, double. Wait, was that the first completed?
Yeah, that was the
morning?
first. That was the first air made.
He might get some monies for that. I actually forget what the monies bag of monies is, but there's all kind of sneaky little bags of money going
Yeah,
around for different
there probably
things.
will be a sneaky best air bag of money. That won't be the one though. Not with. No offense. That was like a transition move for Noah.
Yeah.
And for most of the air surgeons that are in the field. Again, you remember the interview that we just had with Sharif.
Oh yeah.
Let that guy find a ramp. It is a ramp. Pterodactyl arms go out, and he is into the sky.
He's like 7 feet tall.
He's 6'6", and he does the biggest, craziest contortionary airs. Like what he can do with his body in the air is pretty special.
Oh, what came loose on Mikey?
A little style dismount. That inside gets so fat, so quick. It's like a little mirage. You think, oh, it's a section. By the time your turn is over, that thing just
shallow too.
Goes dead.
Those are those nagging. Even though there's so the reef at pipe, there's not a ton of coral coverage, of live coral coverage. There's a lot of more cemented, sort of like. Oh, here we go. Oh, it's more ancient corals that got pounded over the years. But there are little tiny baby corals that are kind of growing, and they're small but they're sharp. And those are the ones that are almost like a barnacle. You hit that thing going fast, and it can just put a nice cut in your day. Mason.
I wonder if Mason's on his 4.9. He said that his quiver for pipe was, what was it, 4.9 to 9.8?
Yeah. It's probably on a 5.6, I would say. 5.4.
Have you ever been to where Mateus Verdi is from, to Florianopolis?
No, I have not.
Oh my goodness. Put it on your list of things to do. When you talk about like some of the most beautiful places in the world, as we see Noah.
Yeah. That would look good from the water there.
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
This is like the angle to see how technical this is.
Look at this thing. There, boom. Tail high, little. I like that quick snap reverse that drives him out of it. Oof. And that got him fired up. He's like, oh, let me click. It's like a no grab one. Unable to complete. But anyway, Florianopolis in Brazil. Put that on your list of like, I got to check this off before I leave the rock.
I just got a quick glimpse of Diego behind off the wall legend, looking for his little moment. Tube time on the off the wall. I wonder if any of the competitors are going to slowly try to sneak an off the wall wave.
I'm sure the challenge would be for the judges though, because their glimpse in the off the wall, especially people started going on rights at off the wall.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be able to really get a good glimpse in.
So that rip now is kind of starting to push through the lineup, maybe potentially bringing in more sand onto the reef.
Yeah, this is You can't polish these conditions. It's
Yeah.
challenging as can be.
There's some turds out there.
Yeah.
We'd be watching turds, but contestable for sure. And I think from yesterday to today, this is competition, right? This is what it means to adjust and adapt.
Yeah, everybody's got the same conditions. What are you going to do with it? What we're seeing.
And it's like an opportunity too. Oh, here he goes. Oh,
Good.
Reynos, Hayes, and the legend, Uncle Tony Moniz.
Double legend.
Double legends.
Sharif.
Triple legends up right there. Mason. Oh, he's just going full weed whacker out there.
I'm excited for Sharif. Like he can make. I've seen him make airs on like literally like click tail highs off of ankle high waves.
Wow.
His ability to compress at 6'6", it's freakish, like straight up Avatar style.
Wow. That's gonna be a fun heat. No. Turns.
Nice little snap. Come on, give me a section.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh well. Looks like
Nice
Noah's
one,
leading the
Noah.
charge now for the progression of today.
His style, like when you're that proficient at airs, you know, having that ability to literally adjust each air for what the section is giving you. That's a classic Noah Beshin. All the style that you could wish for.
It seems like we have some stats coming in here. Mateus attempted 157 airs and landed 56 of them at the Stab High, Costa Rica. That's 35% make rate. And the average make rate of all surfers in that event was only 12%.
Yeah, he was one of the early sort of like, oh, you can make airs like you do turns.
Oh, 1 out of 3.
It's not bad. That'll get you in the Hall of Fame in baseball.
Well, Stab High. Okay, so this is like so if you're like a aerialist, you're looking at 1 out of 10. Well, Mikey. With those stats, I'm sure there's a bunch of people there like, I'm like, I should be invited to Stab High.
I make them every day, bro.
Oh, what is that? Is it amazing?
That was the.
Does that talk to the hand? Going down the.
At first, you thought maybe he had a camera in his hand, but how sick was that floater?
Oh, big shout out to Hawaiian Water Patrol. Safety on the skis. The angels out in the sea, keeping us safe.
The absolute best.
You know, they're out here now on using the cameras, getting the cameras in the right spot, but you know they're also saving. Sometimes the first guys on the scene telling those camera guys, jump off, I gotta go in. You know.
Yeah, speaking of camera guys, well, hold on a second.
Oh,
Alley-oop.
Mr. Consistent.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Wow.
Alley-oop, dissension into the lip.
Little barrel.
Right after
feed
you
barrel.
gave the stat, Mateus was like, yeah, that's actually who I am.
Yeah.
I am him.
This be me.
Technical landing.
Oh, did Mason go for something too? Oh, this is. Wait, everyone's at landing airs now?
Oh, look at that.
Oh.
Mason said, watch this mustache rotation.
Then we got Noah over here. He did his turn to rotation. Kind of a slide. Kind of reminding me of a Andy-ish kind of.
Yeah, way he surfs the front of his nose on the landing. That was sick. That alley-oop was, and the dissension through the lip.
Oh.
Ollie to end it.
Everyone is.
It's always funny, like you see their body language after they make an error.
Yeah.
Like it's like someone presses the extra go button on the video game. It's just want to do another one. Want to do another one. Yeah, there you see, like you said.
1 out of 3. He's a 30% make, at least from
that will get you in the Hall of Fame and millions of dollars in baseball. If that's your consistency rate.
Right.
Went up to bat 1 out of 3 times, and you get on base. They're like, here, Here's $700 million.
Yeah.
Non-professional surfing. You get a high five and some likes on your Instagram.
Yeah. You get coffees in the competitor area, though.
Yeah, you do.
And a chance at $100,000.
Exactly. And this is again, that's a great point. This is all in the quest for $100,000 first prize for the men and women. So what I got to slog through some challenging 2 to 3 footers with backwash and a rip, but I had a shot at $100,000. Yeah, I'm not going to complain. I'm out there.
I mean, like Makua was saying, it's judged by the day. If you get a 10 today across the boards, that's a pretty solid placing to get you into the finals.
Yeah, it's a great point. You get essentially like a 25 or 30 point wave and take advantage of these conditions if this is your skill set. If you're someone who's sitting on a lower score from yesterday, you will count just as much as the biggest backdoor wave that was ridden yesterday.
You know, and what other contest out there is that you actually have a chance to win with airs and massive barrels?
Not many.
I can't really think of event spaces that offer that opportunity.
Yeah.
Besides here at Pipeline.
Well, Mason Ho got himself up there. Noah Beshin moved himself up in the third. So yeah, this is, to your point, like Noah's performance just threw himself into the mix. Mikey's situation did not change.
Wow, that was a. I think it's firing people up now. I think what they've seen, okay, the guinea pigs out there, they got it done.
Yeah.
And now people are going to start making equipment adjustments. They're going to start to see where the sections are, where they're not, and for the rest of the day, I think it could actually start to turn into some exciting action.
Yeah, especially this Sharif fall heat. Like Sharif could literally get out there and get like he could stack some points today and drive himself up. So we'll see who's able to look at this heat. Sharif, Eitan Seth Moniz, who just got bumped down from being in that top 4 to 11th. Excuse me, to 5th.
Oh wow, yeah.
All right, we're gonna pass things over to Keala Kennedy and Makua Kai Rothman. Welcome to the Vans Pipe Pro Air Show. Take it away, guys.
Aloha everyone and welcome this beautiful kakahiaka morning.
It looks like the competitors are cleared for takeoff. Wheels up.
Wheels out.
Wheels up.
The wheels are definitely out after yesterday, and they're definitely going to have to make the adjustment into a different mindset than pipeline. The barrel will still be there on certain waves.
At backdoor mostly.
Most likely, your meat and potatoes of your score will be coming from radical maneuvers today. There's Seth Moniz, Harry Bryant, Eitan Osborne, and Sharif Fall. Sharif being a Senegalese surfer out of Africa, has some crazy maneuvers as well in his repertoire. So it's going to be exciting to see what he brings to the table. You've seen Eitan flying through the air. Seth Moniz, no stranger to big moves. And today you're just really going to have to forget about yesterday and surf on surf to your best of your ability to what you have on tap today.
That's it. Yep. And as far as aerials go, do you think, we're going to watch a replay right here.
This Eitan absolutely launching.
Yeah, landed in the flats. And that's actually what I was going to talk about right there. as far as aerials go, I'd love your opinion on this, because I feel like pipeline, because you're surfing into the sand, basically, it's a little softer landings, whereas backdoor, you know, it's a lot shallower there and easier to land in the flats.
I just think these guys are going to go for it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's ankle deep over there sometimes, most times. It's really, really shallow on the inside. The airs on the outside section aren't going to be as bad as the inside section.
Yeah.
Should you not land it. But it's, I guess it's just criteria-wise, what are the judges looking for today? What will be the deciding X factor in the maneuvers today? Surfers, they're going to have a long, long, hard think about what they're going to do next on their opportunity that they are given, seeing that it's a little rivery out there. Looks
I was just going to
riverish.
say there's kind of a little current running through it.
Yeah, it's... There we go with Eitan Osborne taking a look on the inside. And all we know, this
He's
bugger
getting
can
some
fly.
pumping,
So
getting some speed.
you got to watch out for fireworks when this guy jumps on a wave. He's definitely throwing caution to the wind and putting it all on the line in the air today. Aloha to those of you who have just joined us. We are in round 2, heat 3. Up and riding, we have Cherie Fall going for the barrel again.
Yeah.
Today, I think it might not be the best idea to stall for the barrel. If there is one and you can get in it, tuck in like that,
yeah.
cool, but it's all about this turn. It's all about what you do when you come out today. It sets it apart from other waves. Most of the barrels, they will be just about the same size. Oh. And
that looks sketchy. That looks shallow, that landing.
yeah, that definitely was shallow. And Harry Bryant just taking that 3 to the beach a little too serious right now.
Milking it.
Yeah, everybody's going to have fun. It's all about having fun and seeing if you can sniff that diamond out in the rough. And I think soon here we may be having a special guest joining us in the booth. You're not going to want to miss this one. And down on the beach, the ever beautiful Mahina Florence with Matthias Hurdy.
So actually, it's Mateos. Yeah, Mateo.
The right I say is Mateos.
Well, you're known for being one of the greater aerialists out there. So how did today benefit you, and break down the conditions?
Actually, it's way better than I thought it will be. No-stop waves and ramps and little barrels as well. I definitely have to improve when it's bigger out here, so I'm looking forward to it. But conditions like this makes me so happy. You know, the wind's good for airs, and there's barrels, air sessions. Yeah, I could not dream of a better day for me to run the comp.
I love your stoke and your fire. You said when you paddled out, you experienced something that you didn't think you would in comp. Can you explain that?
Yeah, I never thought that, I don't know, we're all of us in the heat was such a good friends and good vibes. So, you know, Mason asked me, oh, you're going to right or left? I never thought that, you know, something like that would happen. And he, you know, it's so sick, like knowing my friends since I was a little kid. And Mikey Fab too is one of my idols. So it's so cool to, you know, that it's a dream come true. Like, you know, I never thought I would experience that. So in a heat here in pipe, so that's so sick.
That's so nice to hear. And you're from Brazil. How do the waves compare to one another from Brazil to here?
It's so different. Like this is one of, I mean, today it's pretty small here, but for Brazil it's pumping. So you know, I'm super stoked. I don't know, just happy to be here. I'm gonna stay here for a while, for 3 months. So yeah, stoked.
Good. Well, we're excited to see you and have you here in Hawaii, and we'll catch you on your next heat.
Thanks. You.
Thank you.
Well, up and riding here, we got Seth Moniz. This little head dip right there, trying to get around the section to find somewhere to get into the air. As you can see, the conditions on hand, not your ideal pipeline situation, but with our forecast on the way, and the way that the winds and stuff are shaping up for these next few days, it's looking a little dicey, and the judging criteria here at this event is different. It's not all just big barrels. There's also a performance aspect to the event, and contest directors opting to run today to try and see if we can get these guys into the air. Someone who's not a stranger to the air, someone who's not a stranger to wearing a crown out here at Pipeline. I have in studio with me a special guest, Mr. Balaram Stock, your past champion.
How you doing, guys? Thank you.
Welcome, welcome.
Stoked to be here.
So we've seen that you came early season. You're putting in the time, getting some of the sickest waves on every session. How does today compare? And what was your mindset going into today? What kind of a strategy will you be taking to the water compared to a day where it's just, you know, Hail Mary drops and big barrels? Today you're gonna have to adjust a little bit. Tell us a little bit of insight of what you're thinking of doing today.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a different approach. It's more strategy. It's more thought process rather than allowing Pipeline to do what it does and send what waves it's going to send you. You're kind of looking for more tactical, technical sections, whatever you can get. It's like, I don't know. Everyone's been in this position before, and Nate made a good point before I came in. He was like, I mean, at the end of this contest, we might have a day like today, a day like yesterday, and a day like 10 foot after this. And if you win all three of those rounds, you're a pipe master all day long, you know, so.
Definitely, especially the way that the format is set up. No one loses. Everybody gets to surf all the different challenging conditions. Get in there when it's 10 to 12, maybe 15 foot and super windy. You got a little challenging day where you got to put to the air and get a little more technical. And they were all seen yesterday. It was just butter.
Yeah, yeah. So it's cool. It's nice. We're going to see all forms of pipe. You know, it's like, I mean, pipe has a lot to offer in that sense. Like it's an amazing airwave when it's small. It's an amazing airwave when it's big. And then we got some of the best guys to see if we can pull it off on this. So I don't know. I mean, I think we're making the most of it, and I think it's going to set up for a good ending.
So talk about your equipment for us a little bit today. What would you be riding today versus what were you riding when you won the event last year?
Well, I think I'll be on like a shortboard today. It's pretty small. Like last year it was small, but there were still barrels. So we were kind of in that mid-range where I rode like a little bit of a step-up quad. I think it was like a 6.0 or something, and then 6.1. And then this year I'd be like a 5.9 or 5.10.
Nice. How was that Kaimana board working out for you?
Yeah, it was good.
It looked pretty sick.
Yeah, it was amazing. It was like last minute, and put it together, knew it worked. And
you got any of those in your quiver this year?
I still got the one from last year. I don't know if I'll be riding it, but yeah, I've been working with Chile for a long time, and they set me up with some great boards, so I think I'll be riding one of those. But yeah,
he definitely has some boards that can take to the air, especially his little technical waves.
Yeah. He's got he from the Mayhem days is when I started riding those things, and the short boards were like couldn't get off them, so I'm pretty psyched on those things.
There we go. There you have it. Some insight from your chap. And now up and riding, we have Seth, the flying Hawaiian. We want to see him take to the air, spread his wings and fly. Give us something to talk about.
Yeah, this heat right here is pretty good for the conditions, honestly, with Harry, Seth, Eitan, and who's
Sharif. Sharif Fall.
Oh, Sharif. Oh, yeah, that's so Sharif's
yes.
epic. So I've seen him ripping all week too. He's been surfing like all day long out front.
Yeah.
But yeah, this would be if someone gets a section, you're pretty bound to see some fireworks.
That's what I said. We're bound to see something. And here we go up and riding once again. It's just, you know, at backdoor, it's a little challenging, especially when it's choppy, as a little rip running through the lineup. You really got to pick your sections wisely and choose where you are going to use that speed that you gather down the line. Hit one of those sections and hope that you land on your board and not the reef. Talking about reef, here's Sharif. Nice.
It's very East Coast related today, you know, and I think that's a pretty good benefit or a good way to look at it, because we kind of feel that way all the time when the waves are like this. It's like, oh, if you compare it to home, it's bumpy, you know. So.
Oh yeah, I mean, this could be one of the better days out there in the definitely kind of has that vibe, especially on the left with the sandbar and kind of those rip bowls that you guys get out there, just putting it together, linking section to section, little knick-knack, paddywhack, and talk about aerials and big turns and big barrels. That shot on your screen right there could have some of the best barrels at Pipeline ever. Between that trio, you're gonna find it's gonna be hard to beat those guys, especially in conditions like this. They all translate the skateboarding that they used to do, you know, and they still do. Ivan, John, Nate, they're all versatile in the air. What do you think, Balaram?
That's a pretty deadly one right there, that combination. Especially when they're all together, they're probably at their best. Like, I don't know if I could hear.
The Bearded Dragon?
Who's that?
The Bearded Dragon.
Oh, Ivan? Yeah, sorry, I didn't hear that. I couldn't hear. Definitely, everybody's got the crazy beard going. That thing is, that is incredible. Those three. Ivan's is next level.
I always said you would expect him to be like, you know, the deep voice with that choppers on, and he just has the nicest. He's one of the sweetest kids, and they. I say sweetest kids because they grew up at my house with my brothers, training and running around. You know, all three of them. And it's so good to see them succeed and be successful in life. And there's a lot of people around here that aren't around anymore, and send our love to them. But it's so awesome to see young local kids from a spot like this, you know, do their thing and become what they always dreamed they could be. And right here, performing in their backyard for their hometown. Nonetheless, we have Seth Moniz, another local boy who has realized his dreams, made the championship tour. He is now out here to put on a show for you folks today. So, Ball, what is your plans after this? I want to get back to you, Balaram, and see what you've been up to. So don't go away. We will be right back with more VANS Pipe Masters 2023 right here on the beautiful North Shore of Oahu.
Arrived in Fiji. Let's go.
My relationship with the mother pipeline is forever growing and forever changing. She gave me something that I don't know if I'll ever top in the rest of my career, and she was able to give me a win at a contest at Pipe. I never expected it in the first place. To fathom another one is just like, all right, well, maybe we do have that kind of relationship. I don't know, I'm not really sure. Like, I mean, it's a world title for me. To have this be my opportunity is all I could ask for, and it is my world title. And if I could do that again, I wouldn't know how to pay her back, but that was all I would want to do.
Welcome back. On your screen, you were just watching our past champion Balaram Stack out of New York. You see the Florence brothers there sitting on the sand talking about it. And Ball, tell us a little bit about that win, and your friends and family back home must just be backing you 100%. What's up with all that?
Yeah, it's amazing. I never even, I mean, I know East Coast supports East Coast, but that was next level to see. Just like the support that came after that, it was, I mean, for sure overwhelming, but it was like, holy shit. I mean, you feel proud, but then you feel like proud as the East Coaster, and like that even gets stronger when you go home to New York and stuff. So I'm stoked that everyone was able to support that year, and now everyone's back checking again. They got a whole watch party and Bright Eye, the bar nearby, and Yeah, it looks pretty sick. It's fun to have everyone hit me up, and hopefully I can pull something off for them again. And yeah.
Well, I'm sure your fans are die-hard fans. The East Coast fans will never let their team down. Balaram with a massive following back home, and so good to see you come, and bring that, that fighting spirit to an event where not everybody typically is going to think an East Coaster is going to come here and win a Pipe Masters. But if you want it bad enough, and you know what you want, you put your hard work and dedication, you came and took what was yours, proved the whole world wrong. And, no one really doubted you here. We've seen you time and time again get some of the best waves ever ridden at Pipeline. And, man, it's just a treat to watch you surf out here, brother, I got to say.
I appreciate it, man. I was stoked to be able to look up to guys like you and everybody in that generation. And it was cool to just be able to see it was almost like the last of a generation, before this new one came in. And I'm real thankful to be able to watch that happen. I got to watch some of the craziest days and be a part of a lot of it. And I just took it in, and that's what I'm thankful for.
Whatever notes you did take, you took them well. And you are our current defending, reigning champion here at Pipeline. And what do you think we're going to see out of these Florence brothers?
I don't know. I think that they got the opportunity. Like we said, it's going to be pretty sick. There's plenty of days out here that look similar to this, where you see them out, and it's just you'll see them 10 feet in the air like next time you look around. So yeah, I mean, they're no stranger to this.
No, they definitely push the limits, especially when they're surfing with each other. It seems like they try and outdo each other beyond. Yeah. So with Ivan, obviously, probably the more active of the skateboarders in that clan, he's looking to take that tail above the lip, and so is this guy right here, Eitan Osborne. I can't wait to see him get a little bit of speed down the line, because that brother can huck it.
See that one he did? It was I think it was in a recent edit or something. It was an Indo clip, and it's like one of the biggest airs you've ever seen. It's ginormous. Just the wave itself is like maybe 5 feet or something, and he's launching off a giant dumping section, and one of the coolest things I've seen. So I hope he gets a real heavy section.
Yeah, so do I. I mean, Harry Bryan absolutely ripping the top off, and then going for a chop hop. Trying to maximize that scoring potential there. That's Sharif. Look at the whip he's got on that backside. Oh, well, nice snaps floating to the shallow section of the wave there at backdoor. Balaram, how is that section? I mean, look at Sharif. He's standing there. It's waist high on him. It's usually ankle deep over there.
Yeah, that's
how does that play into your psyche when you want to launch a huge air at the end section at backdoor?
Don't fall. That's pretty much it. Like, it's coming. You can feel the dumpy section, and it's like kind of, I think, forces you to try and land it even more. But or at least puts it in your head that you're not over the 4 feet of sand on the other side. Yeah. You're over like a 1 foot of reef on this side.
It's almost a softer landing on your board than on the reef over there. Like, you land on your board, you got chance.
Yeah.
You don't land on your board, we will see what happens. Should, hopefully not. We don't want any of our competitors to meet our Pipeline reef, as we have everybody safe and sound as it is so far. And look at that rip. It's looking like Puerto Escondido. No wonder they call it the Pipeline of Mexico. Check it out. It's the same rip right there. Huh? You see that?
That's so much sand over
Does that
there
not look like Puerto Escondido? No.
Straight up.
To our brothers in Puerto, in Mexico, who may be tuning in, buenos dias, my friends. Hope to see you folks soon. We've got some more action here. Almost a paddle battle. We got an Eitan going left. 1, 2. Oh.
And get soft, and you don't get that fling.
The sand is either like your friend or your foe. It's like I've seen it where it has, I guess it needs more swell, but if it has a lot of sand, sometimes it makes the craziest ramp, or like
Craziest ramp.
The best barrel off the sand at the end of the wave, you know.
If it was a little more west, pushing into the sandbar and pushing across, right now it's that northerly direction, so it's coming the opposite way from the sandbar towards the dry reef section at backdoor. So unless you get one that is a little more west, you're still going to have these ones we see here, 8 on here on, that go more towards that backdoor section. You see guys opting for a lot more rights. They have a lot more open face and scoring potential on the rights here with this northerly direction and that current kind of shutting down the lefts.
Yeah,
You know, for now, there's not that many lefts. There will be a few scoring opportunities, ball, like you said, going across into that shallow reef, but you definitely need that different direction wave to be able to push you over that wave.
Have a little more wall with the west.
Yes, with the north is pushing you away from it towards backdoor.
Yeah, it's crazy every year to see how much the sand moves and how quickly. It's like nowhere else in the world I've seen. Like within a day, it's a whole beach is removed, and like 2 days later, it can come right back.
Yep.
And it's not like this year. It seemed to just the beach was huge, and then it all went out to where he's surfing right here. It kind of all went out to the channel there, and it's kind of been stuck there for a little bit now.
Sharif trying to look for a little ramp, milk it in here somewhere.
Oh.
That guy is like as nimble as they come. I mean, he's 6'6" or something.
Damn.
And he whips it. You know, the whip that he generates with that frame, man. It's
Whoa, bustled through that.
We go Harry Bryant on the left, your rear left here. And hopefully, you see how it's tapering off and getting smaller?
Yeah.
What a beautiful wrapping cutback. That was so smooth. I mean, no dig rail, perfect form. I like to see different maneuvers being pulled off effortlessly like that. No digging rail, no forcing it, just coming all the way back, one motion
Big wrap,
into that
big wrap.
rebound.
Butter.
Those are some of the more special moves that people tend to overlook a lot because it is a wraparound cutback. But to do one motion like that on a small wave like that is not easy.
And to get your tail out and get high off the whitewash when you rebound and flick your tail out a little bit. That's harder than it looks.
Yeah, get the flare going.
Get the flare.
Definitely need some speed for that.
You need some speed for the flare and a lot of
flexibility in your back.
of torque. Yeah, a lot of torque.
Yeah, exactly.
There we go. Oh, we had a paddle there. I have the man who made the call this morning. Contest director Nathan Fletcher is with Holly in the VIP area.
Yeah, I'm down here with Nate, and he's just going to give us a little breakdown on play-by-play for today, and yeah, go take it away.
All right. I don't know about a play-by-play, but I feel like my position at this is to let everybody know why we are running today in these conditions, and really it's up to the forecast. And so what the long-term forecast looks like is today is going to be a day to run, and really you know, today's performance-based, and with the criteria of this contest in particular, you are getting errors, barrels, and turns. And so in this era and the progression of the sport, we really want to see somebody be able to surf like 8-foot pipe yesterday, front and back door, then be able to surf 2-foot pipe and really bring their air game. And then hopefully we'll get a 10 to 12-foot day. And so that'll really be a full spectrum of being able to surf pipeline, not just big perfect pipeline. So that's kind of the thought. And then also as far as, you know, the athletes go, they should really be able to bring their air game to this event. And there's been, I think, 15 surfers who have been in the VANS stab high. And so, between the males and the ladybirds. So 15 competitors have already competed in the air show. So that's kind of the criteria today, is just go big, try your hardest to get as most progressive as you can. And an air or a huge turn can go into the excellent range on the scores. And so we're going to really wait to see what the forecast does. But right now we're utilizing what we have. And comparative last year, we had 2 rounds and then a final, so we had to drop a round. And so today technically could be a day that's a write-off, but at least we're not canceling a day. So we really want to get 3 rounds done to give everybody their hour and a half at Pipeline surfing with 4 guys out, which I feel is, you know, the best case scenario. So on the fun level, I feel like the fun's at a really high level and the competitiveness isn't so much, but really it's all about the progression. And if you can bring camaraderie into the sport, which I feel like today is a little bit more of camaraderie and really wanting to see your friends go big, I feel like that's the nature of this event, is to really bring the spirits up. And also the action, and for the highlight reels, like airs aren't bad.
Beautiful. Thanks, Nate.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you much, Nathan Fletcher, for the insight on why we are running today.
Airs are not
from
bad.
the man himself who made the call, Nathan Fletcher, myself, Makua Kai Rothman, KK Ala Kinley, and your reigning champ, who's not ready to give up that crown yet, huh, Ball? Ready to get back out there and show what your East Coast air game
Yeah,
is all about.
definitely psyched to go give it a go. It's funny how much lead up there is, you know, to the event and to your heat, and then you get out there, like especially yesterday, how calm the wind was. It's like all this action, a little bit anxious, and you get out there and it's dead calm, and you're like, whoa.
Speaking of action,
Harry.
how was that tail whip by Harry Bryant?
You see the reef there underneath him? It was all clear and shallow as can be.
Mr. Seth Molines, to see what he can do on this one. Beautiful turn. Ooh.
Nice floater right on the dry reef. Almost. Oh. Still on his feet.
Sticks it.
He knows to try and ride out of that if you can.
Nice effort.
I mean, beautiful effort.
The further you can get away from that shallow shelf.
Slam that section right there. It's really hard to mentally make yourself blow the tail out right there with looking down at that reef, especially. You get up there and you're like sideways and you're looking down like, okay, my board has to come under my feet right now. You know, it's
exactly.
Like, please, 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 please.
Yeah, forcing it.
I want to hear the mic'd up surfers today.
Yeah.
And what they're going to be saying. Oh!
A couple bleeps here and there on the end section.
Oh my goodness, Mo Balaram. It was an absolute pleasure to hang with you today. Thank you for coming in the booth. I know you got to get ready for a heat. We are in the next heat of the round with the Florence brothers. Once again, thank you so much for being with us today, Balaram. I know you got to go and get prepared.
Yep.
Good luck defending your title.
Appreciate it, definitely.
Oh, man.
Good to talk to you guys.
You pull off a big air, give me one of those little salutes like that to the camera.
Yes,
Round 2, Heat 4 action about to come your way. Nathan Florence, Ivan Florence, Emil Zermak, and the one, the only, the ultimate, John Florence. They knew he was going to be that good. They named him twice. Look at him, milking that little thing. Whew. I wonder what he did before that.
Well, he was a prodigy from a really young age. I mean, I think he was on the cover of the Surfer Big Issue at 12 with his long hair. Remember
He had
that?
the perfect look, I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
Oh, marketing loved this little boy when he was young. Put
Like
him
a
on the
little
cover.
blonde Jesus.
Big blue eyes.
Yeah.
Blonde locks. And the boy, you knew from a young age, he was the truth.
Well, he
there
definitely
was no doubting him. From the moment you see him step on the board as a youngster, it was all style,
Well,
all grace. And I mean, it's going to be very, very hard for any of these guys.
That was beautiful flow from one maneuver into that air reverse.
It's a 2-time world champion, 5-time, 4 or 5-time Triple Crown champion. I mean, if he wants to do it, it's going to get done. And one straight up smash, blowtail, reverse, and then he hit the lip 3 more times after that on that little whitewash. I mean, if you're not excited to watch John surf in waves like this, I don't know.
I don't know what
you might have to
excites
go
you.
get your head checked, because this guy can do it in 12-foot pipeline, and he is just as exciting and deadly at 2-foot pipeline. And there
Ooh,
you go,
look at
there's
that
a shot
reef.
of the reef.
Look at that
those
reef.
channels. And that's what the surfers see as they're trying to do those airs and come back down. They're looking at those beautiful coral heads down there, you know, hoping maybe they could land on that soft pearly white sand in between the reef.
Have you ever been pushed down into those caverns? Because I have. It's not fun.
Here we go. Talk about pushing it down. He's about to lay it down. Ooh, he landed on the rail. Little Bronco ride. At the end of that one, you want to try and steer clear of landing on the rail of your surfboard. Between your legs, it is not going to feel good.
Oh. That's
man,
like
man, woman, or child.
That's like
hurts.
slipping on the bike, you know.
Oh, and don't forget about Emil's air game. This boy, he does not care about caution. There is no caution to his game. He is sending it when it's 12 to 15 and absolutely slabbing, and he will send it into the flats for an air. This boy knows how to entertain, and he's still young, you know. He's got so much time. What he's doing at this young age, the way he's charging, I wouldn't be surprised if he does something no one's ever done before in Waves of Consequence. Up and riding, Mr. Smooth right here. Ivan Florence just kind of doing a little knick-knack paddywhack on that one.
Just loosening it up. Looked like he kind of knew that wave didn't have the scoring potential, so he was just doing some little turns.
A little wing ding on a dang dang, like my dad would say.
Yeah, just loosening it up. Feeling his board.
There we go. And look at Emil, like I said, just absolutely throwing caution to the wind. Going for a full rotation. One pump. I mean, look at that. Tail high, just a little more.
Little short on the rotation.
Yeah, a little higher or a little more rotation.
Needed to get that board pointed back towards the beach.
His feet were perfect. His feet were on the board, ready to land. That little, you know, secondary bounce from the whitewash that was coming up as he was coming down kind of caught his board before he was actually totally over it, and he was able to, you know, distribute his weight from land over his board. And
that's the worst, when you can feel that kind of
you're trying to push your legs down, but the whitewater's
coming up against you.
Yeah, before you can get
Makes
all the
your
way
legs
around.
buckle.
And look at this paddle. We have Nate Florence here.
Nope.
I would love to see Nate Florence just absolutely hammer the lip, come out and do a big air reverse. And I think we got two Kanaks on the beach.
Kanak attack.
Mahina, like I said, the ever beautiful Mahina Florence, and our Kanaka, Mr. Seth Moniz. What do you have for us down there, Mahina?
Yeah, Seth, so do you take this opportunity in this event to stay warm and kind of just stay moving before your tour event, or is this just something you do for fun?
I mean, it's a little bit of fun, but there's $100 grand on the line, so I'm definitely trying to take it seriously, you know. And yeah, just some warm-ups, trying some boards. You never know the waves that you know, the CT event could be like this, so it's good practice, you know, just to get out there and put the jersey on. It's been like 2 or 3 months since I put the jersey on, so had a solid break. Yeah.
And how did it feel having that break and coming back into it this morning?
Yeah, it was really nice to have a break, but always good to be back surfing out here at Pipe, even though the waves aren't the best, obviously, but, you know, fun to be out there with 3 friends.
A little birdie told me that you've been trying out smaller boards and you've been looking really good on it. Can you give us the breakdown on what's going on there?
I mean, yeah, just trying to thin out my boards and bringing down my volume a lot. It kind of seemed to help me. Just kind of knife drops. The last one I got to try it out, and it worked really well. I was actually really surprised it worked so good.
Oh, good. Doesn't that get you fired up?
Yeah.
Because, you know, you're always trying to test and push new boundaries.
Yeah, for sure. It's you know, we get 3 months to just kind of test things and test boards, and I get to watch, you know, surf with some of the boys. Your husband, Nate, we had a conversation out there about it, but yeah, it's been fun year so far of waves.
And what is 2024? What do you envision for 2024?
I envision like the best year I've had on tour so far. I think this is my 5th year on tour, so I'm just really reaching, you know, I want to win an event. I want to win events, and you know, I don't want to be just grinding it out, trying to make the bubble. So yeah, I'm excited for this year. I feel healthy, and the mind is right.
Good. We look forward to watching you, and happy 5th birthday on tour.
Thank you. Thanks, Mina.
Thank you guys very much down there on the beach. We had a flurry of action as I threw that interview down to the beach a little prematurely.
Yeah, well, speaking of
Nonetheless,
boards, that board that Nathan was riding looked quite small and kind of roundish even.
well, first up, Kella, we had John, and I mean, just absolutely knifing that wave. Big hack,
Huge
beautiful
air.
grab, rotation. He makes one of these things and combos it up like that, he's going to be getting big scores.
He had some height on that thing. Look at this.
I mean, look at the projection out, not just up, but out in front with the grab right there, stopping the rotation of the board, bringing it back under his feet right here. He gets in the air and grabs it right there, makes sure he's balanced over his board, just unfortunately catches a rail coming down off of that move as he was nice and centered over his board. And sometimes you just can't see those bumps behind you when you're landing. They catch the outside, you know, the backside of your board, the rail, and yank the board right up from under your feet when you're least expecting it.
Yeah, if only you had eyes in the back of your head to see that.
Oh, yeah. And it looks like Nathan was riding a very
almost like an egg-shaped board. Did you see that?
Yeah, it looked like he was working good too. That last hit he had off of the closeout. Oh my goodness, got some speed on that thing. 20 minutes to go here. Round 2, heat 4. We are at the VANS Pipe Masters 2023 on the beautiful North Shore of Oahu, Hawaii. Welcome if you have just joined us to the broadcast. In the water in black, we have John Florence. In blue, Ivan Florence. In the red, Nathan Florence. And in the white, Emil Zermak, the Mac Daddy from Chopes. We have our heat draw welcome dinner, and we had a fun time that night. We have a little bit of a package for you folks to check out what went on and how things went down at the dinner.
Ivan, Florence, Ivan.
Oh, right back to action with John on a massive straight air attempt. That boy is pushing the limits of surfing way beyond anybody else's imagination when it comes down to big, massive airs, full rotations, big barrels, and world championship results. I mean, look at the speed he's getting on this wave right here. You know he's setting up to do something huge, and he's going for the rocket man right there. Quick kick it.
Look at the speed. He was like a freight training down the line. Eye in the ramp.
Looks
Board
like that
kind of
lip
turned.
just caught his shoulder, his back shoulder, and didn't let him rotate that shoulder over to get over his board. You see how it kind of kept his back facing us, and he would have wanted to rotate that shoulder over the top so he could balance and center himself over his board to come down off of that big straight air. And when I say straight air, meaning straight up in the air and straight back down with no rotations, kind of like that. That is a rotation, and that is a very basic move from the one John Florence. Whether he falls down and gets back up, he's known to have pulled off some of the greatest Houdini moves in the sport, whether disappearing behind the foam ball or disappearing in the whitewash from a big air.
Laying fully back, and then
pop goes the weasel, and there he is. Mr. Nate Florence there on your screen. No stranger to Houdini acts in big barrels around the world. I think he was just named the most barreled surfer on the planet, if I'm not mistaken, this past year, and he was just on an absolute tear around the world. Now they're getting some training in. We got the treadmill. Pipeline's got its treadmill out. It's making sure that you stay on your all aspects of your game today. Not just the small wave part, not just the big wave part, but the training on the treadmill, ladies and gentlemen, that is a priceless treadmill there. After the event is done, feel free to paddle out and get yourself some of that treadmill.
That's right. Burn some calories. You think you were winded yesterday in those conditions?
Well,
This'll
we have
definitely-
a special guest that's double dipping right now. Zord is Nathan Florence's filmer. Here we go, John. Little getting cheeky, as they would call it over there on the biggest island, Australia. Zord, how's it going down there, Zord?
Good. How you guys doing?
We're great. Just watching your content come to life these past couple years and stoke out in the world, and the stuff that you folks are creating is inspiring. It's inspiring generations of children coming up, dreaming to be professional surfers. We have a few questions for you, if you don't mind.
Yeah, let's do it.
When did you start working with Nathan Florence?
I think we officially started with the YouTube. It was March 2019, so just over 4 years now.
Can you remember the first trip you folks went on?
I want to say it was Panama that summer.
We'll get a little action out the back.
Speaking
Nathan.
of double dipping,
Here we go. Almost missed the clip.
Whoa! See, you got the behind the scenes.
We got it though. We
how
got
stressful it is to not miss the
here
clip.
we go.
Did you get that?
Oh, he got the clip, the barrel, the come out to
Look
the
at this one.
blowtail,
Yo.
and you have Emio as well. The audience would like to know who chooses these trips you folks go on and where. Do you have any input when Nate says we should go here or there?
No, I just get a text the night before, hey, pack your bags, we're leaving tomorrow morning.
Oh, beautiful setup. I mean, it's awesome to have all that time to get ready and prepare.
Never sleep the night before the flight, get to the airport, just dying. But then you can sleep on the plane, so that's all good.
Any plans you had canceled?
Yeah. Working for Nate,
never
Nate,
plan ahead.
Date night canceled.
Is Nate a workaholic? Do you folks work day and night while you guys are on the road, surf all day, edit all night? How does that? Give us a little insight into how a day in the life of Zord and Nathan is on the road while you guys are creating content.
Pretty much, if it's pumping surf and we've filmed a ton, we're definitely all night editing to get stuff out, because the next day is going to be good and we're just going to be adding to that stack. And then recently both me and Nate started editing, so we're able to put out way more videos that way. And then, I mean, sometimes we get days where there's no surf and we're on a trip for like 2-3 days, and those days we just try to work out, find a sauna in the area and stay active.
2-3 days in a row?
Yeah, I mean, you know.
So how often are you shooting without any sleep?
Still get some sleep. But it's usually just before the travel day when you're scrambling to make sure you have everything ready, and then it's like 3 a.m. and the flight's at 7 a.m. So you're like, if I go to sleep, I might not wake up.
Missed that alarm, huh?
So
yeah, it's always good to
choose to stay
have
awake
that long
instead.
plane ride. Definitely, we've all been there. And is there a place that you would recommend that you folks have been all over this planet? Where would you say, if you were to recommend somebody to go, where would you recommend them to go and why?
I want to say a lot of the cold places many people probably don't want to go to because you got to wear a thick wetsuit, so that cuts. And I think many people don't want to surf the slabs Nate surfs either. So maybe like user friendliness and temperature and scenic views. Maybe the Mentawais, pretty epic. You get bright blue water, perfect temperature, surf when just your board shorts, and variety of waves, easy to hard. So.
Who doesn't love the Mentawais?
The Mentawais.
If I had to choose out all the places we go to go on my own, it would probably be the Mentawais.
Well, we're breaking down the replay of Nate's wave. It was a beautiful little backdoor drainer, and he came out and just absolutely nailed that thing, tucked right in, disappearing act behind the foam ball like he always does. Oh, he
got the
absolutely
fins
just
out.
ripped that thing from that back door. You got to get that back door angle there,
Yeah,
Zord.
let me pull it out. So we can find it real quick.
Well, thank you so much, Zord, for being on the feed with us. And is anything else you want to send out there? Any shout outs you want to make?
Hopefully Nate wins.
Hey, that's a smart answer there, bud.
I mean,
You got some job security going on.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm trying to join the beard game with them.
Yeah, you're a little behind, but
Are you sure you're not secretly going for Ivan?
Yeah, I got to shave the middle. Maybe the last round of the comp, you'll see me with the middle shaved. If Ivan's in the lead, I'll shave the middle.
Okay, I'm going to hold you to that. Well, thank you so much, Zord, for being here. Thank you so much for what you do, putting out all that content and helping inspire us all. Have a great day, and we sure will be talking to you
Thanks,
later.
guys. You too. See ya.
Well, there you have it from one of the most active content creators, with one of the most active traveling surfing athletes there is. Speaking of that man, he is absolutely on a tear. Oh, he's trying to show John what's up this heat, huh?
Just coming unstuck.
It's one of those spin it to win it kind of deals.
Spin it.
Today is the day of spin it to win it, and they definitely spun everybody around in a complete 360 with these conditions today, making sure everybody has to dip into their arsenal, not just wait for the absolutely most perfect and most beautiful waves on the planet Earth here at Pipeline. We also get to see her in rare form and surfed very differently. Well, here you have it on your screen. John with 57 points, currently in first place in the event, if I'm not mistaken, with that number 1 on his ranking, and Ivan on the left.
Little split peak action. That was nice of them.
Yeah, we get to see who went right. Nathan currently in 5th place in red with 46.90. Ivan Florence with number 7 there next to his name. And Emil Zermak, 35.7. Here's our current top 10. John Florence in 1st. Michael February in 3rd. Noah Beshin in 3rd. And Seth Moniz holding on to that coveted 4th spot. Nathan Florence is right there on
you got
his heels.
Every Florence in the top 10.
I mean, that's definitely not a surprise out here at Pipeline. 1 foot to 10 foot, 12 foot. Those guys right now, that family between those 3 boys, could be potentially the best 3 surfers at Pipeline there is right now.
No doubt.
And of course, you got Big Brother saying, I'm taking this right.
Oh,
And
big straight air.
Stomping in air. You can tell they're a
little shampoo, and then just found the ramp. Stuck the landing.
Yep, I mean, look at this. He goes for a little barrel. Da-da-da. My name is John. My name is John. What's going on? There's Emil getting a couple little taps on the whitewash there. Long John Florence just cracking the lip. I mean, it's hard for him not to get a big air kick in.
Yeah, no, yeah. He's always looking for that barrel or the ramp.
Barrel or the ramp? Which will you choose today? And let's see here on this wave, looking a little peaky-ish. Not too much wall.
Big carve.
Carve to dig rail to barrel. How was that combo?
That stumble kind of acted like a little stall to get in that barrel there.
Yeah, that's what it was. It wasn't a... Whoa,
Whoa.
He hit all the boxes. He got barreled, he dug his rail, he hit the lip, he did a cutback, and then he flipped
tried to do
out
an
at the
alley-oop,
end.
yeah.
he started losing his mind at the end there.
Yeah. He was like, let me show you some variation, all right?
I mean, what's the complete ride out here right now? Barrel, air, turn, cut back, floater, and then you hit the reef on the inside for good luck.
I don't know how lucky that is.
Oh, coming with no fins, you're like, yeah, at least I made the air.
Oh, the worst is when you go to duck dive and your board just straight hits the reef.
You know who I want
on
to
your
see
knuckles.
surf? Is Noah Dean.
That was a sick carve. Little stumble, but right into a kick stall.
That was deliberate. He had to stall a little bit more.
Yeah.
Lane's just that good.
He had to
that's why.
slow down. He's like, I'll just dig a rail to slow down.
I mean, look at him. That looks like a Mason Hole board.
He's like, all right, if we're slowing down, I'll get in the barrel. That's fine. I'll adjust.
Let's bring it.
Okay.
Right to
There's
the
a
section
ramp?
right here.
Yeah.
Oh.
Let's do a flip spin. Sure. Why not?
I see a board through there, and I think Noah Dean may be coming up in the next heat, if I'm not mistaken. I love the way that Bata surfs out here, especially in conditions like this. You guys are in for an absolute smoker the next heat. Baron Mamiya, Noah Dean, Craig Anderson, and Matahi Drolet. Between Noah and Baron, I know Craig is no stranger to the air either. I think we may see the biggest air of the event so far. I will go out on the limb saying Noah Dean has a chance to absolutely shock the world in a contest right now.
Who do you think's got the biggest air right now? One of John, that straight air?
Who's got the biggest air right now?
So far.
Nate Fletcher, I think. I mean, completed, ridden out.
I'm like, isn't Nate
Fletcher
Fletcher the contest director?
Yeah. Did you not see his air out here at Pipeline? How high it is?
When, this morning? Oh, no, I'm talking about today. I'm not talking about
today, the biggest air?
Obviously,
I mean,
Fletcher.
if we're going to say air in this contest, we got to say made air, right? So
yeah.
There hasn't been that many made airs that were very outstanding, I should say. There's been a few little rotations.
But John was pretty high. That one
John's air was super high.
Yeah.
Definitely, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess anybody could do a high air and fly out the back, right?
That one where he rotated. That one where he rotated though and pulled it.
Oh yeah, that was sick.
That was sick. That was pretty high.
That was a sick air.
And he I love the way he projected
out into the flats.
Yeah.
You're right. That was a super sick. I thought you meant the one he went way high, and he never stopped.
No, not the left, the right. I mean,
yes,
he's hit the air so many times. It's hard to keep track.
More of a flowing, and he got rewarded for that. I'm pretty sure because he's up in the lead right now with 57 points, and John Florence is no stranger to leading heats and world titles out here at Pipeline. I mean, there's nothing you can really say about John that hasn't been said. He is definitely one of the best surfers in the history of the sport. And
5 minutes remaining.
4 minutes and 55 seconds on the clock here. And we're greeted by a special guest. Thank you so much to VANS and all the hands that have prepared this event behind the scenes so that these surfers can perform out here in a Pipeline Masters. I mean, it takes so many people, from parking lot attendants to security to police officers,
water patrol,
administration, water patrol, judges, cooks, chefs, assistants, whatever it may be. We want to thank you guys very much. Everyone behind the camera, because it takes a massive team and a massive togetherness to pull this off. I want to say thank you very much. We have the best team in the world here working on this contest today. And,
all the editors.
Yeah, thank you guys very much for helping portray and project the sport of surfing into the future here at the VANS Pipe Masters 2023. 3 minutes and 52 seconds left. John Florence in the lead, Nate Florence in second, Ivan Florence in third, Emil Zermak in fourth in this heat right now. Once again, your current top 10.
Looks like everybody's kind of stuck in that current right now.
Is on fire. John Florence will be, and pretty much is the guy to beat, I would say, in this event with the type of format that we have. John can click all those boxes.
Yeah, definitely.
All those boxes with his eyes closed. And definitely has tricks up his sleeves that he hasn't pulled out yet. Looks like the ocean is going to sleep on us a little bit.
Look at that rip.
It just looks like a perfect channel right now. With current ripping right through the middle of it. And just making it that much more tricky, that much harder to navigate for our competitors out there in the water. who probably wish there were 10 or 12-foot west sets coming across that reef right now. But right now we got lots of current and not that many waves. Ooh.
This one might materialize into something.
Huh?
This one right here. You see
You definitely got to get creative today. I mean, here's Nate Florence on his creative board, right? He's riding that smaller. I mean, look at him through that barrel.
That wave looked like almost nothing, and look what he.
There's
what he
almost
made out of
nothing that can stop the guy. I mean, any barrel he pulls into, he's pretty much coming out. Emio just a little dolphin dive there at the end of that one.
Some of these barrels these guys come out of behind the foam ball. I can never get past that foam ball at backdoor.
Well, these smaller days, it's you just kind of push through, pump, you know. And
yeah, but look at you and look at me.
Yeah, I get stuck a lot easier in the barrel than you do.
No, you got the muscle. You got the
I fill
upper
up the
body.
barrel too much sometimes.
You got the linebacker to like push through that.
Yeah, but I'm not playing football.
Sometimes surfing backdoor feels like football. I've been tackled from behind out there.
Oh, definitely.
Blown my knee out.
Definitely Troy Polamalu coming out of that foam ball and just running you straight over. Sometimes you think, oh, I got this, and it's like, nah.
Nice doggy door
But talking
exit.
about got this, Nate Florence got this, no problem. He's in, he's out, and he's got his GoPro and his mount. Look at this guy. I wonder if he's going to use that clip to
Look
learn
at that
anything.
perfect doggy door exit. Like you timed that perfectly.
You said the key word today, KK, timing. Today will be all about timing. And speaking of timing, it's almost time for us to take a rest. We got 53 seconds on the clock.
That was an awesome heat.
That was an amazing heat. John with that 23.50 to add to his top line. 23.5, 18.10, and 15.40. As Emio just absolutely cracking that first turn. Trying to find something to happen on the inside, and the wave just not cooperating. Unfortunately, looks like we have John Florence on a foamy one, if I'm not mistaken, out the back. Somehow this guy will turn this into an alley-oop or something.
He's going to turn it into something. He can make something out of nothing.
Nose pick, the good kind. And that is the end of our heat 4 of round 2. We have Ivan just dropping in here
after the horn
and just going absolutely
cracking
straight up on that backside turn. I love that thing. That was probably the best turn of the heat so far.
12 o'clock.
12 o'clock, and talking about the clock, we are about to hand the clock over to none other than Dr. Cliff Capono and his compadre, Mr. Salema Masakela. Welcome back to all of you out there. We will be right back. We're be in good hands, and we'll see you guys soon. We hope.
Okay.
Oh, the honesty of one Makuakai Rothman, and you cannot beat it. He and Keala just out here, unedited truths. Dr. Cliff Capono, Salema Masakela here with you. Round 2, heat 5, and we were talking outside, out on the deck about like this day, right? Like, all right, it's not the pipeline that you have come to know and love at all. It does not resemble the pipeline you've come to know and love at all. But there is, in this 3-round format, in which your 3 best waves count, and these waves are not being judged against yesterday's waves, if you are low down that list, this is an opportunity for you to flourish and get yourself up into that top floor. Look at Nathan Florence with that last backdoor surprise barrel that he got. Judges rewarding accordingly. He's like, John, you're not going to be up here by yourself. I'm right here with you. It's an opportunity. Noah Beshin in his heat, you know.
In top 4 now.
Now in top 4. And someone was asking me, like, well, aren't they judging? Like, no, yesterday didn't even happen.
Yeah.
In the bigger picture,
yeah,
yesterday doesn't exist. And that's therein lies the opportunity of seeing who's really well-rounded, who can do all of the things, Dr. Kopono.
And it's cool because this is an invitational. They're strategically chosen because of their ability to ride the barrel and be able to get out in the air, which makes it so interesting where I don't think people have this. I'm sure it's never a perfect list, obviously, when it comes down to invitations, but there's a lot less drama around before how it'd be the championship tour has all these points to qualify down to say the Triple Crown. And some people feel that if they're not surfing these types of waves, but you get to the end of the year, do they deserve to be here? Do they not? Do the locals feel a bit weird about it? You know, there's all these types of conversations where in this contest, they're chosen because I think everyone on this list has the ability to ride big barrels and do big maneuvers. So it's a cool contest to be able to watch and know, hey, it's small today.
Yeah.
Cool for big moves.
As we see the band of brothers and the honorary fourth brother in Emil.
Yeah, if he had his beard. See, he might be too young for the
He needs a beard. Listen, if you're going to be a fourth Florence, we're going to need you to get that farming going on the beard. But just love to see the competitive camaraderie amongst Nathan, Ivan, and John. I love how you just saw Nathan be like, yo, Emil, you're with us. You're one of the brothers. Get in the photo.
Yeah, that's a good crew. It's going to be interesting to see here today. Now these are all aerial.
A bunch of specialists. Noah Dean can send it. Baramamia. Not afraid. If he can find a section. Baron, of course, about to start his third year on tour. Oh, almost made that whip around.
This is also the potential for some injuries. A day like today with the limbs and the ligaments.
Oh, why are you out here jinxing?
I hope not. I mean, I hope not for sure. But it's like, it's carnage to be had. Don't wait. Yeah.
But yeah, Noah Dean, Tahi Drolet, Craig Anderson, arguably one of the most iconic air humans. So many incredible video parts over the years. Somehow Craig Anderson's 35 years old. But Tahi's not afraid to let his wings fly.
No, I'm sure. You know, when it comes down to the Tahitian waves, though, the waves that he's surfing, I'm sure there's the beach breaks in Papara. And then there's some places, Papino'o on the east side. But, you know, he's become notorious for big, scary barrels.
Big, scary barrels. Craig Anderson also unafraid of big, scary barrels on really small boards.
Yeah.
Classic knock-kneed style with the little hand wings. He had an ankle injury in April that he's recovering from, so hasn't really been surfing a whole lot. As we see Noah Dean scratching into a little back door.
Noah's got the front traction. Big turn into the whitewater.
Looked like he was hoping that section was going to give him a ramp, and then last minute was like, there's no boost here, so let me try to lay into it.
Now, sometimes you think the water is going to be, it's just a whitewater here on the North Shore.
Right.
And then it hits you, and you're like, whoa.
That was actually a little bit more.
Yeah. Small car.
Noah Dean bringing back the front traction.
Yeah.
Like making it that front foot deck, much like Christian Fletcher back in the day. Now it's muy popular. As we will check in right now with Mahina Florence and her brother-in-law, Mr. John Florence.
My brother-in-law, John. Okay, we want to break down on your airs out there.
Well, I tried a lot. I think I made one. Made a little backside one, but it was definitely fun. Backdoor is always fun when it's like this. It's really rippable. But yeah, I wish I would have made one of the ones on the right.
Was there a specific reason why you weren't able to make it out there today?
Yeah, it's a little wonky, and the wind's kind of blowing into the lefts right now, so it makes it a little harder on the rights. But sometimes you do and sometimes you don't. I think that's just with airs in general.
So you are on tour and you've got a lot of cool things going on. So is this competition what you do just to stay warm and stay active, or is this for fun, or a little bit of everything?
This event's just really for fun for me. You know, getting to surf with my brothers in heats like this is pretty awesome. The format is so different from the tour competition or the Olympics or anything like that, and so it's really hard to relate it in that sense. But to get to surf pipe with 3 people out on the water is pretty amazing. So you don't get that opportunity very often, so it's just fun to do that.
And then you just went on an incredible adventure in New Zealand. You went with your wife, Lauren, for the first half, and then you ended it with Eric, which is one of your best friends and your filmers. Tell us how that was over there in New Zealand, and was there any inspiration for you to kind of just go on this soul trip, I would say, right?
Yeah, just the last couple of years, I feel like we've been trying to spend a lot of time in one place on a trip somewhere, try to get to know the place. Like we did Fiji for 3 months there before, and then this year going to New Zealand and spending a lot of time there, and had never really been there before, and so the people are amazing, the waves are amazing, the country is just incredible, and so yeah, it's kind of what my mom did with us when we were little, going to these places for a long time and hanging and sitting, and so and getting to know the place really well, and so I felt like just doing that again this year was pretty amazing to do that.
Perfect. I can't wait to join next year, Nathan. And
yeah.
And how cold was that water that you jumped in?
It was freezing. The glacier water was freezing.
And is there anything that you're focusing on just to pull it all together for this year? Like, what is your main goal?
I think for me in general, it's hard. I think the Olympics is probably my main goal, world title after that. And there's just a lot going on this year, and I learned a lot from last year on our tour season, and so just kind of slowly working into a routine and refining those things, and yeah, hopefully it's my best year yet. I'm excited.
All right, let's do this. 2024. Thank you, brother. We love and appreciate you.
Thank you, Mahina. What an interesting and well-rounded person. You know, this guy's talking about his goals of Olympics and a world title, and then also talking about not being a tourist but a traveler, and like getting in and getting to know culture, and how his mom made that possible for him and his brothers. Casually steps into the lead. This isn't a fun event that I'm in the lead of, and we are joined right now in the booth by the former leader, the one and only Mikey February. Hello, sir.
Hey, thanks for having me.
If someone's gonna take over the top spot from you, I guess it's flattering that it's John.
It kind of makes sense, to be honest. Yeah, I think it definitely makes the most sense. I was stoked yesterday just to be in the top for a little bit. I had a really fun day, and but yeah, I think it was fun watching John in the last heat. He had some, I don't know, I feel like he surfs all these waves every day, and he's just, you know, I feel like it's all the clips that you kind of see from him, you know, every day, just having fun. And I mean, he's just such a fun surfer from, you know, 1 foot to, you know, all the way up. So it's just always fun to watch him surf. And I mean, he's at home, and it completely makes sense that he's arguably the best surfer out here. So yeah.
Does it get you kind of fired up to take a bit more flight? Because we know you can. I think, like I was telling Salema earlier during your heat, I think people like the industry is interesting because we have these characters that get pushed out on us. Sometimes they don't quite fit. It's a moment in time, and it doesn't quite fit our overall expression. And to know that you are an incredible aerialist, you've been not only a judge but also competitor stab high events. You're just as comfortable on thrusters as you are on singles. Are you changing up your game plan now, or are you kind of sticking true to just waiting for some big barrels?
I mean, I don't know what the conditions are going to be like after today. I mean, I feel like this morning, obviously, you know, the waves were kind of, I think to get a good score, you're kind of having to go to the air or do something pretty radical, I guess. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like there's a time and a place for everything, and different boards for different times. And, you know, definitely this morning, that was definitely in the back of my mind. I mean, but it's always hard to kind of like switch over, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think I've ridden a, you know, regular, just normal thruster. I mean, obviously yesterday riding a step up, but, you know, kind of something that you're ripping on more it's always an adjustment. Yeah, but it's fun. I guess that's what makes it interesting.
talk to us about yesterday. I mean, obviously you wake up, it's pumping. You know, you had such a strong performance as well last year that I'm sure just helps to build your confidence in relationship with pipe and backdoor. But your heat was really, really, really special. Take us through, you know, especially that first wave, and then the welcome to Hawaii that you got.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think just being in the Pipe Masters or just any event at Pipe is really special, and you're just, you know, just so grateful, really. And before my heat, I was chatting to Nate Fletcher, and he was just like, you know what, there's going to be heats that are on and off, and I guess the best thing is just to kind of get a rhythm going and start catching some waves, and just, you know, I think naturally things will, you know, you'll kind of build. But yeah, and luckily I started off, you know, right in the beginning, and then the boys got some really good ones after, and I guess then I was like, okay, this makes sense. You know, the heat's turning on, and these guys are going to get waves, and, you know, they got some big scores. And then, yeah, I kind of just kept busy, kept doing my thing and trying to get some fun ones and enjoying just catching waves out there. And then next thing, yeah, I got one backdoor one, which was kind of average, and then kind of got worked for about 10 minutes or something. Just getting like sucked out but in, and just kind of in the middle where you just don't know if you should go in or paddle back out. And, you know, I thought I snapped my board or leash a couple times, and just, you know, got the lungs going and everything.
Wait,
but
did your leash come off,
Oh,
Craig?
oh.
Oh, yikes.
Almost to the nose there.
Yeah.
But your leash was intact.
I swear I seen both your feet in the air and off the wall, like you're down.
Even when I paddled out, the boys at off the wall were like checking to see if I was okay, and then paddled out and definitely wasn't in the zone that I would normally sit, and that one came through that Mason didn't go on. And I mean,
Did he call you into it?
No, he was super deep, and I think he just paddled over it, and yeah, got that one, which was really fun. And yeah, it was a nice reward after all the paddling and getting held under.
Breathing exercises.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
That was well done.
Nice
Everyone was
reward.
real pumped. Pumped to see you get those waves. Oh, Noah.
Oh, silky.
Too easy.
He makes it look way too easy.
Both of these guys.
Yeah. Craig, almost full.
What do you love distinctly about, you know, when you take a look at Noah and Craig, both good friends, both from Southern Australia, unique styles? What do you see?
You know, I guess, I mean, Craig, I mean, I've loved watching his surfing growing up, and he's been such an inspiration, to be honest. And, you know, I think it's hard to make things look as easy as he makes them, you know, really effortless and beautiful. And then you get someone like Noah who just got that style, but also just like real like aggression and kind of that raw power, which is really fun to watch. And just creative, I guess.
Yeah.
Both of those guys, super creative, and the lines that they draw, and
What makes kind of these styles and creativity to you stand out? Because this is a hard part that surfers, I feel, have articulating what's aesthetically pleasing and what's not. What is, for you, what is aesthetically pleasing?
I mean, you know, I think for me personally, I think it's seeing guys obviously make things look easy, but then I think just doing the right things at the right time and not forcing things. I feel like everyone's definition is different, but personally for me, what's really I value a lot is just seeing people, you know, just show appreciation for wave and a balance of creativity and drawing unique lines, but then also, you know, just doing whatever the wave allows as opposed to just trying to, like, you know, just force it. Yeah.
Dictating.
Yeah, being like, I'm going to try this no matter what. Like, you know, I kind of like it when there's those subtle adjustments and those unique little lines drawn. And yeah.
As Cliff pointed out earlier, you are no stranger to unique craft. Obviously, the CI twin pin has become a fan favorite because of what they see you do on that board. You're comfortable on single fins, mid lengths, small sort of wingy craft, and you can also go ham on a traditional shortboard. At what point did you realize in your journey, like, I'm not going to follow the pack just from a traditional performance, and I'm going to express myself according to sort of what the wave is offering and curiosity of craft.
You know, I think you know, jumping outside of competitive surfing, I think that obviously helped a lot because, you know, obviously competitive surfing has, you know, that box that you kind of have to fit in, and it makes sense because everyone rides the same surfboards. But I think stepping outside of that and having freedom to just have different types of surfs with different boards and different conditions and just feel different things is, you know, I guess once you get to feel that, it's quite a nice feeling and enjoyable and kind of feels like it makes sense. But yeah, I think just having that freedom, you know, had like, I don't know, 10, 12 years of competing, doing that, riding the same sort of boards consistently, and, you know, I just, you know, time for a change and being able to enjoy some other stuff, yeah.
Well, we definitely have enjoyed what has come from that. We'll talk more about that and your relationship with Britt and the coming, how that the board came to fruition with that twin pin. When we come back, we'll take a little break here in this men's round 2 on a beautiful, chill but beautiful Sunday here at the VANS Pipe Masters.
They got rid of the AC that used to be in here, huh?
Welcome back. Live from the majestic pipeline, blue skies, and little cumulonimbus. Are those the right clouds?
Yeah, I'm not a meteorologist. That's out of my space.
You're a doctor only of the ocean, not the sky.
You asking Mikey?
Salema Masekele here with Dr. Cliff Capono and our guest being so gracious to hang out with us, Mikey February. Mikey, do you feel the pressure of you know, you have this regard for your style, and people are like, oh, you're the most stylish person. I love your style. Love your style. Does it ever mess with you, sort of perception-wise, and how you see yourself?
Not really, to be honest. I mean, there's so many people that I look up to for style, and there's so many people that I honestly think have even way more polished styles that I, you know, end up watching, and I'm like, you know, I don't know. I kind of just, you know, kind of look at those guys and not really focusing on myself too much, and yeah, I don't know. I feel like personally you go through phases and you just enjoy what you're doing, and just honestly having fun with that, and you know, just kind of just take whatever path comes and enjoy it. Really, I'm not too phased about like. Yeah, I don't think about myself too personally, but
not hypercritical.
No, not too critical. Just I'd rather just keep having fun doing different things, and yeah, see where that goes.
What's your relationship like with Britt Merrick? You know, in order for you guys to come together and have this board become so impactful in that twin pin.
Well, yeah, that was really fun. I mean, that was, you know, the closest relationship that I've ever had to a surfboard, and you know, we got to sort of. That was when I just got off tour, and I was like, you know, it started really lightly, just like, hey, I would like a twin fin that's going to go fun at J-Bay and those points and stuff. And I guess, you know, we just end up doing like a round tail twin, and, you know, he had took some inspiration from his dad's old, like bottom contours and stuff, and got to work on that for like, you know, a year and a half, 2 years, and it was, yeah, really fun because, you know, just built such a close relationship with Britt and obviously that surfboard, and just a really cool connection. Even now, like trying to think of other models and stuff like that, there's so much out there, you almost feel like you're just copying someone else. But, you know, for me that was, you know, kind of at this stage where I got out of competing, and so it was just all right time, right place, and, you know, just nice connection, I guess, on
How much do the fins effect. How many
nice turn before that?
Yeah.
renditions of fins did you go through before finding that template that you and Britt came up with?
Yeah, a couple. You know, in the past I never really, you know, dug much into fins. I feel like I just stuck to that, you know, sort of AM template because it just kind of works, which it still does. But with twin fins, that was a new thing, and you know, there's so much work to be done on that. But yeah, we kind of just, you know, kind of got something that was really balanced and stuff, and but there wasn't really something out there that existed that worked specifically for that board. But over time, we kind of, you know, got something going, and there was a lot of versions for sure. Same as the board, like, yeah, good few.
So how many twin fins do you have in your quiver for this winter season?
I only have 2. I snapped 1, and then yeah, I've just got like a 6/4 twin pin lying around. But I don't know why I kind of try to keep it safe and just have some respectful pipe and, you know, stay on the thruster, because, you know, I don't want to be too cheeky and try and ride a twin fin, because, you know, maybe on a smaller day it's a little bit more, you know, a little bit more confidence doing that. But I don't know, not there yet. Still got some work to do on those things. Yeah.
Well, I'm sure the pipeline is grateful for your respect for her, as we saw yesterday from your offerings at Backdoor. Creatively, you've made some really cool projects. You know, the sonic migrations. What do you have left that you're excited? Give us a little glimpse of the things that you want to make. I love your passion for music, and I feel like for you, surfing is musical and a dance, and the way you're interested in plugging into different cultures and sort of surfing to the rhythm of where you're at. So what's next in that realm for you?
Yeah, I mean, I really enjoy that side of surfing. It takes you to a lot of many amazing places with a lot of amazing people and cultures, but also the music is, I feel like the music in a place is the same as the way the ocean is in a location. It's always unique. It's the same thing, but it's like, it's so unique. It's got like a different tempo, different kind of vibe to anywhere else in the world, and it's specific to that location. And that's the same with the music, really. And it just feels like, I don't know, since we've sort of taken that like approach, it's been really fun, because it's kind of let the music and the ocean sort of dictate how everything evolves and what comes of it. But yeah, just honestly just going to more places and trying to connect those dots in a fun way, and obviously get good waves and ride fun boards and meet cool people, and yeah, just keep doing that, really.
Have you, Baron, up and riding?
Oh, nice little smash from Baron. I love his stocky, low approach, because that wave did not have much. A little gutless there in the end after the first turn.
Have you gotten to hear some of the Hawaiian music? Have you got to taste of it?
Not enough. Maybe a little taste. There's a few people that there's some guy. Yeah, no, just a little taste.
Are you into the analog, or you with vinyls? And
yeah, definitely.
This guy?
There might be some. There's some places. There's some music here. A lot of the North Shore in the 70s. They're listening to a band called Kalapana.
Okay.
And the first time I met Sean Thompson,
yeah,
he asked me, "Is this Mate for a turn, a drift, and re-entry?" But I met Sean Thompson, and he's like, "Oh, you're from Hawaii?" I was like, "Oh yeah." He's like, "You listen to Kalapana?" And I was like, "Bro, how do you know about Kalapana?" But there's a movie called Many Classic Moments.
Okay.
And it was filmed on the North Shore by Gary Capel in a time when there was a transition from photographs to video. Mm-hmm. And this guy Gary, he couldn't get in with the Surfer magazine photographers, so he went and he found some guys who didn't get pictures from the Surfer magazines, and it just so happened to be this ragtag group of Hawaiians known as Buttons, Dane Kealoha, Larry Bertelman, and he created a film called Many Classic Moments with a soundtrack scored by Kalapana.
No way.
And it ended up being the introduction to a lot of these Hawaiians contribution in revolutionizing the way surfing.
That's amazing.
So if you can turn on some Kalapana.
Need to find that, yeah. I know. I mean, there's a lot of rich history with music here, right? I mean, even like, I know a couple, I don't know, Jimi Hendrix and,
yeah,
you know, Hawaii too.
Throughout
Mikey, there's this. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead. Oh, yeah. I was just tacking on. Yeah. I mean, all the way out through 70s.
Yeah.
Then Jimmy. I mean, you got Bob that came here all the way to Pennywise and Sublime. They all had time out here.
Yeah. When it comes to the continent and the future of the continent in its contribution here in surfing, it's, you know, we have you here. It's obviously awesome to have Sharif here, first West African and Senegalese person to be in the Pipe Masters. But the continent is having its moment as people are really discovering that the richness and the diversity of surf culture in Africa. What does the future look like as Africa is sort of beginning to have its rise and the world's taking notice?
Oh, it's very exciting, honestly. Like, I mean, especially the last few years. I mean, seeing people like Sharif and guys like Jose and from Jeba and stuff, and just seeing how, you know, the world is really excited about Africa and these places and these amazing people, and also just see the level of surfing kind of grow in many different ways. There's so many amazing communities doing amazing work, and it's crazy how much surfing has had such a positive impact. And I know, you know, obviously a lot of these other nations have a lot of people in surfing and the industry is pretty alive and well, but, you know, being African, it's a proud moment because it's, you know, I feel like it's still the very beginning and there's a lot to come, but just through these little things like, I don't know, having people like Sharif and in these sort of events, it does such a big, has such a big impact on these communities and young generation of people who can see what's possible. And yeah, I just feel like, you know, this is just the beginning for even people like Sharif. I mean, in a couple of years, he could be, you know, kind of, I mean, I'm sure in the next round he'll be charging out here, but, you know, in the next couple of years, we'll just see more and more, and it's just going to grow, and it's just the only beginning. So it's cool to be, you know, just around during this exciting time,
Yeah. If you can see it, you can be it, is the motto, and I got to give you your flowers. I mean, the impact that you have had in your career for so many young kids that look like you and seeing the possibility of surfing is, and the way you've carried it. Oh, Craig!
We had that.
That's style. The way you've carried it, you know, it's not easy to suddenly have this weird responsibility that you didn't ask for and how people see you, but you have been an incredible ambassador for the continent, and you are inspiring so many to come behind you. So just immense congratulations on this part of the journey, and we're excited for all the places that it can go, and the way that you're holding the door open for others.
Thanks. Yeah, I know. We get, I don't know, given so many nice opportunities with, you know, especially from like VANS to do projects in Africa, you know, creative, fun projects, but also supporting initiatives like our charities and things like that, and even inviting people like myself and Sharif to events like this means a lot, and, you know, yeah.
It's awesome. Well, enjoy the rest of your time here. It's lovely to get to see you and your family and your not so little boy. Watching you in dad mode.
Oh, thanks. It's the best. I mean, being here with the family and getting to enjoy Hawaii in so many different ways is just the best thing ever. Yeah.
Awesome, man. Well, thank you for taking the time with us. And that's going to do it for round 2, heat 5. Noah Dean making the most out of that situation. And right on cue, he takes us out.
Epic. Thanks, brother Mikey.
To be continued. We look forward to Mikey February's performance in round 3.
Heat 6 is on.
What a just solid and grounded human being.
He knows what's, he's not
switched on.
Yeah, he's not getting too excited too early.
No. He's sitting deep in the awareness, and yeah, let's not forget he's in that second spot right behind John. And so we're having a look at Bruno Santos. This heat, Bruno Santos, Lucas Chianca, young Finn McGill, and Makana Peng in round 2, heat 6. And listen, we're not going to sugarcoat it. These conditions are sluggish, challenging, but everyone's got the same conditions and they're making the most of it. And as we said at the start of the last heat, this is an opportunity to move up the leaderboard in conditions that are not trying to damage your life.
I think it's kind of interesting too to see. We look at like, oh, John, that guy is going to do crazy stuff. Blue view from the blue moons every session, and we're just expecting front flips. And then you see, okay, air reverses are what's on the table, today. And then you can see against other people what they're doing. Just picking on John because, he's so amazing out here. But you look at people like Craig, you look at people like Noah, Eitan, Sean Manners. Oh, Lucas Chumbo. You're looking at what's the relationship that these people have to today, and in a not so great way we compare, but it's entertaining at least.
Yeah. We've been giving out bags of cash the last couple days for unique performances, and I see that Holly has got a bag of some cash in a human.
Hey guys, yeah, I'm here with Mateus, and we got a bag of cash for that nice full rotation alley-oop. And we also have some Fat Tire beers right here for you. I know you're here for a few months. What are you going to spend your cash on?
Probably going to spend on food here. It's very expensive. But yeah. You, thanks.
Yeah, cheers, guys.
Yeah.
Love the honesty. I mean, anytime you take a stroll through Foodland to go shopping, I got a little condo, so I got a fridge and a stove.
Hey.
The prices are challenging to the soul as we see that alley-oop. I landed on the lip. This was in heat 2. Descends right in there, super technical, holds it together.
Stomps it.
Count it. We were talking about Mateus's strike rate, that great stat when he was at Stab High in Costa Rica, landing
30%.
35%.
35%. Yeah.
Hall of Fame numbers.
Talking about percent, Hawaii imports over 80% of their goods and services from the continent and elsewhere.
We can
America,
go
North America.
Long road of story about how that was once the inverse.
Oh yeah, that definitely. Hawaii sustained pre-contact approximately the same amount of population as it does today, without any imports from the outside. And actually, one of the interesting imports that they did bring in that was brought into the culture is salmon. There was a strong relationship between the Hawaiian people and the trade ships to the Pacific Northwest. So shout out to the Oregon, Washington coastlines. What do we got here? It's Makana. The gift, Pang.
A little light shampoo.
And Finn going for a big, corrupt. Are we still calling those things corrupt?
I believe
flips?
we're still calling those corrupt flips.
Or Sierra flips. What where are we going with this now?
Sierra flips. I like that one. Well, also shout out to Joao Chianca, Lucas's brother.
Yeah.
Who's you see Lucas here on this little left. There's a wind that's been kicking up here in the last hour. You can see those rips coming across. But Joao Chianca, beginning of last week, had a really scary event out here at Pipeline and over the falls. You see Makana Peng on the right, probably gonna smash this little belter.
Trying to ride it out, little rodeo style.
Taken out at the knees there. Yeah, Joao Chianca going over the falls, sort of ejecting from a takeoff, trying to pin drop to the bottom. Not sure exactly what happened, but he did experience a head injury underneath and ended up under a succession of waves, and this literally like global award-winning North Shore lifeguards just kicking into action. Surfers that were in the water kicking into action. I believe Eli Olsen was also in the water at the time. They were able to get him treatment and to safety, and he is recovering. He's got a long recovery, but he is going to recover, so we send out love to him and his entire family. And how about, what we were talking about yesterday, for Lucas to know that my brother's going through this thing, but I'm going to come and represent for us and still do my thing in this event.
Yeah, it's killer to see Jumbo in this event, because I think his big wave prowess might even overshadow his tube riding skills and his progression. You see him at like wave pools and small waves. He's got all the tricks. I think he just focuses on his energy on a lot of the tall stuff.
Well, we're going to check in with Holly.
Hey.
Who you got, Holly?
I got Greg Anderson down here. Obviously, the waves aren't so good yet today compared to yesterday, but still contestable. Tell us what you think.
Yeah, I kind of had a proper shocker out there. I mean, I struggled to find a wave yesterday, and then, I try to keep busy, but had some pretty bad wave selection. But it was fun. No one out. It's always funny surfing with Noz. Yeah, endless laughs with him. But yeah, it was fun.
And what are you looking for in the next round? Hopefully you get, something more substantial, but you're just trying to get that one, hey?
Yeah, love to get that one pipe bomb. But yeah, it's up to Mother Nature. But hopefully I'll put myself in the spot and one will come my way.
And how many times do you surf pipe when you're not in this event?
I've surfed it a couple times when I was younger, but yeah, since then. I sat out the other day for about 3 or 4 hours. I don't even think I paddled for a wave. It was pretty intense, a lot of hungry guys. But yeah, maybe 3 or 4 other times. But it's nice to look at. It's a beautiful wave. But yeah, I'll have to keep the contest rashy on if I'm going to get one.
Yeah, sweet. All right, cheers, Craig. Thanks, have a good day. Thanks, mate.
Thanks, Holly. And Greg. Greg Anderson. Greg Endo.
Craig is he's not an aggressive surfer. He's notorious for sitting waiting to get his waves, and I love his description of his cryptic description of the lineup at pipe when it's fully rammed, and how he just sat and watched people who were hungry to get waves.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it'd be really cool to watch him stroking some classic pipe. He got a couple of nice ones last year.
Yeah,
As you see our competitors on the treadmill.
Yeah.
Call it the treadmill because when you get caught in that rip current, you find yourself doing a cardio dance trying to get back into position because it pulls you.
It's almost like you can see the sand just, either they're moving more in the sandbar or that sand just kind of filling in more and more after each set. Oh, Makana, GoPro, kickouts. So not to cause a frenzy, I heard a lot of GoPros fell out into the water the last day and today. So I don't know if the community wants to remove the lithium batteries off of the reef. That might be a good thing while the waves are small.
A few got lost, you said?
Quite a few. Finn.
Oh, Finn, nice. Spicy.
Oh, Finn, there you go.
Yeah, Finn. There we go.
Former pipeline champion. Oh, Jumbo. Wow. Snappy.
Yeah, Finn McGill, originally born in Oceanside, and then his family came here to the North Shore, and he and his sister Dax McGill, shout out to Dax, who's living in Oceanside with her husband and their new baby. But Finn, his performance is here from a young age, right around 16. He was part of that first real young generation of kids who were like, no, we can do this at a high level here at Pipeline.
Yeah, he was a scrawny little thing back then, and looks like he filled into a man, and he's getting bombs out there now.
Yeah, he won the Billabong Pipe Masters trials. That was in 2016 at 16, and then ended up getting a wild card into the CT event that year. What a way to make your statement.
Right, and won the Triple Crown.
Yeah, won the Triple Crown.
Yeah. So digital Triple Crown.
Triple Crown nonetheless.
Triple Crown nonetheless.
That was the 2023 digital Triple Crown, yeah, last year.
Yeah, I think that's what he credits why he's in the contest.
Yeah.
He wasn't originally invited and went out and did something about it.
Got $50,000, and also, by the way, you get into the Pipe Masters. Not bad.
Bruno staying busy. He's been getting a bunch of waves.
Well, you look at these places on the leaderboard with especially Finn, Bruno, and Lucas there, 18th, 27th, and 28th. Respectfully, they've got an opportunity in this heat. Should they be able to get a section that allows them to get a really, really strong score, to walk away with 20 points, can change. One wave can change your destiny here before they head into the third round. Especially not knowing what kind of conditions we're going to have.
In my mind, Chumbo, I would say Chumbo, given the right section, he probably could throw down and land something really big. Just because he, not only is a great athlete, but also just he does all the strap things and the towing and he's like him and Kai, they're tow partners, Lenny, and they're on that same. Let's just go fast and let's go big. And how they treat their regime is almost like how those NASCAR or the F1 drivers do it, or all those like people who are like running with oxygen things on them and
they're
wires.
doing all the things.
Yeah, they're Red Bull.
When you think of Chumbo and Kai Lenny, the phrase used to be, "Oh, yeah, I know that person's good from 2 to 20." But you have to scratch that. It's like, no, 2 to 60.
Yeah, 2 to 200 now. They're like, I mean, wouldn't be surprised they're like flying airplanes. Something like they're all over the place doing weird things.
We love it. After this wave,
Makana. Oh,
it is tough going out there trying to find negotiable sections to flare up on.
I mean, 30 minutes is really not that much time.
And as we wait for another set, we will take a quick break here in Heat 6, Round 2. All smiles on a beautiful day here at the VANS Pipe Masters. Welcome back. You are looking at a just iconic coastline here on the beautiful North Shore of Oahu, here at the VANS Pipe Masters.
Finn, big turn.
As we see Finn McGill.
Oh. I don't know what that was.
Talking about how he used to be a skinny kid. He was showing us, like, I got some girth and throw some power into it now. Here in round 2, Heat 6, Makana Pang, Lucas Chianca, Finn McGill, and Bruno Santos, who's just on screen.
You can see again back into this coastline. One of the few places you see mountain to the sea right on the beach. Close proximity, and a point out in the distance along the Waialua coastline. Looking
I love those when people get those good backdoor waves with the GoPro in their mouth, and you can literally, you're in the barrel looking out, and you can see kind of point as people are driving through giant barrels.
Bruno trying to find something here a little too deep. Can't quite make it. And Finn with this big turn.
That was a nice big hammer turn. Got caught up in the soup here. But you know, shout out to all these competitors who just are doing their all to make the best of what they got on tap.
Yeah, they know it's time to just chip away at getting scores, because you never know what the forecast. Right now, oh, Finn.
Oh, Finn.
Turn to a
dance floor is hot, Finn McGill. Nice combo.
Right now the forecast doesn't look the greatest, but that could change. Could be really good.
Yes.
So we got Holly down back on the beach with.
She's on standby.
Oh.
I am here. Are we on? We're on. I'm here with Taichi and Taro, and just trying to get their vibes on what the conditions are like. Tell us what you're thinking.
Yeah, I mean, there's some sections for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, just gonna go out there, have fun. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks fun. It's not exactly what you'd hope, but it's beautiful, and there's some rippable waves, so should be fun.
Sweet. And how well do you guys know each other?
I've known of him for since I was like 12 probably, but yeah, I mean, we just started hanging out more and surfing more, and we just went to the bay like a month ago, which is sick, and but yeah, gonna have fun out there.
And what's the vibes in the water? Anyone hassling or anything, or is it good vibes out there with you guys?
No, just kidding.
So it's all good.
Yeah, we're chilling. Good energy, yeah.
All right, and you guys just on normal shortboards, or?
I think I might ride like a little ASIM.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. My friend Kobo shaped it.
Kobo? Ah, shout out Kobo to Hobo.
Yeah, the Hobo. Yeah. Get over here.
Sick.
Yeah, I'm just on a 6-0, just a normal board.
Alrighty, cheers guys. Have fun. See ya.
Thanks, Holly. Taro Watanabe just released his own short segment within the last month or so.
Yeah, that was a segment that got everyone's attention.
Yeah, I mean, it was a nice, definitely an ode to the Gur in his technique and his use of rail.
Yeah, it's beautiful. I mean, Brad Gerlach, whose wave key technique really coaches people. And, you know, foundationally, Brad believes that, you know, your surfing actually begins on land. If you can't do it on land, how are you going to do it on the water? And if you think of how much when you're surfing, you're actually, as we see Bruno up and out, most of the time you're sitting. You don't get to ride a lot of waves. So Brad, for years, I mean, when he first started putting me on to this, his theories in the early 2000s, late 90s, like, if you can't, he would take me and push me and be like, if I could push you over here on land in this position, then how are you going to be able to do that maneuver in the water? And so really being able to break down technique and think about even the takeoff being a maneuver, and the different variations of takeoff depending on wave conditions, and how that is going to set up everything for every turn, and how you set into your bottom turn, etc., using your hips to get down the line. You see it all of that applied to Taro's natural style. Like, he doesn't teach you style, he teaches you the technique to apply to your style. And Taro is like this beautiful balance of technique and style. It's a dance. And I surf with him a lot in Los Angeles, and it can be the most average day. When he stands up, the whole lineup just turns around and be like, I want to watch that, because it's grace in motion.
Wakana. The rail. So when Brad pushed you, did he push you as hard as you just pushed me? I don't know what I was eating over here. This guy's punched me in my face, pushing me off the bench. Oh no, you know, Gur, he just gives you a little tap. I'm like, fuck. Oh, I'm sorry. oh, this guy's, who is this guy? Ah.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, that's how he is. He's like, come on, man. Like, you know, I got you in this position. You know, and he's very physical. Abusive coach. But no, that's really funny. I'm a hand talker. Next year, Cliff's going to be like,
I'm sitting over there.
I'm done with Salema.
I'm talking about Cool over here. He's defending himself.
Throwing too many physical punches at me. But shout out to Bradley G and his beautiful family. They've been living in Australia. Rumor has it that Brad Gerlach's making his way back to California.
Wow.
In the coming months. So we'll be.
That'd be a treat.
Yeah.
For everyone at home
real
to see.
Treat. I could use some coaching, Ger. And of course, we know Taichi Wakita's pedigree, where he comes from.
Oh yeah, I mean, the Wakita. That's is he going to inherit the bowl? That's the question. Which he's such an amazing surfer and just so cool too. Understand, you know, someone who understands the nuances of what it means to exist on the North Shore in dangerous surf and heavy lineups and different personalities. Like, even though it may seem things are from the optics, the North Shore has become, maybe some even say, softer, and maybe people feel that in their home breaks. Finn?
That's such good style.
Yeah, oh, shove it.
Let's see a little pop shove it.
I think people, you know, it used to be way gnarlier when I was younger. Everyone has that story, right? Here on the North Shore, it still exists. It's just not as apparent. It still can be an intense place outside of the water, and you know, there are some nuances that visitors and locals alike need to navigate. And you know, Taichi is someone who has the privilege of having a dad who is so well respected here in Hawaii that he can get at least a leg up to know, okay, maybe I'm not getting the best wave today at Pipeline, but I know where everyone sits in this hierarchy here.
Right.
And I know where I sit here, and he can find his wave, which are amazing waves. Finn. Yeah, now they know the time's dwindling. They gotta start just sending it.
Yeah, it's been challenging. I feel for the surfers as you
Rolos.
Finn, throw in the Rolo. Give points for this. All right, we got an audience question. Oh, Trizzle. Great handle, by the way. He would like to know, can Cliff explain why waves come in sets and why sets come at varied intervals? Put on your doctor cap, Dr. Clifford Cupono. Why waves comes in sets and why sets come in varied intervals?
Can I? I think I can. Will it make sense?
You're gonna put it into pedestrian speak right now.
Well, basically, Trizzle, the waves are. We need to understand the origin of waves. They come from the energy of the sun. That's where the energy of a wave originates from. Heats up the ocean, and the disturbance of that heat causes air to rise, and now you have these storms that occur. And right at that epicenter of the heat exchange,
this is me doing the storm.
There's pushing, just like how Salem was pushing me around, and it's chaotic.
Yeah.
And there's no order really, but as this energy moves long distances across the ocean. Oh, Bruno.
Oh. Some energy moving through the ocean right there, and that little combo from Bruno Santos.
Oh, Jumbo, we got some big turns coming back.
Yeah, he's been throwing that backhand hack around.
And as the disturbance happens, the longer distance it's allowed to transfer and move before hitting some sort of reef or rock bottom or sandbar, you're going to get a longer period the further it is away from the storm. If you're really close to the storm, you're going to get a shorter interval.
So you're saying if that storm was I'm laughing because Finn's really having a blast.
If these storms are out, in Hawaii, you have these storms that are out past the Aleutians, offshore near Japan, off
Right.
of Russia.
That travels a lot farther.
You have a swell moving far away from the storm. So if you have a faster swell moving past the storm, you're going to have this nice long interval that's spaced out. And once it gets to shore, it's going to break in a nice consistent fashion. Longer intervals, longer periods, you're going to get nice cleaner walls. If you have a storm close by, you see the storm surf. A lot of wind swell is like that.
And that's where you get the shorter period swell.
That's where you get the shorter period swell. Why do they come in sets? That's just the ordering of. That's just the rhythm of that storm, and it's finding order. That part, I'm actually not super certain. Why is there 3 versus 4 versus 7 versus 10? That's not something that I've actually studied. So I
You know what I respect? I respect you not inventing something there. You easily could have made something up, but you know that your science community would be like, hey, we don't do that.
Oh, that's his DARPA. No. Why? And there's someone out there who is really much smarter than me that is probably gonna put it out there for the world to know. So we appreciate you, oceanographers and meteorologists out there that are gonna let each drizzle know. And if I made some mistakes, I'm willing to own that too.
It's interesting though. Like I'm sure you find this with your friends who are non-surfers. The thing that people always say to me that don't know anything about surfing or how the ocean works, they go, "Oh, so it's the moon, right?" Like everyone kind of pretty much assumes
the moon has.
It has something to do with, but they don't. People are always surprised when you explain the storm part.
Yeah.
That's where waves come from.
Oh yeah. Well, tide. I mean, the moon has influence on even obviously we know the tide, but people don't really think that the sun has an influence on the tide as well.
Right.
It's just that because the moon is closer to planet Earth, it's going to have more of an effect. But the sun does have an effect on the tide, just in a much smaller degree than the moon.
The more you know.
Bruno.
Nice combo here from Bruno Santos. That's the.
There we go. Education.
One of the nice, best combos of the day today. Little 2-pack.
Lucas. Going for a turn. Man, that was a nice turn from Bruno Santos.
Both of those.
Yeah. The thing that we have in Hawaii, we have this, it's called to kilo, or to you observe, but you're kind of taking a mental note. And you wake up in the morning, in the evening, throughout the day, you're always doing these observations, and you're taking notes to improve your chances of completing whatever task you have. So I'm sure there's surfers out here that are doing their kilo. They're looking each heat, they're looking at the winds, maybe they're checking buoys, maybe they're looking at clouds, they're looking at airflow, they're maybe looking at the sand moving. Those are all things that is very natural and normal for people in Hawaii to do, is to kilo.
Kilo?
Yeah, kilo.
Kilo.
K-I-L-O.
The more you know with Dr. Cliff Capone. Minute and 29 to go here in this round 2. No real movement to affect the overall leaderboard. Coming to the beginning of this heat, Makanapeng was in that 10 spot, still in that 10 spot. And you saw his big score of that combined 23 from
Chumbo.
The other day. Oh, Chumbo looked like he was setting up for an air, but a little fin release turn. As that wave gets so fat. So much water on that inside and lumpy here in this final minute.
Evans looking up Finn. He's going to try to push it. Oh,
he knows.
Oh, Bruno again.
What's
He's
that?
Getting...
Oh, mirage. That was a bigger wave.
Yeah. Bruno, another one that is kind of maybe his big wave, big barrels, exploration, exploits, maybe don't get a chance to really celebrate his style. One of the more stylish surfers in waves of consequence. If you look at that big trench right there in the reef where the sand is filling in, that's a super critical part that we're finding of the reef here out at Pipeline.
I had a trip to Tavarua about 6 years ago, and we just rocked up, and Bruno Santos was on a boat, and we sat in the boat and watched him put on a clinic. It was like 6 to 8 foot And that guy in Barrels of Consequence and Surf of Consequence, it is incredible to watch.
Well, with that, I think we're about to switch out.
Yeah, we are about to say peace as we head into round 2, heat 7 with Keala Kennelly and Makua Kai Rothman, and I believe Jamie O'Brien is going to be racing them. So
who many consider to be the best to ever do it.
The best to ever do it at Pipeline, and there's going to be stories galore for sure coming up right now. Tagging you guys in.
All right.
All right, we have a very special guest coming in the booth with us momentarily.
So KK, what have you seen so far in this exciting day of surfing here at Pipe?
We've seen a lot of people taken to the air. A lot of rotations, some really cool alley-oops. I love those. You don't see those as often as the air reverses or the, up and riding. And down.
Benji Brand. Not too many people know how good he actually surfs.
Oh yeah?
Like surf. I mean, you see him at Pipeline, pulling in, getting barrel, obviously. But Benji is a machine when it comes to snaps.
Yeah.
He has that low center of gravity. When he hits the lip, he definitely knows how to place his board up there and make it count. Definitely would like to be looking for a 12-foot left first reef barrel, but nonetheless.
I don't think they're going to find one of those today.
Maybe
unless there's an act of God. Unless the buoys are completely wrong.
Oh, you mean one of those force majeure things they like to pop up every once in a while? How about you use force majeure and get these waves to start pumping?
What is force majeure? Is that where they take the tanker and ride by on the tanker?
No, force majeure is a stipulation in your contract that you have no control over. They can exercise. But on the screen, you've seen there Finn McGill, the pretty outstanding performance there in his last heat. Benji Brand, Kaulan Apo, Taro Watanabe, and Taichi Wakita, all accustomed to big left barrels, now having to change it up in this quite challenging day today here at Backdoor.
I feel like the current has gotten worse heat by heat.
Well, the swell's going down,
the tide's going out,
as we said yesterday. It's just turning more north, and as the water follows its natural path, that's the channel. So no matter what, the water is going to go out the deepest part, right?
Yeah,
it's going to come from Backdoor and all that stuff going on off the wall.
The Pineapple Express.
Gets around, yes, and that's why.
Express, they call it.
If you always wonder why people walk down the beach at Pipeline to paddle out, instead of just jumping straight in and paddling out, it's because that current and that water has to find some way to get back out into the open ocean. Usually water follows the path of least resistance. In this case, which would be the channel that is now filling up massively with sand. This could be interesting. Huge windy conditions on the way with a massive shore break sandbar at Pipeline with lots of current.
All right. Yeah. Righty.
Definitely going to have to be a master to navigate that situation.
If you win the title, you are a master of all conditions. You have proven yourself.
Oh, I mean, that just doesn't even look like Pipeline. Looks like Rocky Point with the current. And we actually have a special guest about to join us here in the studio, one that is no stranger 2 pipeline coming up just in a few minutes here. But first, we're going to throw it down to the beach with Holly and Finn McGill.
Hey guys, I'm here with Thunders. How's that 50 board quiver you told us about? How do you go picking boards for every day?
It actually wasn't 50 boards. That was Stab's fault, actually. I wrote down a number that I probably can't say on this podcast or on the interview, and I think they changed it. But yeah, no, we're dialed. I mean, my house is right down the street, so my board quivers, longboards, shortboards, hand shaves, whatever.
Sick. What about the haircut? That looks fresh.
Ooh, yeah, actually my buddy Brady did that, and my girlfriend and my buddy Cody went at it. It's looking pretty good. I wanted to go faster. It was a little heavy, you know. Started looking a little like a girl, so I was like, all right, gotta chop it.
Go a bit faster. And you live here. And what do you think about the forecast and stuff? Excited for the rest of the period, or how you feeling?
Excited to wake up and hopefully refresh the forecast. It's looking a little rough, but who knows? I mean, the waves are good, just not for pipe and backdoor.
Yeah. And you won the Triple Crown at the start of the year. What did you do with the 50 grand that you won?
Ooh, I mean, I think Garrett from Stab and me had a big night when I won. I probably spent it all on beer that night, but I don't know. I mean, I golf and dumb shit, I guess.
Toys.
Yeah, toys. Yeah.
Perfect. All right. Thanks, East Thunders. See you later. Yeah. Cheers, man.
Back to the action in the water. Thank you, Holly and Thunders. As she was saying, with his thunderous 50 board quiver. I'm sure he has more than 50 boards out there. But once again, like I said earlier, someone that is no stranger to the reef at Pipeline. One of my childhood friends. One of, if not the most famous internet sensation when it comes to the surf world, Mr. James O'Brien. Welcome into the studio, my friend.
Thank you. Yeah, good to see you.
Good to see
all
you too.
Both. I mean, we all been friends since day one.
since little kid times.
This is all we know.
Well, yeah, talking about all we know, seems like you know a lot about Pipeline, a lot about this wave. You are a former pipe master yourself. Tell us a little bit about the conditions, the challenges you may have today, and what you see coming in the future for this contest.
Yeah, so I mean, they had to make a call. They wanted to make sure, you know, like everyone probably here is like, we just got to get another day underway. And, you know, there is some progression going down out there, some nice airs and whatnot. There are a few days in the forecast that do look, you know, somewhat decent. My personal opinion, I wish they would have just waited and put me out in 10-foot, like gnarly, like maybe
Close
if the
outs.
wind's weird, like I could do my magic.
You could ride your soft top and
Yeah.
still get barreled somehow.
Yeah, well, and then like, you know, instead of like throwing us out on a 2-foot day, not trying to throw shade on no one, but like I would rather it just be big and gnarly and let's go.
Well, the aerialists were probably happy, but you know, you do nice aerials as well. We saw some in your earlier heat taken to the air. Yeah. No, I've seen you stick some.
I mean, Jamie was the first backdoor, corrupt flip, super whip air guy out here. And, you know, speaking of all that content that you've been creating, what has been the most challenging part, you think, for you to stay consistent, to find new places? How do you keep that vlog going? How do you keep your content being fresh and not redundant and doing the same thing over and over?
How do you get your content up so fast? You literally had already content up right after your heat.
Yeah, you know, I think it's just, it is hard, you know, and it does feel like it is repetitive to me. Sometimes I feel like I'm just doing the same thing, but, you know, people are engaged and I'm giving them a time and a place to watch a video and they're super psyched. They go and watch it and they support me and I'm only as good as my team, you know, so it's like, you know, we come in from the Pipeline Masters yesterday. I'm like, hey, let's get up a video up today. And then I was trying to upload it. You know, we would have had it up in 3 hours, but I was trying to upload it and the contest just takes all the internet.
Oh, yeah.
Usually an upload for my vlog takes me 20 minutes. It said 3 hours last night. And I was like, oh my god.
Yeah, because you live right there.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, so they just drain the internet from the community and then
and Jamie can't get his video up sometimes, guys.
Yeah.
How many people you got on your team, like your editing team?
We have 2
team?
people.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wow, you bang out content really fast for.
We try not, like this one was like kind of like, it kind of made sense to like put it up right away and get the initial views and kind of piggyback off the VANS Pipeline Masters. But as well though, we generally take our time when we're priding ourselves in not putting up crap on the internet.
Speaking of taking your time, it looked like you didn't screw your fin in or something,
Yep.
so you came in, but like your heat was about to start and you couldn't have been more casual on the beach, you know, just like.
It was scripted.
It was scripted.
Ben Gravy
Like there was no sense.
Like, come on. No.
There was no sense of urgency. Like, you know, we're in the booth here and we're like, well, his heat starts in 90 seconds. And
Well, there was no big barrels out there.
I think he's doing an interview instead
That's
of.
exactly what I thought. I was like, he's not in no rush. He's not missing any
No.
10-footers, so he'll get out there when he does. And Jamie, no stranger, like I said earlier, to the air game. I mean, that air you launched and you stuck on the top and it come unstuck at the bottom. I was like,
it's crazy because like
had that.
I know.
You
No,
were
I did
perfectly on that.
I did all the hard work. I landed. I was like, yeah, wow, this is pretty cool. Filling it again, and I was riding down, like waiting to come out of the whitewater, and I just did a huge cartwheel. I was like, oh my gosh. Sometimes it just hits you
that
back.
last little backwash.
Yeah. So, but it's okay. I mean, it's cool. I'm glad I can still throw up some airs here and there. You know, I almost landed 2 great airs in this event. What did we just miss?
Whoa, did you see that layback snap right there? We're going to have to watch that snap again because that was the layback hammer, I would say, of the day.
Flurry of waves right here.
Flurry of waves. Taichi Wakita up in riding in blue.
He also is on kind of a
Bango.
kind of a rounder
funky-looking
shaped board. Yeah. Kind of egg shaped board. Speaking of boards, I'm loving your airbrushes right now.
Thanks.
Jamie.
Yeah.
Those bright colors, like I can just pick you out and they look really good.
Yeah, we're gonna change it up. There's gonna be a little bit more purple in this next batch, but trying to make it very electric and fun. And,
it does look electric.
Purples, huh?
Yeah.
Like the purples.
Like the purple.
Speaking of that, I remembered that there were some mic'd up vests that you folks could choose to wear. Were you mic'd up in your heat?
Yeah, mic'd up.
So we're gonna look into some of the stuff that you said during that heat. Do you remember?
Yeah, I was saying some stuff. I should have put it on my guy. He was saying all kind of funny stuff.
Probably after that air attempt that ended in a cartwheel, you had some under your breath things to
Here
say.
we go. Up on screen now, we are gonna put up Jamie's mic'd up session.
I haven't even seen a barrel. Off the walls barreling, kinda. I finally saw 2 barrels, but I wanted to go left and try a rodeo.
He's just chatty Cathy right there, and really, like, they're counting the clock down to start his heat. There's like 90 seconds left.
No!
Dude, Ben didn't screw it in, or?
He was supposed to be my coach. The problem is you live too close to everything, and then
You did this on purpose for the vlog?
He just said,
I think I got 2.
he just said Ben was supposed to screw in his fins.
Yeah.
Are you saying it on sport?
Yeah, I'll say on
Don't
sport.
let this rattle you, dude.
I got it.
Check this out. Check this
You're
out.
at 90 seconds.
90 seconds, I'm
Pretend you're
on.
on the assault bike.
Yeah, in 90
You're
seconds.
like, kind of like, they look really cool, but I think they're kind of easy. I don't know, can you just grab the board?
90 seconds, I mean, panicking.
Front way, you can always kind of feel it.
Scoot aside, let me get that big in.
I think, I don't know.
Are you guys saying the same thing to each other?
He was asking. Your brother was asking me how to do errors.
He's a good person to ask. Ladies and gentlemen, on the Red Bull mic'd up water mics, we had Red Bull's athlete himself, Jamie O'Brien, here in studio, and we just listened to the audio on Jamie's Red Bull mics out there. And yeah, it's a challenging day today. Everybody has to adjust. Jamie O'Brien himself from 10 to 12 foot bombs, some of the best waves ever ridden out here, to trying to manufacture a score instead of letting a score happen. It's almost like you have to create some kind of magic out there. When pipeline's usually the magic,
Yeah.
you stand up, you get to your feet, you get in the barrel.
Pick that
Sometimes
line.
you pray, sometimes you don't.
Sometimes you pump.
Sometimes you
just
pump,
stand
sometimes
tall.
you don't. Sometimes you make it, sometimes you don't. But today is a day that you actually have to get out there and really almost have a game plan of how you want to try and get at least one more score in your score line. Then everybody's having fun and it's small and guys are kind of like nonchalantly surfing, but they have to remember this is for a lot of money.
Yeah.
Today is a day, even though it's not that perfect pipe day, that you could sneak that one score in that changes, your standing and puts you into that coveted top 4 spots you'd be looking for. Because once you get in that top 4, it resets. It's a new game. The top guys battle it out for that Pipeline Masters Championship.
Well, they got to take it serious too, because the judges are judging on the waves today, not comparing them to yesterday, even though it's fresh in their mind and probably,
Yeah.
in their subconscious that these waves don't stack up to those waves. They got to judge it based on what's on offer today.
And I mean,
So-
Jamie, it's probably hard to take it serious out there today, honestly.
Well, I mean, as you can see, my slow start in the morning, I was like, okay, whatever. But like, honestly, when I was sitting out there, I was like, I need to do something nuts. And I was like, found a good air section, didn't stick it. Then I was like, okay, I'm gonna go for. I was hoping I was just gonna get like a crazy like upside down corrupt flip, like something weird. I just knew I know I could do it. I just don't do it anymore. So I was like you said, I need to manufacture a score today. It's not the perfect pipeline that you're just like, the wave does all the magic. Like you gotta like make it happen today.
Even here in the booth, we need to create some magic during these flat spells, and thank goodness we have Pipeline's one and only Jamie O'Brien here to walk us through some of the conditions. It looks like the wind is really shaping up right now. I mean, with these conditions right here, should you have a little bigger swell? My goodness.
Yeah, this would be incredible if we had, like you said, like a nice west swell on this. Unfortunately, we're dealing with the remnants of a northwest swell that slowly turned north overnight.
Yeah, and that's what I was trying to explain to people is Benji just goes absolutely ham on that wave, that as the swell passes by, it starts to turn more and more north. And here is what you see, the remnants of a dropping north swell turning Pipeline into a point break, which looks kind of sick actually right now.
Wow, that was
There's
nice.
definitely some turn sections out there. It's not your picturesque pipeline where you think, oh, okay, here we go. I'm going to go and get barreled.
Got the replay right here. Nice snap.
I was telling people, Jamie, guys don't really remember sometimes how good Benji Brand actually surfs, not in the barrel.
Oh, he's so good. I just saw a video of him doing airs on his Instagram, and I actually got another reminder. I was like, wow, dude, this guy's just like lethal. And I was always kind of like surprised why he didn't have sponsors. Like I always felt bad for the guy. I'm like, how has no one sponsored this guy? He's like the most underrated surfer around, and he's so talented.
Benji definitely deserves a massive sponsor. This guy has ticked all the boxes. He's right here showing us again.
That was a nice
just what
tight.
he can do on little waves, coming a little unstuck on down, a little hung up.
And the best part too, he's a pleasure to surf with. He's just such a nice guy. He's just into having a nice conversation.
That's what you're trying to say.
Smooth.
No.
You're one of my favorite. Dude, bro, everyone don't like surfing Makua. I love surfing Makua. I'm like, I try to get him to come out the back door with me. I'm like,
How's
dude,
that
like,
snap right there? Do you see that?
That's sick.
Watch this. I mean,
I love
smaller wave, but just
whammo.
Wow.
Ugh.
That was a beautiful layback.
How much control he had.
Commitment.
Yeah, people are
Such
scared
a
to
little
surf
wave.
against
I mean,
Makua.
look at this. Watch this right here.
Ugh.
Makua gets
Blew the
paddle
tail
for
all
any
the way
wave,
around.
and then he's like going. You're like, all right, he's going. But then somehow Makua is like, you gonna go on this one, Jamie? I was like, right on, thanks, Makua. I was like,
I know, I love surfing with both of you guys. You guys are very encouraging. I don't get a lot of waves when you guys are in the water, but every now and then you'll toss me one, and I'm so grateful.
Yeah.
But I love, because I know a lot of times you're going to go backdoor, so I'll just sit right next to you so I can try and split the peak with you. But sometimes you guys get so deep on the back door that it's almost like we're going to crisscross.
yeah, it's scary.
Yeah,
And I'm
because
going
you're
to definitely rile up the internet fans with my next quote that I come up with here. But first we'll watch Benji Brand go back to the lip 3 times on that wave. 3 nice cracks off the top. He's looked like he's riding a little bit of a fun-shaped shortboard. And back to what I was going to say, and Jamie talking about catching waves, is for all of you out there that are listening, I was out for a year and a half. I mean, I was out for a year, excuse me, about 11 months now, almost a year, and had 2 surgeries on my knee. So if I can catch the wave, I'm going.
Yeah.
That's my new theory.
You're like, I'm making
Everybody
up.
had enough time out there.
I'm making up for
without me in
lost
the
time
lineup.
here, guys.
I'm coming
making up
back
for lost
and,
time.
It's only one wave. I mean, nobody's going to miss one wave, right? I actually had one of my better waves the other year in front of Jamie.
Yep.
And he paddled out laughing, and I was like, he's like, how's that one? I was like, good. And I was like, oh, I'm waiting to him for say something. And it was like, what a nice wave. And I was like, oh, thanks.
Yeah,
That was really cool. But
I like being a
surfed with
goofy
Jamie
foot.
a long time, surfed with Keala a long time, and it's an honor to be here to call a heat with such great legends, especially out here at Pipeline. The knowledge in the booth right now between Keala and Jamie is, I mean, it's beyond. And you see Kala Grace about to go out for his heat soon here, talking about another Pipeline specialist, and really challenging conditions. I wonder what Kala's theory is today and how he is going to attack the waves in his heat coming up.
Yeah, he's a goofy footer, and he usually goes left.
He likes big lefts.
He likes big lefts, and he's gotten some big. You look at his Instagram, and you know, I've seen some just beautiful pipe barrels.
I think more importantly, he's got a good connection with the ocean and Mother Nature, and like, you know, like guys like that, the waves kind of draw towards him. You know, like you'll see, you know, Kala on, you know, I call Wave of the Winter a couple winters ago, just like, you know, this wave just came to him, like, and it's his positioning, it's his placement, like, you know, he could get a great backdoor wave today and just surprise us all. So
Luana Jones is a lot like that. Waves seem to come to her. I mean, she's definitely put in the time.
We got a replay here, Keala, of Taro's last wave. Nice kid off the top. Kind of a little boogie woogie floater there. Wraps it back off the whitewash and
slam.
Hitting it in that shallow spot. But I mean, like you said about manufacturing scores, surfers out there right now from Japan, lighting it up, coming a little bit unstuck here at the end after a little dig rail cutback, but
I think guys shouldn't be trying to do 3 maneuvers. They should just be doing one. You know, like one large maneuver is going to score really high.
Well, you had a huge layback hack in one of your heats.
Yeah, it kind of helped my scores out a little bit.
Yeah, that was a good score. Like you super committed and just like laid it all down.
What about the aerial yesterday?
The aerial, see, I'm like
finding the thing.
I'm finding moments, but I'm not sticking them. So I think that would be the difference of maybe being in top 4. If I stuck the air yesterday and I stuck the air this morning, I would be in the conversation. Obviously, I'm not in the conversation, which is fine.
Well, here's some GoPro footage of yourself, Jamie.
Oh, my
Walk
hair.
us through this.
Bang, had it, stomped it, cartwheeled it.
Going
That's such a
down the
cool
line.
POV from.
He's up there controlling that board with his hand as well, making sure it's underneath his feet, landing with all his weight over his board, and just unfortunately coming unstuck just after he lands it, and that whitewash just kind of
bouncing
had a
back
weird
up.
bounce to your
Yeah,
nose
it
of
had
your
a
board, huh?
bounce.
It bucked me pretty good,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
He got bucked on that one, ladies and gentlemen.
When you're trying to come down over your board and the whitewash is coming up, it can really. Yeah. There it is.
Dang.
Layback Larry.
Yeah,
Let's
layback
go then.
Larry.
I mean, you just gotta make things happen.
I mean, that was sick. Look, your fins just slid out.
Making it happen. From 2 to 20 foot out here, Jamie O'Brien could be the best to do it out here at Pipeline on a surfboard. He's got a lot of guys chomping at the bit to take that spot of his out there at Pipeline. 40 years old, he is not willing to give it up yet. He feels strong, he looks strong, he's been training hard, dedicating him back to his sport. You're looking really, really good, Jamie. Nice and lean and fast again. And how's that been? How's that training regimen been lately?
It's been good. This summer I came home from a trip and I weighed myself. I was like 207, 208 pounds. I was like, this is not right. Like, I know what I need to do. Do I just sit here and be lazy and be lazy, or I just step up to the plate and get in shape for the winter? And I just, next thing you know, I checked into the gym and I was going 3 days a week, eating healthy, and I kind of started in September, and now it's December. I lost 20 pounds. I feel great. I feel strong, and I'm glad I jumped on the train because I was kind of getting blown out there. And
yeah, you're looking good,
it's hard.
You're probably stoked to be on camera more now that you're looking fit.
Yeah.
Do you ever get sick of, documenting your life nonstop, always going out with the GoPro, or having to film yourself when you're feeling out of shape and, the camera adds 10 pounds.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it does. Look at that. I look about 210 right now instead of 200. No, but Jamie, that's awesome to see. It's awesome to see you getting yourself back into top shape for the winter season, coming off of, like I said, 2 knee surgeries. I know how it feels to be out of shape for a while. And it is really taking that first step to get in there and understand that, health is wealth, and being your best you usually starts with a commitment in the gym. And it also has a profound effect on your mind as well.
Oh, yeah.
Your mental health, and then getting in there, and even if the waves aren't good, you get to put that energy out. You get to release that, whatever frustrations may be in there, or you come out of the gym and you just feel like almost like a surf session, like, oh, okay.
Yeah, I've used
it's
the
like
gym
a reset button,
like a mental therapy,
And I see Makua, I'll be like walking the dogs or playing with the dogs in the park, and Makua's freaking just grinding it out in the park. I'm like, let's go, buddy. Good to see you. Like, keep up the good work. It's keep him motivated. When I see him working out, it makes me motivated, and we're all just kind of,
And it's a big thing, motivation, especially after 20, 25 years of doing this straight.
It's hard.
There's no real break, and to keep that motivation after competing and keeping yourself at the high level for that long, it's not easy, but it's doable. And it all starts with how committed you want to be to your craft, your sport, or just like creating content, right? I mean, look at Benji Brand. He's been surfing so much lately, putting hours and hours in the water, and it just shows. I mean, his board is looking spicy, catching no rails, everything very smooth off the bottom, off the top.
Tight turns, yeah.
And it may be time for him to unleash a big maneuver at the end instead of just milking it and getting those 3 turns off.
Yeah.
Like Jamie said, maybe do 1 turn, spend the rest of the wave looking for that X factor move that could get that score up into the excellent level.
He's highly capable of doing that. Check out his Instagram. This guy's just launching like 50 airs in freaking 1 session. Just everything stomped. I was like, wow.
You just got to imagine Kewalo's rights right now.
Yep.
But it's tricky because we have kind of like a southeast wind, so it's blowing your board away from your feet.
Yeah.
So it's going to be tricky to be able to get that section and either have the rotation, the grab, or the centrifugal force of your actual spin to stick the board to your feet.
Yeah, you
Because
see
with wind
a lot.
like this, it's
you
hard.
see a lot of guys kind of landing out the back of the wave and not quite able to get back down around and keep riding.
It's not the easiest thing to do, huh, James? To do an air in offshore winds.
Oh my God! It's like a new breed of surfers that can only do them. you gotta be going so fast that you just like fly yourself out into the flats and kind of work. I don't even know. Like these guys are just. That's why I stopped doing airs.
It looks like they're landing in the flats almost every time, especially when the wind's like this. If you're not throwing yourself out into the flats, you won't be over your board to land it, and the wind will ultimately take the board out from under your feet.
You know how landing in the flats can feel like. You feel like you're going to break both your legs.
My knees are like sore from like just years of just working them, doing what I'm doing. These guys are like doing way more than what I was doing. They're landing in the flats, like Makua said, like, huge front side airs, just to dead flat water. Like, they're going to have some pretty blown out knees later in their life.
You just watch their legs.
It's crazy how they stick those, but it's like they're like boom, and it spin around, and then the white water hits them after. It's like, how did you stick that in flat water?
It's not how we learned how to surf.
Well, it's amazing what people can do. It's amazing what people can pull out of the hat when put to the test, just like we have here today. Very challenging conditions out at Pipeline. Not your average pipeline. It's actually turning into a sandbar quite quickly with 30 seconds left, Jamie. How fast can this pipeline wave turn into Pipeline Point Break sandbar?
Oh my God, all that sand. So yesterday, as you noticed, there was a couple, Yes.
Kalana, a pole hammering. Ooh, almost two.
There's a huge sandbar at the end of pipe, which is kind of not good for pipeline because all that sand sits there and it makes the wave close out. Now all that sand, since it's turning more north, the swell is just starting to push down into like a backdoor area, which can turn it into like a really fun Kira-like perfect right-hand point break. But that's really bad for when the waves get big because then there's more sand on the reef.
Yeah, definitely. And that was your last ride. Round 2, Heat 7. Your current top 10 as shown: John Florence in first, Michael February in second, Nathan Florence in third, and Noah Beshen rounding out that fourth and coveted spot that we will be looking to fill. 4 surfers will be competing in the finals at the end of our preliminary rounds. And once again, thank you so very much to the man of pipeline right now, Jamie O'Brien. Thank you so very much, my brother, for being here.
Thank you, Makua.
I know you want to go and get ready and you got some more surfing to do, but we will be in here, and thank you so very much. We'll see you soon.
Thank you. All right.
Once again, we are in the second round here. Heat 8. Balaram Stack, New York, USA. Kala Grace following him up in that heat, and I think we will have 2 other surfers. Once we get our graphic back up on screen, I will be able to announce
Was it Noah Beshen?
who they are and where they are from.
Kala
Russell
Grace.
Berkey once again coming in. He's going to have to change his style up, accustomed to surfing those big slabs. Balaram Stack, your reigning Pipeline Masters champion. Kala Grace, the Pipeline Specialist. Sean Manners in white, and here we go, Kala Grace opening his account. Down the line. Not much to offer on that wave. Kala will be looking to get back out there.
Balaram on the
Looks
left.
like Balaram surfing off the wall lefts. Looking for a section.
Sean Manners with the chop
Look at
hop
that count.
360.
Does that count?
No, I think he fell at the end.
Look at Mr. Berkey getting drained, of course. Russell Berkey, no stranger to the barrel, and no surprise that he was the one that found the barrel out there in the beginning of this heat. In black, your surfer from the south coast of New South Wales, Mr. Russell Berkey. Actually born in Hawaii.
Oh, yeah?
Russell Berkey is actually born in Hawaii.
And then he moved over to Australia when he was like little, right? 5 years
if I'm
old.
not mistaken.
Yeah.
And his father lived here a long time. I think his father shapes his boards too. He's a good shaper.
That's got to be convenient.
I seen Russ's pop on the beach. Kurt, and
let's check the replay here.
Just perfect positioning on this kind of a drainer right there. They're gonna have to score that.
Yeah.
This is Pipeline. That was one of our first better shaped barrels. And look at that.
It's nice the way he like slowed himself down to get more barrel time. You see that? He's grabbing the wall with his backhand.
Yep. You know what I really like about this live film too? Is you get to see the guys surf in real time, not just these clips that are like all good clips that they maybe piled up from here and there, one snap here, one snap there. You actually get to watch guys surf in real time. And, you know, kind of see what they have to go through to get those clips. You know, not every wave's perfect. You know, just like a golf shot. Maybe one turn doesn't go your way, you got to look down the line. There's a lot more turns coming, and be able to execute on a maneuver, you know, when you have to, especially you might not be having a good heat. But we do have 30 minutes, and from the first minute to the last, you can always get a score, manufacture a score. So here in surfing, you always got to keep your head in the game until the horn blows.
That's it.
Because you never know what Mother Nature will throw your way.
There's opportunities out there. You just got to hunt them down.
Speaking of Hawaiians, there is one of the most Hawaiians around here, Mr. Kala Grace. And we all know Kala's story last year at the backdoor shootout, losing consciousness underwater.
So scary.
Supposedly, I heard reports of his heart stopping on the way to the airport, and for him to be back here competing at Pipeline.
Airport or hospital? He didn't fly like that, right?
You know what I mean.
I'm just messing with you. I'm just messing.
Well, thank you for stopping me, because I would have just kept on going. But yes, Kala Grace on the way to the hospital. Heart stopped in the ambulance. And definitely took a lot of courage, a lot of dedication, a lot of thinking how and when he's going to come back to surf. Such a scary wave. And he's here today putting on his, I think, first performance at Pipeline since.
It's so hard to come back from a trauma like that, you know. I tore half my face off at Tahiti, and it took me a while to.
We both tore our faces.
Yeah, I remember. I tore my face off a year or two before you, and actually.
And mine was the chin.
When I came back, that was my first time back since my accident. And then I'm getting ready to go out, and then I see you with your chin torn off. And I was just like, it brought me back to, you know, I was trying to psych myself up, and then I see my boy, like, you know, holding his chin together, teeth poking through his lips.
Yeah, that was
not what I wanted to see before going back out there.
She brought her claws out and absolutely tore right in to the side of Keala's face and my chin, and
I could see your teeth through your lip, like it was
pretty gnarly. I had to go straight to surgery for that. It wasn't like you could just sew it up at the hospital. You know, they had to put me down.
Same, obviously.
Yeah, it was a trip, because I remember being in the hospital and them telling me, "How many meters are you?" And I'm like, "What?
Yeah.
How many kilos?" And I'm like, "I'm not sure. I'm just this many pounds
Inches?
and this height.
Yeah.
You know, just make sure I wake up."
Yeah, scary.
I think the guy was like he was retiring, one of the best surgeons in France or something, and retiring out there in Tahiti.
God, maybe we had the same surgeon, because I had an amazing surgeon. I was so scared I was going to look like Shrek for the rest of my life, because I had a doozy. And I have not
even barely see it at all.
Yeah, I mean, he did just such an awesome job. You know, I thought I was going to have a huge scar, and I did for a long time, but it's faded over time, and yeah.
We'll talk about surgeries and being surgical. These surfers will have to be surgical in their approach to manufacturing a score out of whatever conditions are thrown their way. As you can see, regardless if the waves are 10 feet or the size they are now, it is absolutely perfect looking and pristine here on the North Shore. The water is absolutely crystal clear. You can see right through the reef. You know, these surfers are looking around, looking for, is that Kala Grace with a GoPro in his mouth?
Do you ever take a GoPro out? I've tried, you know, with the putting it in your mouth. I feel like a horse with a bit in my mouth the whole time. It's kind of uncomfortable. Like, I don't know how Jamie and these guys do it. Like, to surf hours and hours with that thing in your mouth the whole time.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's definitely a craft, you know, you got to work at. It's not something that just comes real naturally, I don't think. Some guys they get used to it. They do what they got to do, and a lot of people, you know, their sponsors or whatever camera they may have. But GoPro really changed the game, period, in the video world.
That was such a cool POV of Jamie O'Brien doing that air and just being able to see.
I mean, there's different versions as well. Russell Berkey has the mount on his board, right? He has the mount.
Whoa,
has it in his
that
mouth,
was a big one.
Ballaram just absolutely hucking an air.
That would have been sick if
he is all sick because he landed that, and had he had a second more time before that whitewash hit him, I think he would have been able to catch his balance fully and ride that out. But nonetheless, Ballaram, that was super.
So was that a
sick.
make to you?
No.
Yeah. Okay.
Scoring wise, no.
Scoring wise, no. But he landed on his feet for a hot second.
He landed on his feet, yeah. But I think the criteria of landing something is riding out
Yeah,
in
and,
the whitewash.
regaining
and
control.
Doing a
Yeah.
surfing move.
Let's watch it.
I mean, that was all the way
On
upside
his
down.
feet.
Talking about into the flats.
Yeah.
That was totally into the flats.
Bam. And it just,
Oof.
I think from the impact, kind of
He
rattled
kind of
his-
didn't really land it either. He was still landing and
Yeah.
didn't really establish full control over his
True.
board.
True.
So it was a one move thing, and I mean the judges seen it correctly.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what, if he made that, that would have been a whole nother score. It's Claude Grace.
Oops.
Just kind of going through the motions. Maybe not the most ideal conditions for Barakala. He's looking for those big barrels, and it must be frustrating to some pipe surfers, I would think, because they're invited because of their pipeline surfing abilities, right?
Yeah.
It's not like they're invited because they can only do airs, or, you know, a lot of these guys are pipeline specialists. And when I say pipeline,
and the
it's
goofy
barreling
footers, you
pipeline.
know, we're going to go left before we go right.
Talking about goofy footers going left, talking about pipeline specialists. We have Benji Brand down there with Holly. Holly, give us a little bit from Benji.
Hello, yeah, I'm here with Benji. What, you were whacking it out there, mate. Like, actually whacking it repetitively. How much you been whacking it this year?
I don't know, like,
whoa,
that was pretty funny. Oh my gosh, the sandbars is going crazy on that one. Yeah, that was just a lot of, I think I probably did more turns than I did in a whole year in that heat. But that was pretty funny. Just kind of some chattery little rides, and I was just trying to like get some kind of score to get in that top 5, because I don't know if we're gonna get it with the forecast, like get another chance to surf another round. So I don't know what they got planned, but yeah, I was trying to like make something happen out of not much. It was pretty bumpy and weird out there, but yeah, it was still fun. Got some waves and got wet.
And what's going on with the sand out there? It's turning into a... What's going on out there with the sand? Yeah, tell me.
Like kind of in the lineup, we're looking up into some pretty sick little tubes of gums, and I don't know, hopefully the sand doesn't move down into the pipeline up, but oh, another one. Yeah, gums is kind of firing right now, but it's kind of currency it back to orbit. That's just the way it goes, and yeah, hopefully the next day is a little better. Yeah.
For sure. All right, well, good luck in the next one. Thanks, Evan. Cheers. Thanks, Ben.
Well, thank you so very much, Holly. And talking about whacking it, he has definitely been smashing the lip in that last heat. We are on our way to heat number 8 in Balaram stock. Just kicking out of that one. Talking about Balaram. New York, where you at? He has his watch crew always out there with the support. We want to aloha everybody out in New York.
Tuning in
from Hawaii, all my New York brothers and sisters out there, aloha. Thank you so very much for supporting your boy Balaram. He is so welcome over here, such a good person, represents the East Coast so well, and surfing in general, that your reigning champion will be looking to add to his scoreline. And we have a paddle here out in the lineup. Kiala, take it away.
All right. Nice hack. Looking for the barrel. Oh, you see him slide his front foot forward there? That was pretty styly, and go for the air.
Little cheater 5 on that one.
Yeah,
huh?
that was styly.
I mean, look how shallow it is. He's standing on reef right now. It's
and
less
guys are doing airs right there.
It's less than waist high. He couldn't even duck dive.
Oh.
Once the water starts sucking out, it's like knee to ankle high. Seriously, right where he was standing.
Never like to be standing on that reef.
No, ma'am, that
No,
is not
thank you.
the ideal place to be. And see how long it's taking him to get out? You can't go
Yeah, because
out
you can't.
because
You
get
don't
your
want to
board,
duck
it's too
dive right
shallow.
there. You don't want to duck
And you
dive
can't
right
go
there.
in because the current is kind of, there's like a little vortex there that kind of keeps you in that ain'ts.
It's kind of like Puerto Escondido, how the current will suck you right back into the impact zone. You'll
That's
get
what we're
pounded.
saying.
It'll push you back in, and the current will suck you right back out.
And here's
into the-
Balaram way down it off the wall. I mean,
Wow, I think that's the first pipe barrel I've seen.
he's not even surfing pipe.
Oh.
He's surfing it off the wall, if I'm not mistaken, the left. Yeah, because look at
Yeah,
it.
because look how shallow. Yeah, look how
He's
shallow
paddling
it
out
is.
the back door now.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
then
yeah.
He came from off the wall.
Yeah.
Balaram setting himself up to be the only surfer in that little area over there. And
hunting.
He's hunting waves down towards the off-the-wall area, and I think that might be a good idea. I mean, I've watched Beat Durbridge win the Pipe Masters once upon a time at off-the-wall.
Let's check out this replay.
I mean, sick drainer. He's one of the longer barrels of the day right there. And coming out looking for that maneuver, that would have been a nicely completed ride, especially for today. And ladies and gentlemen, I know the waves are very small compared to what you folks are used to here, but here at this contest, there's a different format. They want surfers to surf all different types.
All right, let's check out this cheater 5.
And that was
Sean Manners.
Sean Manners. I mean,
Look at him slide the foot up. That was super stylish. That was like a longboard move.
Out of a very bad wave.
A lot of
He did the
variety
most he
on
could
that wave. A lot of variety.
A lot of variety. And that's what you get here on these kind of mediocre waves, a lot of variety. But it's up to you. What are you going to choose to do? Are you going to do 3 small turns down the line? Or are you going to wait?
Are you going to
for
race
one
it?
big,
Look for that
massive,
ramp?
game-changing and score-changing maneuver? Because right now it is definitely about who can put themselves in the best position where nature unleashes the one.
Looks like Russell Burke was looking for the barrel, didn't find it, was looking for it again.
Let's call out Grace up and riding.
It's a nice hit.
It'll float the boat. And Kala, I know by his body language that he is ready for a big barrel.
We got just under 15 minutes left in this heat.
That's right, round 2, heat 8, VANS Pipe Masters 2023. In black, Russell Berkey. Red, from the great state of New York, Balaram Stack. Kala Grace, our Kanaka. O Hawaii here. And Sean Manners from the south coast of New South Wales. All your surfers in this heat. Kiala, 13 minutes to go. What are you expecting to see go down before the end of this heat?
Well, there's been a couple little barrels in this heat, which, you know, those are far and few between, but guys have been fine picking off those little rare gems out there right now. And yeah, hopefully some more aerials. Balaram boosted a couple nice ones. Didn't quite pull them off. I'd like to see him land one of those. I know he'd be stoked.
Well, since we have a lull in the action, don't go away. You are watching the VANS Pipe Masters 2023 right here from the beautiful North Shore of Oahu in Hawaii. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon. Welcome, welcome one and all to the VANS Pipe Masters live from Pipeline on the North Shore of Oahu in Hawaii.
God, that was a beautiful drone shot over the contest site right there.
And that just shows you, like Keala said, our setup on the beach here at VANS in the water, round 2, heat 8. There's been a lot of questions coming in online. And we're so thankful for that engagement. A lot of people out there wondering why we ran today. We give that answer out. We're looking for versatility and someone who can surf pipeline in all her different faces.
Not to mention, judging by the forecast, you know, we're trying to squeeze in as many days as we can. There's some funky looking wind coming, so just wanted to get one more day in the books.
One more day in the books, but like Jamie O'Brien said, throw me out there in 10-foot unruly pipe and let me do my thing. Balaram kind of has a little theory about that left. Should he get in the right position, he could get one of those higher scores. But like I was saying about Jamie earlier, it's almost like let me do my magic when I have a chance to find that magic wave in the diamond, like a diamond in the rough when
And
it's
he
nice
does.
and windy like that.
And
Or
he does. On those crazy, unruly days, he will find that diamond in the rough. Guaranteed.
And that's one of those things that maybe comes into factor here after we get through a day like today, having the ability to choose the best moments, even 2 half days if we have to, before or after the wind, and getting those surfers one more opportunity to ride pipeline, the pipeline that we know.
Consequential.
Pipeline's pretty consequential when it's small like this. Believe it or not, I've seen more injuries go down on small days like this than I have on those super big days. Because most of the times on those big days, you are 100% committed and ready for anything.
Well, and you're hyper aware. You can really let your guard down on a day like
yes,
today.
a day like today, it's easy. It's, you know, non-assuming. And that's when you let your guard down. And
it breaks in closer to that shallow
it
part
breaks
of the
right
reef.
on the shallow reef.
Yeah,
When it's
kinda
bigger,
like
it breaks
chokes.
outside. You see all that foam in the water? You know where that's coming from? It's because it's a north swell. It breaks down the coast, Pupukea, Rocky Point. It comes like down the point, if you say, and it's forcing all of that water towards pipeline. You see that surfer deep on the screen there to your right. That wave is going to come across and push all of that water towards pipeline, and it can't go out back door because there's water coming from that side, and that's what creates that river right in between, and that pipeline channel is the only deep spot that the water can actually escape back out from all the water coming to the shore. And that's why right here you see it so lumpy and bumpy on this wave, is because all the water from off the wall side, all the water from Pupukea and Gum side, Ehukai, is all converging together.
Yeah, you can see
and when
that
they meet,
turbulence.
the only spot for it to go out is right there at the pipeline channel, because it's that actual natural flow of the water.
Yeah.
You know, is for I don't know, millions of years has been going right there in that pipeline channel.
And you can see all the little cross wave turbulence it's creating.
So like I said earlier about the audience, we have an audience, a question from our viewers. What's the best way to get a proper wave at pipe if you're not a local and you're only here for a couple of weeks?
First of all, pay respect to the locals. That's number one. And then I would just sit just inside of them, you know, because every now and then, God, it's rare, but they'll miss one. Every now and then they won't be paying attention. One will sneak by, or one will just, you know, move inside. They might be sitting a little far out waiting for the bombs, and you might get a fun like 6-footer that just kind of hits the inside reef, and you can just whip on that.
You could even come here with a big bag of cash and maybe divvy out some cash to the boys, and I'm sure you could get a perfect wave on a perfect day, or you could just pray and get lucky. You know, it's there's a lot of ways, but no matter what happens, you should show up with respect.
Absolutely.
And really put your time in. You know, if you're here for a couple weeks, it's probably not going to happen unless you get really lucky. I would say putting your time in, coming, meeting the people, hanging out, integrate yourself into this place, become, you know, part of an ohana here, and really just have a lot of respect, and the wave will come to you. You know, it's about pipelines. Everybody thinks, oh, we take this wave, you take that wave. It's more like that wave came to me and I went. And
like whoever's right in that spot.
It's just, yeah, it's kind of hard to force. And Kala Grace with 6 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock.
It's also timing too, because like in the morning hours till about 11, it's going to be really crowded, and then people go eat lunch. The wind might get a little funky. If you go out in those kind of off hours, like you get the evening glass off, so it gets really crowded again. But if you go somewhere between like noon and 2, it's generally a lot less crowded during that time. The wind might turn on shore, but if it's variable winds, the wind, it could change on a dime and all of a sudden be glassy, and you might be out there with just a couple guys, just a much mellower crowd, and that'll definitely make your chances of getting one a lot better.
That's right, and here we go on screen. Thank you so very much for that question. I hope that stirred the pot a little bit for you folks with the answers we got, and we are ready for you folks to fire off a few more questions at us. Up and riding, Mr. Russell Bierke again, a little too deep on that one. And
right
behind him, Sean Manners, his friend, just like, check this out, mate. This is how you're supposed to do it.
He's like, oh, you didn't make yours? I made mine.
Well, what's the best thing, surfing with your friends? Sometimes you fall and they make one, or they fall and you make one. It's like, haha.
Well, when they don't make it, and they kind of then have a upfront view to you making yours,
Oh, he's claiming it. Double claim. Wow. Can we get a replay of the claim? One of the first claims of the contest. Well deserved, a big backdoor barrel.
On an unexpected day, the first claim.
I think he was more happy because he got that right in front of us.
Yeah.
Alakala Grace. Oh.
So fun to get one in front of your friends and have them be a witness.
Oh, it's like fishing and catching one in front of the other boat.
Oh, yeah.
They call it poking the eye.
Hold them up.
Poke 'em in the eye.
Hold it up. Hoist it up. Look at this one, boys.
Oh, yes. Here we go, KK. This is what I was talking about right here. Deep behind the curtain. Coming out. Big wrapping cut back. And I mean, just riding it all the way through here. And right here at the end, he knows he's done it. He's put in the hard work.
Wow, amazing. He made it through that flat section.
Through and just psyching. Look at that.
Maybe that's why he claimed it. Because that.
Remember when we were young, we had the team challenges, and if you claimed it, you got double score.
Really?
Double whammy, they used to call it. Remember, we had a double whammy. One surfer that could do the claim and it doubled the scores.
Really?
It was like tag team contests we used to do.
Yeah. Okay, I know what you're talking about. But I remember being a kid growing up with you, all you boys, and like, if you claimed a wave, you get rat. Like, it was so uncool to claim it, unless it was just like the most ridiculous wave ever. But if you claimed a wave, because it was so much cooler to just like act like it was, oh, that was no big deal, I'm not gonna claim that.
Yeah, like, oh, I got one of those before.
Yeah, like, nah, I've had plenty of those. No need to claim.
Yeah, no, it was a thing definitely before. If you claimed a wave, it better have been a good one.
Yeah.
Or you will be rousted.
You will be rousted.
But Sean Manners actually got a barrel and a roundhouse turn combo.
And on a day like today.
A day like today, getting barreled, any claim is validated today. You are just so psyched that you actually got barreled at Pipeline.
Especially if you needed that backup score really bad.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah. And I just think, sitting out there in the rip, it's like they're surfing a rip bowl. It's not even, it's like a beach break. It made it totally changed, totally different surfing.
You can see a lot of sand. You can see a lot of sand.
Oh, that sand is ripping. Earlier, that was all reef, remember?
Yeah, it's...
Those earlier shots, that was all black reef. And now
you see the sand patches everywhere.
Beautiful pearly white sand coming across with the reflection of the sky and the sea, turning that turquoise color is just so beautiful.
I love the sand here in Hawaii, especially at Pipeline. We have that like kind of bigger, grainier sand.
Yeah. Our sand is
comes
priceless.
Off a lot easier than that powdery,
dirty black sand you usually get.
Or even that white sand that's just very thin and powdery that really sticks to your body.
Like Melikahana style sand.
Makes you
just
itch.
Like hard as cement.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah. You get the dirty sand that's up by Haleiwa like that. You come walking out, your feet's all dirty. You're like, oh my gosh, I just went to the beach and have dirty feet.
Or even like on the East Coast where Balarams were. Have you ever surfed like
oh yeah,
over in the Hamptons and stuff, or down in Florida? Like
it's trippy. It's like the sand's been around so long that it's like been
just
ground down over
ground
time.
down to nothing.
Yeah, and it just turns, and it's hard too. You hit the bottom over there, it's like you hit concrete.
Mm-hmm.
At least the sand out here is nice and
it's got a little cushion.
Fresh, as I would say, in the grand scheme of the world. And nice and fluffy sand, like you said.
Fluffy. I like it.
It's really hard. I don't mind training in that sand over there. I used to train with Rob Garcia, and I see Frankie Herrera around. We used to go and run Zuma Beach, and it was kind of cool because
easier to run
the
on
sand
that.
was hard.
Yeah, Hawaii, you really sink in.
You try and run in the sand over here, you sink 4 feet.
Yeah, you get winded real quick.
There you see Balaram kicking out on that off-the-wall left.
45 seconds to go.
Russell Berkey kicking out on that right with 45 seconds remaining. Round 2, heat 8. From right here at the VANS Pipe Masters 2023. You will be blessed by the presence of Dr. Cliff Capono. And the man who I actually take notes from sometimes in my broadcasting short little career that I've had here, Mr. Salema Masakela.
Kala Grace is hammering that wave for all of us were.
We're ending the heat on Kala Grace, slamming the lip. And once again, here is your current top 10. John Florence, Michael February, Nate Florence, and Noah Beshin rounding out the top 4. My name is Makua Kai Rothman, signing off for myself and KK Keala Kenley. We'll see you folks soon. We're passing it over to the crew. Aloha.
Good set this evening. We'll see you on the next day. There are times when you need someone. I will be by your side. That's my
back in it.
I'm out here singing Common, and we're on the broadcast. My apologies. I'm just excited for this heat. Salema Masakela here with the one and only Dr. Clifford Capono. Aloha, brother, on a magic Sunday as we are getting deep into round 2 in heat 9.
We got
William
Big
Kemper.
Wave world champions. We got world longboard champions.
Yeah. We got Caius King, who's on the super come up, working with Shane Dorian and Brad Gerlach. We got Imai Duvall. What a story his comeback has been. I mean, the performance that he put on this season, re-qualifying for the CT, some of my favorite forehand turns of a regular foot. I mean, he's just incredible to watch.
Maui, that's what I'm telling you. It's too good,
Yeah,
the waves.
you were talking yesterday about Maui envy.
Yeah.
And when you look at this format, right, this very unique format, as you look at the leaderboard, you say, well, Billy Kemper, he's way down the rung with only 24 points. Yes, but that's one wave. Remember, in these 3 rounds, each surfer has the opportunity to get their best 3 waves counted together, and the top 4 will advance to the final. So Billy sitting in a nice spot to be able to move up the leaderboard with just that one wave. Incredible pipeline wave from yesterday, as you see. Imai just proving me right. He's like, yeah, you were saying that my forehand smashes are amazing. Allow me to show the crowd exactly what you mean, Salema. Trademark.
Yeah, really kind of, you could see how he pivoted to this front foot on that turn, releasing the fins. It's nice to see, not just the full yank, wheelie out, got some rail bearing.
Yeah, he has this great ability to get really low, and like you said, just use that center point to swivel his hips through that turn.
It's going to be interesting to see what Billy chooses to do out here with his broken foot. Wait, he's got a score already. Did we miss this?
I did not see it. But that 24 is from the pipeline wave that he got yesterday. Remember, there weren't a lot of like standout pipeline waves, but Billy got the one that was comparable to the great backdoor waves that we saw yesterday. Billy dealing with that broken 5th metatarsal in his left foot. He's a regular footer, and this was an injury that he suffered in Morocco, which, if you remember, a few years back in 2019, he had that. In 2020, horrific accident where he fractured his pelvis, completely blew out his knee. Incredible comeback. You can watch the story about his comeback. It's called Billy. It's available on YouTube. And in true Billy fashion, after he broke his foot, he immediately said, "Hey, this was 6 weeks ago." He said, "I'm going to do everything I can to heal, and I will be in the Pipe Masters, and I'm going there with the intent of winning." And he showed that intention with that one wave yesterday. But it's just testament to what he is built of. See the tape job, kinetic tape on his left foot.
It'll be interesting to see what he chooses. What is his game plan?
Well, his plan that he said was one wave at a time. And today, you could say that Billy's had a little bit of, especially with that foot injury, a bit of a disadvantage to the rest of the competitors. Billy's not known as an air guy. He could shock the world today, but there have been some weird little backdoor threads that he could get, and a big forehand smash, especially as it has gotten a little bit cleaner this afternoon. So anything is possible as we see Caius King dropping in.
Going for the big old rail yanks.
Grab rail pull through. Caius again working with Shane Dorian while he's here on the North Shore, as well as working with Brad Gerlach. And Brad was texting me earlier saying, "Man, I just love this kid. Love his style, love his personality, love his energy. He's one of those people that's really contagious, not just in his surfing, but as you get to know him."
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how he moves throughout the North Shore, kind of up on the scene, how much time he's going to be willing to spend.
Put in the time to build relationship. Someone who has put in immense time to build the relationship and has really endured an incredible comeback is Kala Grace. And we will check in with him right now. He's with Mahina.
An incredible comeback indeed. Now, I want to start off by reading something to you, Kala, from your caption that you posted last year. You said, "Growing up as a kid on the North Shore, going to school across the street at Sunset Beach Elementary, hearing the announcers every year and seeing your heroes like Uncle D, AI, JOB, and others win the Pipe Masters, it's every kid's dream to be able to compete in this event. Thank you so much, Van Surfs, for making dreams come true and inviting me to compete this year," so last year, and again this year, and to all of your people. Now, it's almost a year since your crazy, scary injury. What were the months like after that injury?
The months after my injury were probably the most scary, uncertain months of my life, like just not knowing if I'd ever be able to do this stuff again. So being here today feels really, really good.
It's incredible. And like you said, not many people can pull through like you did. Is there any advice that you could give or little tricks and tips, if any, for someone that might be going through something heavy like this, like you did?
Yeah, just keep on pushing. Just remember, for me, one of the best advice I got was that it's on those bad days that it was my injury, it's not me, myself. So like sitting indoors, it gets lonely and it's scary. I thought my whole identity got ripped from me, but my doctor reminded me that that wasn't me, it's just my injury, and it takes time. So if anybody is going through that, just keep on pushing one day at a time. Lots of rest. Yeah, just go really slow, and there is light at the end of the tunnel. I promise you.
And how was the first session back in the water at a place that was almost identity taking, like you mentioned?
It was amazing. That was just a few months ago. Was my first session back this winter. So felt like my first session ever surfing again. Felt like my first barrel ever. I only got a wave that was like 4 feet, but it was probably the best, most memorable ride of my life. So yeah, it was amazing. Now every single wave out here is amazing. I just want to claim every wave, 2 feet or 10 feet. It's just a blessing. Like anything after that, it's just a bonus. Win, lose, whatever. So yeah, I'm stoked.
Well, you're such a warrior, and you're so grateful for everything. It's beautiful to see, and it's beautiful to see you come out the other end. Did your goals for the ocean out here change? And if so, what are your now life goals following Uncle D?
So goals definitely changed. Last year, I really wanted to win, be the best at pipe. That's kind of all that mattered. And obviously, that stuff would still be cool. Winning would still be great, but like I said, any wave I catch out here now is just a bonus. Just being able to walk down the beach with 100% health and still being me. Like after all of that's a win for me already. Just walking on the beach in general. Yeah.
And congratulations, you're about to be a dad. And before we leave, I noticed this board. What's happening over here?
This is actually Mananalu's board that I borrowed when I showed up. I have my pipe quiver like really dialed if the waves are 8 to 10 feet. And good pipe, but I wasn't expecting to surf the waves like this in a contest, so I showed up pretty unprepared. But thanks to Mana, he gave me a good board to ride, and we got some waves, and I'm hoping we get some good pipe at the end of this forecast to get one more chance.
Amazing. Well, we all love and appreciate you, and thank you for your strength and those pieces of advice for people that may be going through that. We love and appreciate you.
Appreciate it. Thank you, guys. All right.
Thank you, Mahina, and big thanks and congratulations to Kala Grace. I mean, coming back from a heavy wipeout, and then that long, uncertain journey when it comes to brain injury recovery. Really working closely with his doctors, and we were talking about the resilience of Billy Kemper earlier. He trains and really has come under the tutelage of like, okay, what's the process like with Billy, and it's amazing to be able to see Kala back here is a big deal. As we have a look at this replay.
Speaking of
Jake Quinney.
Surprising. Look, that's a longboarder.
Yeah. He only started longboarding because he said he wanted to surf more. But as we saw last year, he is a friend of Pipeline. He's had a relationship with it for a while. And Billy being like, oh, you said I can't smash turns with my broken foot.
Yeah.
Watch this, Salema.
Be careful.
And it's not just you and I right now. We are joined by a young lady who put in an incredible performance yesterday, the pride of Malibu, Frankie Hare. How are you?
Good. Chilling.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
First of all, your pipe experience yesterday. What was it like to be out there with just 3 ladies going after these bombs?
It was fun. I really do not catch many waves at Pipeline for the most part. I'm not the best at crowd surfing, so it was definitely exciting to be out there with just the girls, and it was a heat of 3 of my really close friends, and that's kind of what I wanted going into this contest. I haven't surfed a heat in a very long time, so it's nice if it's nice and friendly, and we were just chit-chatting and kind of discussing between each other where to sit.
Oh, look at this.
Yeah.
Look at what this afternoon is bringing us.
Yesterday. That was that bomb that you got.
Yesterday.
That was yesterday.
I looked up and I was like, wait, is this happening right now? No, this is you from yesterday.
What's that?
Oh, hey, so large.
What's the confidence like to be able to say not getting very many waves out of pipe, but having a wave come like that to you? What's that like? How do you know what to do instead of just kind of stink bugging out and deer in the headlights? What made you want to express yourself in that way?
I think I'm pretty lucky being a free surfer now that I do get to travel to some nice left-handers in the world, so I kind of just try to bring that to this wave. And it's definitely more challenging and different than a lot of other waves that I've surfed, but I figured a barrel looks similar anywhere in the world, hopefully, so I was kind of just trying to look for the wave that looked like it was going to do that.
Well, in your video part this year, which congratulations, super fun edit. You showcased the barrel riding skills There was this really fun misto left that you looked like you were all by yourself on, as well as some incredible waves at Chopu. Where did you get that love for wanting to get barreled?
I think growing up in Malibu, all the boys and girls and whoever around Malibu that kind of brought me up surfing had a love for pulling into closeouts at some of our local beach breaks and kind of pushed me into doing the same. And then I was lucky enough to go to places like Tahiti pretty young and made it out of a few, unlike home for the most part, and kind of just got hooked on that.
You're like, oh, it's nice to go all the way
It
through
is nice to make
the
it
exit.
out.
Well, it seems like you have a pretty nice foundation of Malibu transplants, maybe we should say, from the islands. People like
There is a
Danny
big-
Fuller, Dexter.
Kauai and
Reeve.
Malibu have quite a bridge between them.
Yeah, big shout out to the Kauai boys
Yep.
who are out there. And you also have some people who want it. Andrew Jacobson.
Andrew's like my older brother.
The tall man himself. Yeah, it seems like Malibu is definitely making their claim for big barrels.
For sure. There's a good little crew that likes to find some good waves in the world.
And speaking of traveling, you went on you just came back from a trip with Coco and Steph
Yeah,
into an
Coco,
undisclosed
Steph,
location.
Katie. It was a really fun crew. Went to the Philippines. And yeah, none of us had ever been there, so it was pretty exciting we're all really close friends. So going on a trip where no one's been before was pretty fun. And we were just kind of trying to chase some waves and have some laughs with the girls.
Nice. What was the surf like?
There was some fun little rights and a couple little lefts going on, mostly rights. I was on a trip with all regular footers, which isn't the most ideal for my love of lefts, but oh, here comes a good left.
Yeah, Jake Quinney.
Out.
That's so frustrating when you saw him paddling, being like, "Ooh, I think I see something. I think I see something."
I was hoping he was going to ride a log out there today, to be honest.
That would have been killer to see, but maybe showing his spectrum.
He definitely has a big spectrum of great surfing.
And you were saying that your quiver is not necessarily shortboards, a lot of shortboards. What have you been riding?
My quiver for here definitely was not based around shortboards. I wasn't expecting to ride a shortboard in the contest for the most part, but I don't know. Today I might ride a shortboard or a little Hayden-shaped psychedelic germ. I think I might bring out. Have some fun out there.
I mean, have some fun, but also, like we've been talking about, today's a real opportunity. Like, you're not being judged against the waves that were ridden yesterday. The scale is completely being set by what's out there. So, we've seen more than a couple people, Noah Beshin being one of them, take full advantage of conditions today and come out of the water being like, oh, I'm in the top four.
Yeah, that's for sure. I'll give it a go. Some backside turns.
Just some big upside down hacks like we're used to seeing you do.
I know, I haven't done one of those in a little while, so let's see how it goes.
What a great time to get back into shortboarding and ripping that pipeline.
I was kind of looking at my fins like, which ones can do turns?
Yeah, maybe just take them all out and
yeah, the little finless.
just start spinning around.
There today, yeah.
Wonton style. Big shout out.
I was curious, Frankie. You recently became a mom, and it's been so cool to watch you in that journey. But it seems like post motherhood, you've almost got like a new and improved energy for and in your surfing.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like becoming a mom's been so amazing and the best experience, but through that I've also gotten, I just feel like I've never wanted to push my surfing harder, and realizing that you can be there for your child and as like best a mother I can and still live out my dream and try to push my surfing as hard as possible. And it's been a really fun balancing act so far. I feel like it simplifies a lot of things in life and makes you realize what you really enjoy and trying to do the most of that.
And cue the shot of Mikey Wright in dad mode.
Yep. Cute
That's
little baby.
awesome.
Yeah, it's beautiful to see now the contest areas, that especially back near the judging and the comps. It's really family friendly and oriented. People picking up babies freaking out.
Seeing Mikey February with his kid as well. And It's like a little mini nursery going on in the competitors' hang zone there.
In 10 years, they're all going to be charging harder than us, I'm sure.
Right.
And this heat is flying by. 12 minutes and 28 seconds to go. We saw Billy Kemper. Man, if he would have been able to finish that turn.
Yeah, that was quite a wave.
Yeah, I'm surprised he even went for those to smash him with a broken foot. That's,
Jay Quinney, Justin Quinzal said that he started surfing pipe like about 14 years ago, and that it's one of those things you can't turn away from once you start to build a little relationship with it. Like, there's this wrestling match, but like it always seems to pull you. Do you feel like you got a little bit of that?
For sure. I've done a contest out here before and had a lot of fun in that, like years ago. And then I've had the odd wave here and there. That definitely, when you get one, you're like, could I get one a little better than that? You always want to push yourself and try to get a better wave, and it's just such incredible, beautiful waves that even when I'm floating around out there not getting anything, I kind of am just appreciating how gorgeous it is and how wild it is that exists in the world.
Were those a couple of the best waves that you've gotten out here yesterday?
Maybe that one was like the tallest wave I've ever gotten. I've had some that were, I was maybe a little deeper in the barrel. I was going for completions yesterday, I think.
Not a bad
your
strategy.
completions look pretty cool.
Thanks.
Oh, Billy, lay it down. What?
Damn.
And the finish. So, if you want to like really step your game up, go to Morocco, break your 5th metatarsal in your left foot, and then surf the Pipe Masters before it's healed, and you'll be killing it.
Right strategy, yeah.
But like Kelly's done contests with broken feet before, and his whole philosophy is you just stand there. But in a contest like this where you're no longer just standing there, now you're putting the pressure.
He's talking about barrels.
Yeah, barrel's a different story to doing a turn like that for sure.
On a broken foot.
That was a combo platter. It'll be very interesting to see the judging. I mean, but this is nice little combo.
Yeah,
smash at the end.
You're looking at Billy's. Typically, you don't think Billy is one of the most stylish surfers out there in terms of small wave groveling.
Oh, he's got a pretty unique.
Well, I mean, if you look at just the way the rail transfer, there was no pump on that last one.
No, you don't see. There's no hitch in his bottom turn. It's smooth top to bottom.
It was an efficient ride from takeoff to finish, not wasting any energy. And maybe, when you have an injury, you have to really focus on making sure that you're using the least amount of, or you're not wasting any movement or energy. And that little wave actually was crazy smooth.
Yeah. Doing the least to do the most.
I feel like he has quite the workout routines, it seems like, so it's definitely
Seems
helping.
Like? Nah, he is a monster. Whenever I come to the North Shore, I can guarantee that my phone's gonna have a text message at 6 in the morning being like, "Where are you? We're getting started in 45 minutes."
I've never had one of those. I think I'd be pretty terrified if I got one.
Nah, you'd be fine. You'd be fine, Frankie. But yeah, he is super dedicated. I mean, it's not just the workout routine, but he's militant about his nutrition and eating schedule, and he works with with people who are really focused in dialing what that looks like specifically for what he's doing and how much energy he's putting out there. He does not rely, as Jake Quinney gets a little closeout, he doesn't rely on his natural ability. He's like, all right, this is what I have naturally, and then how can I get 2% here, 3% here, whatever.
Bit of a biohacking vibe.
Yeah, and it shows. I mean, look at this guy's performance at Jaws. I mean, all of the things, the run that he went on in the Triple Crown, like he is really a testament to, like, if you work hard, there's all sorts of possibility at the end.
That's true.
Wondering, it seems like Imai and Mr. King have been kind of waiting. Oh,
here we go.
Guys just said, "You're waiting," and here I am.
He's gonna finish this thing.
wondering what's that you're listening to, that was Caius's board sliding through the water because he was gracious enough to get mic'd up for this heat. The Red Bull mic, we appreciate that. Ending there for Imai. And as we talked about at the beginning of the heat, with Billy sitting on that single score of a 24, just with a mid-grade second wave, he's already climbed up into that 7 spot. And so this could be, not even could be, it's a big opportunity.
Yeah.
Yeah, again, there's plenty of swell on tap in the forecast coming up, but the conditions might not be as great. So, you know, if you think you might have a crazy windy day out there in the next round, you can't find something, you don't want to be kicking yourself in the back of the.
Yeah, that you took this day too lightly.
Yeah, today's definitely not a day to wait around for the barrel that may not come. I think it's a day to. It just honestly looks pretty fun to go surfing. It's
gorgeous.
It's a gorgeous day.
You can see all the sand starting to fill up all the cracks in the reef and all those features that are important for that wave that we've come to love. It's definitely going to be a different swell, and the next, since the sand is coming in, those first swells that come, if they decide to run the first day when the sand is like this, it's going to also be a different wave.
Yeah.
It's not going to be as perfect. You know, maybe it's hoping getting the later day or later in the day, later heats, but yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what the contest decides to do.
The sand is like much more grainy here than it is at home, so I feel like it moves around. Like one wave moves so much sand, where in California, for instance, when it's really fine, it takes a lot longer for it to shape the sandbars, where I feel like it's half a day here and it's a completely different wave.
It changes.
It's crazy. But I think there's some interesting things. Oh, there we go.
Yes. Those 2 turns, gorgeous. A smash there at the end. I love his style.
Good style. It's quite shallow on that end section too. They're sending it.
Yeah. That end.
It's not shallow until you hit the bottom.
Debatable.
5 minutes to go, and Billy adding to his 1 wave that he started with there. Let's wait for some scores for Caius.
So the 12.5 is that last wave.
Which what?
The 12.5, or yeah, 12.5 was that last 3-turner.
Or for Billy. Yeah.
Nice. Pretty good score. Pretty good backup.
A nice backup for sure. I mean, the conditions are just dreamsicle today.
The last 3 days have been quite picturesque.
Pretty postcardy.
They have been. Lots of tanning going down on the beach.
Yeah, I'll be doing that right after. Just going to be laying out.
Slather some sunbum on before you go out there. Don't get sunburnt.
Exactly. Taking a look at the top 10 there. John Florence performance earlier today threw him up into that top spot just above Michael February, followed by brother Nathan and young Noah Beshin. It's really cool to watch Noah's like staking his claim as I'm not a little kid anymore. Y'all can't ignore the extent of my abilities.
He's gotten some pretty wild waves around the world in the recent years.
Yeah.
I feel like he's definitely.
His Noah film just got done touring. It's just really cool to see him coming into his own. Having a look at this Caius King wave. Listen to it mic'd up. Listen to those fins going schwack. I even like how he didn't try to do too much on that end bit. He was like, all right, this is what it is. Let me just give this a little tap. Nice little style tap and not blow it.
Little foam climb action.
Imai.
Oh.
Love that.
It's getting tricky over here.
Little fin ditcher.
He's going to end it with something. Oh, I'm sure that's going to be a bigger score.
That's why I am me, Imai said. That's what his competitors are terrified of, drawing him in a heat.
Imai got a crazy bomb too last year. He's good in the big stuff. I think he's one of those sleeper threats in the contest that can surf these small days, but also is really good in the big stuff as well.
Fully well-rounded. But look at this thing. Whoosh.
What's your thoughts on the aerials, Frankie? Is that
The
something
aerials.
that you're...
You know, I do not frequent the air too often, but it does happen on a rare occasion.
Do you think that's something that is... Oh, who's this?
Hold the phone.
Wow.
Hold
Billy.
the phone.
Barrel.
Billy. Finding what we did not know was there. Look forward to seeing that one from the front end. Tenacious Billy. So I'm going to find it all out here today.
Because I think there's been a resurgence in the last maybe 5 years of being able to work on rail game in surfing and share that with the world, and people getting excited by seeing rail maneuvers. Like Billy here pulling in. Wow, finding the barrel and just kicking out.
That was a cute little barrel.
I mean,
Nice
those are
little
few and
barrel.
far between. I'm sure those are going to get rewarded. But like you said, Frankie, wait around for it or get busy? What's the...
Yeah, I'm curious how a barrel like that would score to his 3-turn wave, for instance.
Yeah.
That could kind of change people's strategies, I'm sure, once they...
Off the top of your head, if you're a judge, which one are you going to give the higher score?
I'm biased to barrels when it's at pipeline, so I think I would probably score the barrels higher than anything else, I would say, but I've never been a judge, so I really I have no idea.
Translation, you're not going to do that to me.
Oh, see, like,
Wow.
to me, like that turn gets me more excited than like an air reverse.
Yeah, I mean, they're all very impressive, but I think there's so many incredible surfers in the world that I like when someone has a little bit of their own flair and reads the wave a little differently.
Point of difference, and that's what makes your surfing so enjoyable to watch. It is you are doing your own thing.
It's fun to see someone just put their personality on something and have a little self-expression.
Their signature.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for joining us.
Thanks, guys.
And Frankie, and good luck to you this afternoon.
Thanks. Whoa.
We'll be expecting a full air show from you.
All right, let's see how
All
it
right.
goes.
Good luck.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
5, 4, 3, 2,
Oh, that ends our round 2, heat 9. Looks like Imai and Billy definitely...
They did the work.
Did some work. Caius and Justin working on it too. Next up, Joy Johnston, Mikey Wright, Luke Shepardson, and Ryaru Ito. Round 2, heat
Somehow or
10.
another, we are in heat 10.
Heat 10. This is the last heat of the day.
Yeah, last heat
for the men's
of round 2. Shout out to Nathan Florence making the call this morning to run.
To call Nathan Fletcher.
Excuse me.
To make sure.
Thanks, buddy. Somebody's
It's one of those. Hey, we're staring at that lunch is so good. Fish tacos.
Yeah, that,
Thanks,
we can smell that
Vans, for
plate
the-
lunch. The lunch outside, and my brain lost the plot there for a second. But yeah, to Nathan Fletcher, there was a lot of discussion this morning because when we got here, it did not look very good at all. But it's incredible even how much it's improved.
Yeah.
Conditions in the last 2 hours.
Mikey Wright put the baby down and picked up the 6-0, or whatever he's got going on.
Yeah, let's remember, $100,000 on the line for winners for both the men and the women. And if you're Mikey and Frankie, both Mikeys, you know, with younglings to feed, might put a little bit more thirst in you.
Dude, what if it went like Billy Kemper? Oh, I'm just cruising, just one wave at a time, and Mikey Febb's like, I gotta feed my baby.
I think Billy would be like, I got 4 kids to feed. Get in line.
This would be a good plot twist for just the whole surf world. Oh, like Billy grows out his hair. Now it's like riding single fins. Mikey
just switches into cruise mode.
Yeah. And Mikey's just no vest, Jaws. That'd be a fun one for the.
I really enjoy watching Mikey Wright surf. His part in the Quicksilver movie this year was just.
Whew. Yeah. That was an insane lineup. That crew, the quick crew that they got there is really impressive. It's a nice group of flavor.
Yeah.
Rolo, Little Al, Walsh, right? And I think Mr. Wright kind of leading it.
This is a pretty well-rounded heat too. You know, you've got Mikey Wright, as we mentioned, Ryaro Ito,
Luke Shepardson on the borrowed boards.
Oh, throws one up into the little fat section there. Luke Shepardson, of course, 2023 Eddie Aikau Big Wave Invitational winner, a historic win in classic gigantic Waimea. You've heard the story 1,000 times of the fact that he was on duty all day, working shifts as a member of the North Shore lifeguards, and manages within all of that to surf his heats in between shifts, win the event, and then go to work afterwards.
Yeah.
And you know, the prize money for that event, it's less about the money and obviously more about the honor of being a part of it and paying tribute and honoring the Aikau family. But when people got word that he got $10,000, they're like, that's cool, but like, we're going to crowdsource and give you some more money because of how powerful your story is. And so folks got together on the internet and sent him some more.
Yeah, I think that's an incredible.
Yeah, really is. Well, you see that Water Patrol ski with the camera on the back, and for so many years we've always loved to look and check in with our boy Larry Haynes, a legend here on the North Shore and in professional surfing around the world. We lost him shortly after this event last year. He died doing what he loved. That's on the back end of a surf session. And you're looking on the back of the ski at a young man who has stepped into his shoes, Thomas Lawrence, a local boy from here on Oahu. Thomas been working at this event in the beginning, like pulling wires and doing operations on the background, and then deciding to put a camera in his hand, and then he got the call to step into this position on the back of the ski. And he was discussing earlier with many that feeling of knowing that he's stepping into the shoes to honor that position of a legend in Larry. So shouts out to you, Thomas. We know that you will carry that torch. Folks got nothing but beautiful things to say about him, but we miss you, Larry Haynes. Miss seeing that big smile, and that guy who's been in a wetsuit all day, who just can't stop being stoked for the surfing, for you. Like, he just had an energy where he all he did was just share that aloha, and how fired up and passionate he was at this is what he got to do for a living. And countless, not just contests, but movies, iconic shots from around the world. He is sorely, sorely, sorely missed, but his spirit lives on.
Yeah, big miss and love to Larry, and again, he's inspired he inspired the world. Anyone who has been a part of a North Shore production or even a global production in the water, Larry Haynes was always one of the first on the list, and his spirit that he had and that lives on is always going to be a beautiful thing for people to remember.
And a true innovator when it came to water camera, changing the game of what's possible.
We got Riadu.
Riadu with a beautiful little fade down into a cute little barrel.
Yeah.
Riadu Ito from Miyazaki. And here's Mikey looking for something.
Floater. Oh. Here we go. What's this end section to give him? Big tail, high rotation. didn't land it, but I think he won a crazy air last year, or he won some bag of cash.
Yeah, he won some cash. I love, as a pedestrian surfer, general population surfer, being able to look at the ability of these athletes to recover. Like that first section, he hoped it was going to be an air. He comes out and sort of floats out unsteady out of that floater. Most people just being like, I'm done. He's like, no, I'm going to wait. I see another section. I can just go and chuck it again.
Yeah.
Crazy. As we will check in now with Mahina.
The bug wanted action. I'm with I'm with Imai Kalani from Maui, VANS athlete. Congratulations on getting back on tour. How are you feeling, and what is your plan for 2024?
Oh, thank you so much. My feeling's very stoked, very excited. It'll be my sophomore year now, so kind of know what to expect this time around, and just feeling dialed in, and been training a lot. And this last year competing all year on the Challenger Series was really good. So yeah, just stoked to be competing here at home now, and first 2 events here at home as well.
Warm up. And what kind of training are you doing?
A lot of surfing, and not like heavy weight training or anything, but just cardio and calisthenic kind of stuff. And shout out to my friend Kaimana Kinimaka at home. He's been working with me a lot, so, as well as my coach Pedro. So yeah, but mostly surf-based and surf-focused. So.
Now, I believe you're riding new boards. Could you give us the breakdown on that and how you're feeling with your new boards?
Yeah. Channel Islands with my shaper, Britt Merrick. Boards are amazing. This is my first full year riding them, and I feel like, it took a little bit of time for me to really get dialed in, but they feel great, and my Hawaii quiver feels amazing. So, yeah, I'm just excited.
And what do you think it's going to take for you to crack into the top 4 here at the VANS Pipe Masters?
Yeah, it's going to take a bit. I didn't have anything yesterday, which was a bummer. So I knew I had to at least hopefully try to get one decent score today to have a chance to, next time they run, if it's big, if I can get one really good one, then have a chance. But yeah, it's just try not to think about it too much and try to focus on what I could do out there right now. And yeah, on to the next.
Amazing. Well, we will see you on the last day, and thank you for taking time to talk to us, and congratulations.
Oh, thank you so much. Cheers.
Thank you, Mahina. And humble energy. Grateful, knows what he's capable of, but you see that humble, grateful energy.
Yeah, outer island, coming from Maui. Went to a Hawaiian school. Definitely was provided at least introduction to some values, and I'm sure his home life and his household and his friends and his community helped to shape him to that respectful kid he is. Riyadu again.
Yeah, you've seen a lot of athletes make the tour, the championship tour, get knocked off, and not be able to put it back together. It's hard enough to make it. It's that much harder to get back on, and for him to do so in such a short time, and like you said, like you heard him say, just to really have taken in and learned the lessons instead of being bitter and being like, all right, I'm going to take what I learned from that experience and go back and know that I have what I have to give and no one else does.
I think that's become kind of the new way to do the championship tour. As you get there, you fall off, you try to get back on. Versus before, it's like, oh, retire. You get it? Oh, I'm retired. So it's definitely a new style.
Yeah. Well, we look forward to his campaign this year, especially. It's going to be fun to see him in some of those big barrels, especially with Cloudbreak back in the mix.
Right. If you look at, you can see the reef here. There's this big kind of channel, which kind of shows that the competitors are really moving more towards the backdoor ain'ts section of the reef.
Now you see all that sort of greenish white there. That's sand, yeah?
That's sand. It's a big, that's kind of the slab right there at Pipeline. You see that people try to get into. But as they are moving closer to, I guess, us as the viewership, you see that would be a big deep crack. So maybe it's kind of interesting to see now that there's the sand kind of filling in these cracks. You now can see these deep cracks or caves that a lot of the surfers talk about being afraid of. Oh, we might get stuck in a cave or a crack. But now you can kind of see where they are. There's different parts of the reef that are accentuated by the sand filling it up.
Having a scratch here.
Looking left. Kind of using that wind to his advantage to try to throw these grabs.
Little
spins.
I like that late inverted rotation going for the grab.
Beato's staying busy. Yeah. There he goes. Float. Something. Wheelie.
Yeah, you could tell that Ito hoped that that was going to give him maybe an air section, and then got that little bit of moment of indecision. With 17 minutes to go here in round 2. Again, big opportunities, especially for this crew. You know, Luke Shepherdson down there at the bottom spot of the 40. Johnston in 38th. He got some big work to do. Joey Johnston from here in the North Shore, a great story. We were talking about him yesterday. You know, he had a wave of the winter contention last year for a big wave in 2022, but he's not a professional surfer.
No, he's a working man.
He works on the big communication towers, and he's up there 250 feet in the air, painting, replacing parts. That's what he finds himself doing for work. And then when it's on, he's out here putting in the time and charging.
Yeah, and I think that's also there's a level of surfers that do that, and they choose that. That's the way they want to do it.
For the depth of the love. Well, with that kick out, we're going to take a quick little break here and come back with the second half of Heat 10 here in round 2 at the VANS Pipe Masters.
I like that these boots are comfy, but they're also like super solid, so you're gonna stay dry and warm, which is pretty important for us.
Beautiful shot here at Pipeline. As while we are at the break, big old kick out from Mikey Wright going for an into the wind rotation. Ito back up and at him, and these waves just running off.
I wonder if Joey and Luke got their own little corner. I don't see them.
I think they're on the other side.
Yeah, they're waiting for it, huh?
Other side, maybe not knocking almost there on the other side near the sandbar.
There's Luke looking for something. Yeah, it's as the swell's shifting more north, getting less and less opportunities in this part of the beach.
Yeah, because if you look north, which would be super frustrating right now if you're a competitor, as we see Mikey stalling, saying, "Give me something."
Yeah, right north of Pipe and Backdoor, you have the beach park, call that Gums. There's a buildup of sand. Oh, Luke. Trying to find that section here. Nothing going on there.
But you were saying up at Gums.
Yeah, up at Gums, there's a nice packed sandbar out there. There's some fun. A lot of the people on the North Shore, they're kind of just north of the break, kind of getting some good waves right there on that Gums sandbar that's nicely developing and catching some nice point break action. You can see these fun tubes. We've got body surfers, long boarders, body boarders. Everyone's kind of getting a go at these fun waves just north. Highly contestable, I would say. But again, you make that decision. Oh, here we go. Something on the side here.
Little example of some of the fun waves. I've seen someone get like almost like what looked like a mini Kira barrel over there. Now, you might be at home being like, well, why are we competing there? If perhaps we had started the day with all the surfers agreeing like, hey, sandbar would be legal, then that would be different. But if all of a sudden surfers in this round were getting an opportunity at something that the other competitors didn't get, wouldn't necessarily be fair being judged the same waves.
Yeah.
So you just have to look at it longingly
Yeah.
and deal with the cards you have been given.
Yeah, I mean, that's the you know, this feeling that maybe we have as viewers, that the surfers have on the best days of the year. That's what surfers also experience when they don't get that wave. You're out there, you know, 3 hours, 4 hours waiting for that one wave that finally there's enough space to paddle for it, and then when you get your wave, you can get dropped in on or you don't make it, and you just think that same feeling of like, if I just had that opportunity.
Right.
It's the same feeling. It's just on the other spectrum of not 150 people out there.
All right, Cliff, I need you to put on your credentials. Are you ready?
Yes. Oh, Luke.
Oh, look at this.
Oh, there we go. Luke.
Oh, is he sandbarring? Did he go? That's.
No, he was out of this.
I think he actually
contraband
went up to the sandbar. I told you that there were Kira-esque waves up that way, and there you go. I wasn't joking. Be interesting to see if that would be deemed legal tender, but I appreciate the spirit. He's like, look, I'm in 40th. I'm out here. I'm watching these barrels go by. I'm up here.
Good job.
Catch me out. Luke Severson said, catch me all the way outside. Look at this thing from Gums.
Oh, dude. I'd be psyched on that thing right now. I would have straightened out and just claimed it.
All day.
Oh, yeah. Running down the sandbar. Oh, it's so fun.
First competitor to break out and say, okay, that's it. I'm busting out of here.
Yeah, he's finding some barrel.
And
somewhere.
Joey Johnson's with him. They're sitting there right there on the edge of the bar, getting those wide ones.
Yeah, they're like, let's go. Oh.
Yeah, I saw some really nuts waves right before we came in here from up here in the bar, and they are getting like a tractor beam to the Death Star. They're like, we're in the contest, but maybe not. Interesting. Interesting to see what the official judgment will be on them choosing to take advantage of the sandbar. But anyway, in the meantime, and this gives you that, I love that drone pullback to show you just how far away from the actual competitor zone they are. Here's that audience ask for you. Hannah Stevenson, she wants to know, Dr. Cliff, if all this sand is coming onto the reef with the north swell, how long will it take to get rid of it?
And again, I'm going to try my best. I would say that it could take weeks, months if there's no swell. What needs to happen is a big swell from the northwest or the west to come back in the opposite direction and really pull that sand off of that reef, push it in to shore, and then as the water moves down the coast, it's going to pull it away. So it really just will require a big swell. How long will it take? If we look at the forecast, it looks like there's some big swell coming on Tuesday and Wednesday with some weather. The thing is that swell's coming from the north, potentially the northeast, so it might just pack more sand back onto the reef. Again, from the west, it's going to pull the sand off. from the north or northeast, it's going to push it back on. So
right.
It's depends on the direction and it depends on the swell.
Size, intensity of the swell, because sometimes it can literally, you can wake up the next day after a big west swell and be like, I don't recognize this beach.
Oh yeah, I mean literally from the morning until the mid-morning, it'll go from backwashy, not good sand on the reef to it pooling completely off, and you have a nice clean open reef that's picturesque.
All right, I just got some official news. Hold on, let's see what Mikey can do with this section here. I got some official news that for this women's round 2, the women have decided and discussed with the judges they will be surfing gums.
Perfect.
If they would like to, and it's going to be scoreable. I don't think that Luke
and
Joey's waves will count.
I don't think they even
scoring,
care.
but you know what they are doing? They're having a great time. But if the women want to, they can surf gums.
Yeah.
It is the playing field has been expanded.
Ah, good. I think that'd be nice to see. Oh, Yaru. Yeah, it's I think it's going to be a nice shift and change to get some clean sandbar barrels. Oh, Joey. You can see that handsome dude, no helmet on a day like today in the sandbar. Definitely got a few screws loose up there when it comes to the crazy psycho ones.
He's not afraid to go.
He's not afraid to go. I mean, there's always these people that you just know they're out there that you're like, who is that person? And be like, oh, it's Joey. Joey. You know,
Joey is him.
Joey is, when you hear Joey on the wave, you know, there's another person, Jensen Hassett, a name from back in the day that people would know. He's one of those guys that now travels around the world and gets huge barrels alone, no cameras, no crew. But he was another one like that. Whoa, we're going backflips?
Chuck a backflip at you.
Wow.
Okay.
He's stoked. He's laughing. He's like, yeah, you know, it's someone could just get real crazy in the women's.
You know who's going to be absolute? I can almost guarantee frothing for some sandbar. Coco Ho.
Oh yeah. I wonder if she's going to ride a twin fin.
She will be choosing that option without a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah. I think that's a good prediction.
5 minutes remaining here in V10.
Riadu going up for the big backflip here into the wind. One hand grab backflips. That might be the new thing. Oh.
Yeah. You see, as soon as he went in the air for the first part of the flip, board just went stuck to his feet, and as soon as he got it inverted, you saw that
blow away.
The board just went bye bye.
Yeah.
Just gives you a sense of how that wind is blowing.
Yeah, well, I mean, as it's closing down the last 4 minutes of round 2 for the men's, looks like everyone kind of just has to sleep in the bed they made today.
Yeah, but for the men, I mean, let's look at it. Like Nathan Florence and Noah Beshin did work today.
Yeah,
and both of them started the day outside of the top 4. And they have moved themselves right there in contention. And then John and Mikey, of course, just switching places with John now in first and Mikey in second. Mikey February, that is. And Mikey Wright, you look at his that wave, big score wave that he got from yesterday, sitting on that 20-pointer.
I mean,
there's still plenty of possibility.
That's bigger than any of John's backup waves, a 20.
Say again?
That's bigger than John's backup. John has his top wave number 1 is a 23.5. His other two top waves are 18 and a 15. So Mikey Wright's 20 is bigger than John John's backups.
And that's what's going to make the third round so interesting for shifts. But we're going to check in right now here with 3 minutes and change to go with Holly, who is with Anne DeSantos.
Yeah, thanks guys. Annie, we want to know, how did you get into big wave surfing? Or like, you know, surfing heavier waves?
So it started off when I was around 14 years old. I was surfing my local break, DY Point, in Australia, and this guy just saw that I was really committed on the waves on that point break, which can get quite shallow and everything, and he was like, do you want to go out surf some like outer reef bummies? And I was like, hell yeah. And I think it just started like that. He lent me his boards and took me out, and I was just surfing outer reef bummies since I was like 14. And then as soon as I got my license, I started driving to all the spots around Australia, chasing big waves, and now I'm taking that around the world, and I'm loving it.
Cool. And how does Pipeline compare to all the other waves?
It's pretty gnarly. I mean, the power that you have in pipe and in a lot of waves in Hawaii, it's just crazy. But it's also so beautiful and perfect. I really love being here in pipe, and trying to push my limits in these kind of waves is amazing.
Cool. Well, we're looking forward to seeing you later. Good luck. Have fun.
Thank you, Holly, and what a cool story. If you were just judging a book by a cover and you walk by Annie, you wouldn't think that that was who she was.
Right.
And how about that person who saw, like, oh, she has that thing? Because you can't really. I mean, ask this to you as a question. I don't think you can really teach wanting to surf big waves. That's got to be something that's kind of innate in your spirit. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where there's something either calls you to them or calls you away from them. And
I would be the latter. Yes, I am called away. Proudly called away. Oh, it's bigger than 6 feet? Oh, yeah. I'll be right here in the cheer squad.
Yeah, she, I think, had some incredible waves in a trip, an O'Neill trip, I think, that they were on somewhere in the South Pacific, and she was just sending it a little bit of intel that there's some waves that she's gotten this past year in some undisclosed locations that are really going to shock the world with her tube riding ability. So it's going to be exciting to see her out here when the waves get big for them.
We love that. We absolutely love that. I follow her on Instagram and just watching her. There's no hesitation in her game. You can see the joy she has in charging.
Yeah. In our final 10 seconds, Mikey, is he going to pull something off?
A nice little backhand smash. Don't think this thing is going to have an end bit for him.
Oh, he tried to do the best he could. Better to his previous scores.
Yeah,
good job. Yeah, he did work.
You know, salute to all these athletes, you know, just making the best of what Mother Nature is offering today and not comparing to yesterday. But we are at the end of round 2. Can't wait to get into that critical round 3. And, you know, the goal with running today was always like, let's make the most of the conditions we have today so that with questionable weather on that long-term forecast, if we got to break up the final round into half days, we're not forced to have to run a whole day. Maybe you start later in the day. You know, being able to just give the best opportunities possible as we see this incredible wave from yesterday.
Yeah. This is some of the highlights of the last couple of days into today. Look at the difference, the contrast of big barrels to big airs.
And again, having that full bag, right? We just saw that big, perfect backdoor wave from yesterday, and then Noah showing his technical ability, really doing some beautiful pocket surfing, and yeah.
Landing him in top 4 position going into round 3.
And then Nathan Florence. This was yesterday. Just gorgeous backdoor performance
on his little pug board.
Yeah, and then today he's like, watch, I can find a mini version of that today. and get a big old finish.
I mean, that's in number 3. You look at it. These are the people, like, I think what you said, you know, what Makuokai said, the people who can go 2 to 20 are going to be the ones. Mikey, February, yesterday's backdoor bomb.
Incredible. You know, it was so nice to have him on the set explaining, you know, what it was like choosing to listen to Nathan Fletcher, getting into a rhythm, and then this was after getting smashed by 6 waves, somehow didn't break his leash, paddles back out and gets that thing. That's what has him in that top 4 spot.
John.
And then John Florence. I mean, yesterday in that initial brothers heat, as soon as the buzzer went, these guys just went to town. That beautiful roundhouse after the backdoor barrel. And then, yeah, let me chuck one here. That was crazy. That was today. Hey, how's that knee doing? Oh, yep, okay.
I think, and you see it. You see from yesterday having a barrel to a maneuver, today having a big maneuver. It's the combination of all these things that are going to keep us.
That is what being well-rounded at the highest level looks like. And with that, we are going to pass the mic
to the icons of the
North
Shore.
Icons of the, yes, indeed, Makuokai Rothman and guest host joining us right now from the field, Mahina Florence. Join us.
Welcome. Round 2, Heat 1. The Queen, Moana Jones-Wong, Sophie Bell, Zoe McDougall, and Maluhia Kinimaka. Joining me in the booth, my special guest, the always elegant, the always beautiful, and the most stunning, Mahina Florence. Welcome to the booth.
Can you just hang with me 24/7? Just walk around and make my announcements.
Oh, it's all true. We're here with the women. We're here in Heat 1 of the women. Yesterday we seen some pretty good conditions for them. You know, sometimes on the challenging side, but nonetheless it was a perfect day for them, especially conditions-wise. Today, a little bit different. They're going to have to manufacture some scores. They're going to have to actually look for different competitive skills in their arsenal to get it done.
Absolutely. Well, talking about yesterday when they went out, I don't know if the cameras caught it, but I did see Moana and Maluhia. They were holding hands on the beach, and then after when I talked to her, I said, oh, were you saying a pule? What was going on? And she said, honestly, we were just trying to give each other strength and encouragement to go out because they were a little bit nervous. They were scared. and I appreciate them, you know, being honest. And on Moana's side, I don't know if anyone remembers, but last year she had actually hit her head, I believe, my facts are right, on the reef and then had injured her ribs. So she was just totally blown out. She said she was all cross-eyed. So that really did intimidate her, as it would anyone. So I think after that incident, she was a little bit more cautious. And then in her interview, she did go into that she hadn't really caught in a wave because, you know, everyone is, you know, they're grinding. They're
still had that memory of what was going on a little bit of the trauma.
Yeah, I think so. So I think yesterday was that perfect playfulness for her to get back into it. And yeah,
we got some replays here of what's been happening so far. Go ahead, Mahina, run us through some of these replays as they happen.
Oh man, I'm really proud of Moana because last year she took notes. She said she noticed that she needed a backup score last year that she didn't get. So she applied that knowledge to this year, and you could kind of see she was doing more of that contest competitive surfing, which was lovely. And are we throwing it?
Yeah, she's definitely, stepping up and being more competitive all around, knowing that it's not just a one-wave contest. And talking about knowing it's not just a one-wave contest, Mr. Eddie Aikau, reigning champion himself, Mr. Luke Shepherdson is down on the beach with Holly. Take it away.
Hey guys, yeah, Luke, how are you going over there on the little sandbar? You're not going to be obviously you scored for that, but tell us what you were thinking.
Yes.
Yeah, there was not really any waves breaking at pipe, and I've seen a couple guys get some nuggets over there, so I thought I might as well go have fun instead of sit in the lineup at pipe and not do anything.
Sick. And how's it compare coming from the Eddie at the start of the year to here?
I was super excited for this event to surf pipe with nobody out, but unfortunately the conditions had another thing in mind, so just adapt to the conditions, and if it's really bad there and really fun there, I'm going to surf where the waves are fun and not torture myself watching guys get barreled.
For sure, sick. Well, thanks for coming down, and I'll see you in the next few days. Cheers, man.
Well, as you just heard there from Luke, your reigning champion of the Eddie Aikau Invitational, and as you see on your screen here, Zoe McDougall taking off at Gums, what is known as Gums section of the Ehukai Beach Park, and they have opened up the competitive area from not just your traditional pipeline and backdoor lineup. We've seen Balaram move down towards off the wall, and now the competitors are sitting up at Gums as the sand has filled in and created a beautiful little sandbar over there. And I know you like to longboard over there too, Mahina.
Yeah, I would say that's kind of my mama's, both my mama's favorite spots is Gums. I do get a little intimidated surfing in front of the surf houses during winter season. It's the fishbowl, and I'm like, everyone's so talented. But yeah, good fun longboarding. But I am happy that they moved it down to Gums. I feel like Gums was taunting the boys in the past couple heats, so this is exciting for the women. I'm excited to see.
Yeah, I mean, look at the rip. If you look at the lineup there, all that whitewash and all the energy from this northerly direction swell is pushing down towards pipeline. So it's kind of turning pipe into a rip bowl. It's almost as if the sand has filled in more and it's shallower here at Gums, and it's kind of draining off to the deeper reef over there on that side at pipeline. So it's kind of doing the reverse current of if it was a west swell. And right now, big lull in the action.
You know what I appreciate about Maluhia is before she even surfed it, she mentioned, and I'm not sure if you touched on it, that she went out and she swam out and she took a look at the reef, and she really got to understand that first before she's had her first session out there. And I don't think she's had the opportunity to spend much time out there. I know they're now more towards Gums, but I thought that was very pono thing to do.
Yes, that's an interesting perspective to have paddled, not just paddled out, but swam out with goggles and actually learned the actual reef, where the structure is, where the waves will start hitting and cresting. On the first reef, you know, on the inside where it's that shallow flat zone where a lot of people tend to get caught behind, and then there's both the backdoor section, which is very, very shallow, lots of channels, lots of little holes in the reef. Then you come to this pipeline side and it's filled with sand. So the sand really has a profound effect on the reef. She paddled out, or she swam out and looked at the reef one day. If you went out there today and looked out that reef, you wouldn't even recognize it at all, because all of your landmarks you might have got from when the reef was fully exposed to now, some of them are covered up. It's going to look like a totally different place. So to get that perspective of how it looks on a good day is awesome. Today just totally turns pipeline and everything about pipeline on its head. Even the barrel riding, now it comes to high performance surfing, which we hope to get some of that action soon here on the way. 20 minutes left, round 2, heat 1. I think very minimal score so far.
It is gorgeous, though. I do want to talk about Sophie. Oh, action. Moana.
Get another barrel, come on.
Working it, though.
She had the potential to be getting barreled across that whole entire wave. Are we watching Snapper Rock, or are we watching pipeline? Ladies and gentlemen, it is turning to an absolute point break fest. And these girls are getting a real treat into surfing this wave as a point break. Very uncharacteristic for pipeline to be run in these types of conditions, but nonetheless, the judging criteria leans towards being able to surf all different types of pipeline, not just big barrels, right, Mahina? And you know that your husband is, you know, someone who graces the inside of these big barrels quite often out here. And to watch him paddle out on a little egg-looking fun board, was it a little bit of a trip to you, thinking, wow, Nathan's going out in a heat at pipe with that board?
Yeah, when I was like, what is that? Where'd this come from? I haven't seen this. Yeah, he actually was stoked. I thought he did a pretty good job with the conditions, and, you know, we know his history of competing, and he had fun, and I thought he did good. And he said, I took it out just to literally have fun with my brothers, and I ended up getting little barrels, some turns, and I think he even attempted an air, if I can remember. So it's good. I feel like it's days like these that kind of get in the heads of those who are more so just kind of like the barrel slab riders, which are incredible, and maybe gets them thinking, oh, maybe I should start training different aspects of my surfing, right?
Definitely challenging, right?
Yeah.
It's going to challenge them to pull that out, because if you're going to compete and win this event, you're going to have to get a score today. So they have to dig deep. They have to look into their bag of tricks. What do they have in the arsenal?
To go back to Sophie Bell, I want to say that she does, I have a soft spot for her, because I think she holds herself with aloha spirit, to be quite honest. And maybe that's because of the cultural similarities. She's from South Africa, and we're from Hawaii, and I feel like there's similarities. Like, she has this humbleness and this lovingness, and especially out in the ocean, like, she absolutely charges, but she's cautious. So she has this elegance to her and this fierceness, and she's just so humble.
Yeah,
and,
I mean,
and you just want to like hug her when you see her.
Going across the world, you know, everybody always said, you know, oh, you guys have so much aloha in Hawaii, and I believe there's aloha in every culture, in every place. People we just have a word for it. We embody it a little bit more, and because there's so many different people coming through other countries, and we're still relatively new as a, you know, as a place here.
That was so well said.
Here's Frankie, who is this? Moana Jones Wong, that was her right. But I think that all cultures and all people like Moana, an ambassador of aloha around the world, when she travels, I think that everybody has that type of aloha spirit and that vibe that comes with the word aloha, to be able to share with one another, to be one with one another, and to do great things and accomplish great things together. I think Sophie Bell, like you said, that aloha spirit that she has, that calmness with the fierceness, is just showing right here, especially in her surfing, getting two beautiful turns off. And unfortunately coming unstuck on that last turn, but like you said, Mahina, that's so true. She's so elegant, but so fierce at the same time.
Breaking down those wave reruns, is there anything that you could maybe coach Moana, Maluhia, Sophie, that you just saw?
Not really. I mean, they're doing, you know, what they can with the situation at hand. I'm not too, you know, in tune with how much they surf backside, or how much, you know, how much time they actually put into backside little wave barrel riding. But that wave of Moana, it's kind of hard to position yourself, keep speed, not shave off too much speed, not get caught in the barrel, and be able to actually exit it and complete a ride. So Moana's doing very, very good for what she's being offered. Sophie was ripping. She just unfortunately came unstuck on that wave, and I think they really just need to. It's hard to be patient when there's such little waves, and waves are coming by that you want to get a score, but I think that she may want to wait for a very good wave to get.
We like to see that they're smiling out there and just having a good time. Again, that's the common theme. It's just so nice to be out there with no one else.
And there's two sisters right there, you know, just having a great time.
Monkey.
And that's another thing about this event and this format, where there's no real loss here.
Yeah.
Everybody gets to have fun. Everybody gets to compete with each other instead of against each other. In a certain way, and you can just see the camaraderie between girls right there. They're very stoked for each other. They went back to back on that last set. Moana had the first one backside, Maluhia had the second one frontside. They both got little cover-ups, and
one day I'd love to see Maluhia take out an alaya.
Ooh, that would actually be a not bad idea right now, because you're kind of just going down the line on a point break trying to get barreled.
She rips that thing between her and Benji. That's also a powerhouse I'd like to a little bit touch on. We've got Benji Brand, who's known for getting incredible waves out there. And then now we have Maluhia, who is slowly making her debuts.
I've been seeing her paying attention to watching him surf too.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, we were up at the house yesterday after the contest, and he was giving her a little bit of speech. She was going to go paddle out after, catch a couple waves, and you know, he's been surfing a lot lately, so he just was like, oh, I'm just going to kick back and watch her surf. And I'm like, okay, let's go out, sis. So we paddled out, but I could kind of see, I was watching from the beginning before we went out, the little like talk story and the little like coaching between them. You know, Benji was giving her some tips and kind of this and that. And it was cool to see because she's getting direction and positive information from one of the best out there.
That's really cool. You got to witness that. And I love that that works for them because it doesn't work for all couples to be able to coach or give critiques.
Oh, yeah, and be able to accept it like that and be like, okay, yeah, sounds good, right? And, yeah, like you said, it's a power couple, and they're definitely, you know, building upon what they have. We have some GoPro footage here coming up, and we're going to walk you through Moana's GoPro footage real quick, and then we have another special guest joining us.
It's my lucky day.
Here we go. Getting barreled, coming out, wrapping turn. I mean, it's just those little subtle movements that you can see on these GoPro shots that, like I was talking about Nate Florence with, you can actually adjust your surfing while on the fly almost with the GoPro camera. You come in and see maybe what was working, what wasn't working, what are the things that you could work on, because there's always a work in progress to build in the surfing arena. And it's just so good to see the technology giving us other ways to be able to critique ourselves, to refine our surfing, to become better at our sport every day. And welcome into the studio. I made a song called The One and Only, but this is the true one and only. Mr. Eddie Rothman, my father, is here joining us today in the studio.
How's it?
What's up, Dad? How's it going?
Pretty good. How you folks?
I'm good. You been enjoying the event?
Yeah, it's been good so far.
Nice. What'd you see yesterday? I know there's some really good waves ridden, and today a little bit. You know, you run an event, you have a contest, the format is similar to what is running right now. And I know that different conditions apply to different days. So from yesterday, it was really good. Today, they're looking for a little more high performance. You think that kind of there's a different dynamic there than something that you folks will do in your event?
Ours is mostly the barrel and whatever extra you add to it, good. You know, it's like we usually never run in this kind of waves. Even yesterday would have been, probably wouldn't have ran.
Yeah.
We want it big, we want it gnarly, we want it pipe.
There
So this is a little different. This is pretty cool because you get what another nation gives you, and these guys are being flexible. And yeah, in the morning yesterday, before noon, I seen the good barrels, and then some of the guys who never get none get a chance to do some airs today. And we'll see what happens.
Even it up a little bit. Some of the air guys get to bring some of their game in. That's pretty cool. And yeah, we seen Mr. Cole Rothman this morning flip the coin for everybody to see who went first.
You know what? He can't take all the heat, though. I also was like, I just want to confirm. So if it's heads and you say heads, you win? Or so you guys were busting in, but I was like, ooh, looks like we are not going to Vegas.
No, definitely not. But up and riding here on a deep barrel. Look at that. Zoe McDougall was traveling there through that barrel. Unfortunately, got shut down. And
Zoe spends a lot of time in the mental wise, and she just created a movie called I Love You, right?
Yeah, she has some new clips coming out. We had Sophie Bell up on one. But Dad, you've been here through a lot of Pipeline Masters.
I've been in a few, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean. You've competed in the Pipeline Masters. You've been around since the inception of the Pipeline Masters. What was one of the most memorable moments of a Pipeline Masters to you all these years?
Michael Ho trying to get my board away from me after I ate it so bad in the semifinals. he was riding some little tiny board. I had like a 7.2, and I couldn't paddle. I snapped my vertebrae, and I was barely swimming, and I was attached to the board. And he goes, "Come here, give me your board." And I'm like, I got to get in still, you know, and I'm not taking that 6 whatever you got over there. And he's going to give me your board. So
That's iconic.
Well, competing in those events back in the day, it's a lot different than now. Different formats, different time, and it just seems like Pipeline keeps evolving, but is still the main attraction no matter what surfers are out there over the years, and no matter what performance is, Pipeline always seems to shine and show her, I want to say, just like you say with Sophie Bill, that elegant part of it, but just so ferocious at the same time. And like my dad said, Pipeline is a very dangerous wave.
Oh, it is. I've been hurt at waves and on reefs all over the world, but out here is the worst I've ever been hurt. Stitches, broken ribs, crushed vertebrae, whatever. And Pipo is the gladiator pit. And I see some of these people out there, like some of the girls too, and it's only a matter of time. You're going to get hurt, and you're not going to like it.
Yeah, it's
you know, it's not for everybody. It's so crowded and dangerous now. It's crazy.
It's true.
Yeah, it's definitely not for everybody. It's, you know, you need a certain skill set, a certain mindset, a certain like go-get-em warrior style, because those warriors, a lot of them, they know they're going into battle and there's a pretty good chance they're going to get hurt doing what they do. You can't mind that. It's the hesitation. It's when you're like, oh, maybe I should go. Or especially when Pipe's very crowded, like my dad was just talking about, it's almost more dangerous for someone to be in the wave than the actual wave itself. I've seen so much more carnage due to human error, and not the person that's actually surfing the wave, but the person that's in the wave that drops in, whatever it may be. I've actually had, last year, before I got hurt, we were warming up for the backdoor shootout, and I dropped into about an 8-foot wave at backdoor, one of the scariest drops I've ever had. Bottom turned, and as I bottom turned, someone dove off their board, and their leash went across my feet. Their board was on one side of me, they were on the other side of me, and it was like a full-on like guillotine, but from my ankles, and just ripped my feet right out from under.
It's more dangerous.
It's definitely a lot more dangerous when people don't, when they don't understand what the consequences are. You know, a lot of people, they come out, they're ignorant, they maybe haven't been educated, and that's one of the things is maybe not deliberately getting in the way, maybe not every time, you know, being out there, but not knowing and going out to somewhere instead of educating themselves, learning the culture, learning the place, and paddling out and being somewhere they might not supposed to be.
Well, like I said, it's not for everybody to be out there. You might do pretty good for a little while. Once you get hurt, you're going to know. And your life sometimes is at stake. I see how many guys die. You know, it's mostly at Pipeline. Around the world, yeah, but not as many as at Pipe. This is the place to get hurt.
Zoe up.
Yeah, I mean, it's Zoe on a little ride there. 4 minutes and 50 seconds left in round 2, heat 1. In red, Moana Jones. In white, Sophie Bell. In black, Maluhia Kinimaka. And in blue, we have Zoe McDougall, and I think we have a ride here from Maluhia Kinimaka, the daughter of legendary waterman Titus Kinimaka, and another one of our Mana Wahine out here surfing this beautiful point break right now. It looks like these girls are having a good time on these waves. How many? Look at this.
Yeah.
If it would just open up a little bit more,
they're doing so well with
they
what
would definitely have a better chance.
I do have a question. Someone
Yes.
had written in, you know, you guys always say you have to graduate to Pipeline. So the question is, where would you recommend people surf and train or work in order to graduate to Pipeline?
Well, for us, it was just a thing. You know, we started off here in Hawaii in the short break, and we paddle out to shores and waves like that, and then we get out to sunset. And it was a gradual thing that you learned, and you were just part of the ocean because that was part of your life. And ultimately, Pipeline is the ultimate wave, right? So, I mean, anywhere surfing is good to get your feet under you, But to come to Hawaii and understand the lineups, to come to understand the wave, like we touched on earlier, Maluhia went out there, she learned the reef, she went and dove out there and checked out where the wave breaks, seeing how, more dangerous parts of the reef and stuff like that. I think really putting in your time, paddling out maybe, and even sitting on the side and just watching, kind of getting your bearings from the side before you actually try and paddle out there. And then just really being honest with yourself about your actual surfing ability. Because you can graduate from here and graduate from there, but some people, no matter how long they surf, they just don't have the ability to actually surf pipeline safely. What do you think, Dad?
I think you're right, and it's turned into a shit show. There's 200 people out there sometimes. Oh, I'm at the Pipolini. I love the Pipolini. You don't even know what the bottom looks like. You're gonna surf and charge. Yeah, I'm here. Here I am, from wherever. And the respect for the local people's gone. You don't come to other countries like, say, Brazil, run out there at their break and start catching all the waves. You can get your ass beat, But over here, it's changed now. There's no consequences because it's so diluted. The local people don't have that clout that they had before, which kept it a lot safer. It's like you send them in, then they come out. You surf, they surf. What's the big deal? We used to do that from VLAN all the way down the coast.
Well, definitely community regulation is a good thing, and making sure that the community is safe, keeping the surfer safe. And a lot was done back in the day, all in the name of keeping the North Shore and keeping the country, keeping the children safe, making sure that they could get waves as well and not just overtaken by the rest of the surfing world when they came. We're here, and there was people to make sure that they know that we were here also, and that our children are here also, and you need to respect them, their waves, and our place above all. And it just goes to show how many kids have come from those eras of that type of community understanding, and really made it in the surf world, from the Jamie O'Briens to myself to my brothers to the Florence boys and beyond. I mean, there's so many surfers that have come out of this place that actually benefited from that style of regulation as well.
And I think I'm just going to push onto the women's real quick because we're almost done with this heat. I think we have some girls who are going to possibly attempt to bust some aerial maneuvers coming up. So I'm excited to see what the action.
Do we have Sierra Kerr coming up?
I believe they're going to be
Erin Brooks.
Yep. They're coming because this is the first round of the women. So we're going to have some action, I think.
24 seconds to go. Round 2, heat 1. Coming up next, you are right, Mahina. We have Brianna Cope, Mahina Maeda, Sierra Kerr, and Erin Brooks. Sierra Kerr is pushing the limits of what's humanly possible for the women on that side, and also little Erin Brooks. I mean, she is the cutest, sweetest,
and so well spoken, and groomed but genuine,
and most committed.
So committed.
Youngster nowadays.
I think
Dad, thank you so much for being with us. That's the end of Heat 1. We're going into Heat 2.
Well, I'd like to acknowledge somebody, and that is Christian Fletcher, who started the whole air thing. And they made fun of him before, like Ian Kearns and the rest of the kooks. Oh, what's this? They're jumping around on the wave. Yeah, bro, it's going to be the future, and you're not with it. And he never got the credit he should have got. That's the man right there. And his brother, too, Nathan.
There we
Christian was the man that started all this. Let's give him some credit.
Christian Fletcher, if you're listening, mahalo nui loa, our brother. Dad, thank you very much. We have your brother coming up next, Mr. Nathan Fletcher. And yes, Christian Fletcher definitely deserves the credit. He was the one that pushed the limits of what could be done above the lip. Thank you very much, Dad, once again, and we'll see you soon.
Aloha. Oh.
Once again, we are here in round 2, heat 2. For those of you who just joined us, Aaron Brooks in black, Sierra Kerr in white, Mahina Maeda in blue, and Brianna Cope in red. And joining me to my left, one of my greatest friends, closest friends, part of my ohana, Mr. Nathan Fletcher.
Bam.
What's going on, bud?
Hi, brother.
How'd that go?
Oh, just beautiful. Seamless.
Here we go, a shot of the famous Jerry Lopez house here at Pipeline. I'm here with Nathan Fletcher. We are in the booth. We are ready to bring to you Heat 2, Round 2 of the women's VANS Pipe Masters.
All right. I feel like this is going to be one of the more exciting heats. I feel like the women's level for performance, barrel to air, is definitely going to be in this heat. And between Sierra Kerr and Aaron Brooks, I don't think there's anybody that's proven themselves more in that field.
Yeah, you're right. Aaron Brooks and Sierra Kerr definitely pushing what's possible up above the lip and into that critical part of the wave. What we're looking for today in our judging criteria, a lot of high performance maneuvers on tap, and we can see now the girls in the lineup, and we will also see what they tap into and what kind of maneuvers they bring to the table. I see Aaron Brooks has caught a wave, and maybe we can get the replay of what's been going on in this heat so far.
Yeah, I'm also interested to see Mahina as well, because, you know, she went to school across the street and she's brought herself a long way, especially from the Olympics to the Pipe Masters, from Sunset Beach Elementary. And Brianna Cope coming from Kauai, I feel like this is a really stacked heat, and you're already seeing some action live right now.
Brianna just banging the lip twice. Beautiful, two beautiful turns up in the lip. Man, this girl works so hard as well. I always see her pushing the limits in the gym, you know, translating into her surfing. And here we go with the Sierra Kerr. Little mishap there off the lip on the inside, but man, Brianna definitely had two nice turns on that last wave.
She did, and it looked like Aaron had a really nice turn on the backside on her first wave.
Yeah, we're yet to see that, and we'll break that down as soon as we get it. But in fifth place at the moment is Sophie Bell, and Aaron Brooks, just as I can see, jumped up into the third spot with this turn, I believe, here on her backhand. I mean, arms wide open, perfect form getting up there. I mean, I love to see someone that surfs and takes instructions from their coach and applies it to the actual surf. Right here, Brianna Cope, one turn, another nice close on the turnout, on the closeout there. But that turn by Aaron Brooks, that first snap, that was definitely a nice, big, open face turn.
That's definitely, you know, something in her repertoire, is being coached and having her parents really help her out as far as that. And they go all over the world, and they are really, you know, we'll just say working their hardest, but they're also getting the results that they're going for.
Yeah, well, those results come with listening to the small details that are given outside of the water, translating it into the water. And talking about translating, what translates into cash, we'll let Holly tell you that now.
All right, I'm here with Tara Watanabe, and we got another bag of cash for that layback, which was friggin' sweet. Here you go. We also got 12-pack of fat tires for you. And what are you gonna spend your cash on?
I have a few bills I need to pay. No, probably just spend it on some food, and yeah, that's it.
All right, so general consensus, everyone spend their money on food.
Yep.
Cheers.
If they're going to Foodland.
If they're going to Foodland, they might have to pay $500 before you even get in the door. It's so expensive over there, just to roll the cart around. But, well, he definitely doesn't have to spend it on beers. He's got a whole 12-pack right there in his hand. And, I mean, look at Aaron Brooks just hunting right now.
Yeah.
She is like a little shark out for blood.
Is it the white tip or the black tip that bites?
They both bite.
Okay.
Sharks bite.
All right. Bless you. Here we go on her backside. Mahina looking for it. Ooh, couldn't quite find it on that one.
Oh yeah, she was looking for it all right. Going down the line and just not finding any opportunity on that wave to unleash. She'll be paddling back out, making her way back into the lineup. It looks like Aaron Brooks and Mahina have decided to sit more in the traditional pipeline, on the more traditional pipeline part of the reef. As you see, maybe one of our competitors down there at Gums. And there's Sierra Kerr coming in from behind.
Yeah, paddling hard.
Looks like there's 3 of them at the traditional lineup. It's pretty crazy to see. It's the first time I've ever seen scoring opportunity open up from Gums through off the wall.
Well, I think it's the conditions, because the swell's gone more north and gotten a little smaller since this morning, and so we weren't really letting people go to Gums, the men, because it would be kind of unfair to the first heats once it got good. But seems how we started with the women. At the time we did, we were able to let the women be able to have their choice, because it would, for all 5 heats they could use the whole playing field, and so that was definitely something that's come into the play this
Talk about coming into play. Molly Picklum is way ahead in the field of play. Moana Jones-Wong behind her with a 43, Aaron Brooks in 3rd, and Frankie Herrera in 4th. But what the people want to know, Nate, is what does it mean to be the contest director?
Oh yeah, there's many different levels to the contest director. This is definitely a role that I've recently assumed in the last 2 years. And it's a big honor in a lot of ways, but I'm kind of the person in between the athletes and the sponsors in the competition side. And really, the reason why they chose me is because of the criteria of the event, where they've added, turns, airs, and barrels. And I've never been a contest person, and I'm all about progression. And so the main, focus with this contest is really trying to evolve the sport, bring something more to it, really see, people go above the lip, try things after they come out of the barrel, because pipe is always considered, the best barrel in the world, but it does provide the biggest air sections as well. You've seen my brother, myself, John Slater, a lot of different people really take to the air. That last shot of Koa Smith that came out where he's like 12 feet above the lip kicking out. But, so I've assumed this position, and really I feel like this contest, it's an honor to be a part of it and to be the director, but mainly we really want to see people, and like coming back to the reason why we had to run it today was because of the forecast, but honestly, seeing the people have to surf an 8-foot day yesterday, a 2 to 4 foot day today, and then hopefully a 10 to 12 foot day, that's, in my opinion, a true pipe master, where you can really adjust your surfing to the conditions. You're going to be able to do the airs. You're going to be able to pull in on the big ones, and as well as surfing on a perfect day. So,
talking about being a pipe master, talking about adjusting yourself out here, a lot of people might not know that your Aunt Joyce Hoffman was the first woman to surf pipeline, and pipeline has played a massive role in your family. Can you tell the viewers a little bit about your auntie and how pipeline has played a role in your family's history?
Yeah, my Aunt Joyce Hoffman, she was the woman's first world champion surfer, and she was 5-time world champion, but she was also the first woman to surf pipeline backside, and it's documented. And it was in 1965, I believe, and so we're just going to say that nobody was doing that, and it was unheard of, and so they just started. Wow, Aaron Brooks. But they just started surfing pipeline, the men, and so she was here and she did it, and it's really interesting to see how far these girls have come. She did get barreled, she got a little cover up backside on a log, but I mean, to see what like Moana's doing, Carissa Moore going right, surfing's just come so far. And pipeline has played a huge role in my life, because my dad owned part of the house over next door where the Volcom house is, the big brown house, but he owned that with Jerry Lopez. So as long as I've been coming to Hawaii, we were staying at pipeline. We weren't at any other spot. And in those times, the whole North Shore was a spot, because people didn't just surf pipeline like how they do now, since they have the team houses all right here, where people don't really venture out of this area because all the cameras are here, all the surfing's here. But people used to surf Lani Akea, Haleiwa, Sunset, whatever was good they would surf for. Now it could be good, but they're just here. And so before we were stuck here, so we surfed it on all the bad days, all the different conditions, good days, bad days. But it's interesting to see the waves that they ride, in my opinion, now, because before people didn't go on every wave. Like your dad said, it was regulated, and you knew where you stood in the lineup, and there wasn't as many people, and so people only picked the good waves. But now there's so many people going left, right, going on the inside waves, but you're seeing people make stuff that they never did. But it is interesting to see, you know, the waves that people ride now.
Yeah, well, like you said, the pipeline is just such a special wave. And then to see this format in the way that you've called this event, it's interesting because there is an actual criteria. There's a blueprint of what you folks want to see and how you want to structure this new type of format here at Pipeline. Surfing 10 to 12 foot, surfing 6 to 8 foot, surfing 2 to 3 foot. And talk about surfing 2 to 3 foot. We have Sierra Kerr out there right now. 2-time VANS Ladybirds winner, and Erin Brooks, another Ladybirds winner. Can you describe, Nate, both of these girls and what they have done, especially from where you've seen it with your auntie in 1965, now to 2023? What do these girls mean, and what is it about women surfing that's going so hard?
You know, I was at both of those contests when both of them won their different events. But like the Sierra Kerr air at Lakey Peak, it was kind of my call to send the women out, and they didn't really want to do it because it was big. But I was like, you know, maybe they're not going to catch like the best waves, but potentially one of the greatest, you know, maneuvers could go down in the history of women's surfing. And so it was kind of on the fence, and but in a sense, I was like, you know, when they have a race, they don't move the finish line. You know, it's like the conditions are what they are, and let's just give them opportunity. And when Sierra Kerr went out, she went out and busted the craziest air. And honestly, all the men at the VANS Stab High, they're more interested in watching the Ladybirds. And so when she did that, that was like next level.
And talking about those Ladybirds, a past Ladybird champion, Erin Brooks, just took the lead.
Okay, she did take the lead, and I did see the snap. And, you know, it's really not surprising. Like, I didn't see her performance at Haleiwa, but this is, you know, been a long time coming with Erin Brooks to be coming into the lead. Like, I've been watching her, and I watched her Stab High. I was there for her rotation, and she's, you know, pulling stuff out of her hat, but the amount of training and the amount of surfing she's been doing, it's not a surprise at all. And I'm going to really anticipate what the future brings for her, because I feel like, you know, she's just on a mission, and she's on the progression mission. She's on the barrel mission.
That's what I was saying yesterday. I was saying, I think this young woman has the potential to be the greatest there ever was if she wants to. She has the commitment, that style, that snap that she has is a little different. She gets up in there into the lip. She has a little different flair that you don't see all the time. And she's really, really, really the most, you know, what turns me on the most, and what shows me the commitment level that she has above all to her sport and her craft is unlike any other youngster of that age.
Yeah, she really squares off on her bottom turns, and she really hits the lip hard. And like when she does a rotation, she goes all the way around. And, you know, she's going to be a trendsetter because people are seeing what she's doing, and then they're going to try and emulate that. And so I won't be surprised if other kids in the future definitely try and take her approach. But right now, we're not really seeing that from anybody else.
Yeah, definitely will be the bar to reach Erin Brooks. She is the one to reach here. First place in this heat. Don't go anywhere. More women surfing on tap when we return. Aloha. aloha once again, live from Pipeline on the North Shore of Oahu. You are watching round 2, heat 2 of the women's side, the VANS Pipe Masters 2023. I am joined in the booth by none other than the world famous Nathan Fletcher. And as we see on our screen right now, Nathan, Brianna Cope just tucking into a doozy of a barrel. And she's in, she's out. If you were out there right now, Nate, what would you be looking for in an air section?
Oh man, I'd be looking from the beach right now, but I definitely think that they're out there. I feel like it's really contestable conditions, and I really want to see one of these chicks, one of these females, go above and beyond their potential. And it looked like Zoe McDougall really hit that thing hard. But you're looking for the biggest closeout, the tallest wave into the smallest white water with as much speed, and then a lot comes down to the wind. You know, the wind really plays a factor in doing airs. Some people can do, like you said earlier, airs and offshore winds, but that was after my generation. We were looking for onshore.
Look at that barrel to kick out. I mean, we got a little treat from the side here. The once upon a time Larry Haynes, sending our love and aloha to Larry Haynes and his ohana. He was the legendary waterman who brought us angles like that throughout the years of competitive surfing here on the North Shore. And here's Sierra Kerr really tearing into that lip on that first one, looking for a big air section. You can tell she was hunting something big. That JS surfboard is looking nice and spicy under her feet. And we all know what Sierra Kerr can get up to should she be provided the opportunity to get up above and beyond the lip. And I think right here she was just a little late, but we still have some time left in this heat, and there is time. Nathan Fletcher, we have Josh Kerr up on a VIP headset. Do you want to throw some questions up to you?
I do. I have a good question.
We'll get to that in 1 second. We're looking at some more waves coming in. We may have some replays before we get to those questions with Josh. Give us a moment there. We apologize for the delay. We will get to Josh in a second. We are focused back on the heat now, and the girls are shuffling themselves through the lineup. You can see that camera ski right there. The Hawaiian Water Patrol doing a great job.
I got a question.
Not just protecting, but projecting these girls onto the mainstream through that camera. And now, Nathan, take it away. Up to Josh Kerr.
Hey, Josh.
Hey, Nate. How are you, mate?
I'm well, and yourself?
I'm good. Good. Just a little stressful right now. Just watching my daughter surf, you know. It's like a different type of stress, I think, to anything I'd encountered in the past.
So that was one of the questions that I wanted to ask you. What's it like when you're the father and the coach, and how are you able to, you know, navigate being overprotective and, you know, wanting her to charge, or seeing her, you know, all the different things that happen being a father, but also being protective, you know, as well?
Yeah, I mean, I just try and, I mean, it's definitely a fine line, right? I just try and walk the fine line by just keeping surfing, you know. Obviously, it's something I love more than anything, and I've always tried to project it to be like a lifestyle first and foremost with Sierra, so trying to enjoy surfing together a lot. Like, I would way rather be out there with her surfing right now than standing on the beach. I don't love the whole standing on the beach watching your kids surf thing. I'd rather be out there. So, yeah, I don't know, we just try and do it together, and hopefully I'm doing an okay job. She seems to love surfing more than ever right now, and she's really passionate about it. So just try and give her the platforms and opportunities to enjoy it all.
Well, being a father myself, I really think you've done a great job. It's really commendable to see how far she's gone, how far you've gone. And another question I wanted to ask you was...
I'm just going to try and reposition Sierra right now.
So reposition her. Let's see your tactics.
We got tactics on screen right now.
Yeah.
Showing you the actual way that it was done once upon a time with Liam McNamara and the Ho brothers.
I was going to say, that reminds me of Michael and Derek shaking the towel.
They were all up there. They were all up there.
Not sure if she's looking, but...
No, she's looking.
Oh, now she's looking.
Oh, you can see it. Hey, so that being said, Josh, how you give her signals and stuff like that, We know that your daughter Sierra is probably on the most cutting edge, progressive side of women's surfing right now. How does she work on that? Between her traditional surfing, or does it just all come naturally, or do you guys work on certain aspects of her surfing at certain times? Is there any like certain protocol you folks go through?
It's funny, like I don't really do much like technique kind of stuff with her really. I'll just like, I like to kind of give her like it's gonna feel like this or feel like that, if anything. When we watch back footage, which we do occasionally, but more than anything, we're just trying to just surf a bunch, and I want her kind of style and her kind of, you know, approach naturally evolve into what it will evolve. I mean, there's so much time to kind of, I feel like she's only 16 now, you know, so it's all about just trying to keep her going for it and loving what she does. I feel like that the natural progression will be best, and then you know, then she'll create her own style within that, and then down the track when it comes, you know, to all about competitions and all the nitty-gritty and competing and all that kind of stuff, then we'll kind of, I guess, you know, refine everything at that point. But at this point, I just want her just kind of natural approach to kind of take over more than anything, if that makes sense.
Oh, that's beautiful to hear, the way that you're just going to let your daughter evolve into who she is, but keep her inspired by surfing with her and keeping her head really wanting to surf, and then letting her surfing evolve into what it will be.
Correct. That's kind of the that's exactly where I want it to be. That's the approach I want. You know, there's plenty of time to kind of walk down that nitty-gritty line and start, you know, shaving things down to perfection, which is, there's no, as we all know, we're all surfers, we're artists, there's no such thing. So I want her to have her own style that she's proud of and the right approach that she loves, you know.
Do you think that skateboarding has played any part in you taking her skating growing up? Has done anything for her air and above the lip surfing?
Yeah, I think just more so just that going, like learning, having that stable platform with skateboarding over time. So going to do a little bit of repositioning here. But the stable platform of like skateboarding to, you know, be able to go for it over and over again, get her comfortable doing that has helped a lot, you know, just her knowing that she can do it when you get enough repetition at it, you know.
I like that, and I like the way that you guys are doing this repositioning thing, because it goes to show what's happening all over the beach. I would expect people have their theories of how to move their surfers around, or how coaches, you know, get them to reposition themselves, because that was one of the big things we touched on yesterday. Sometimes you might not be in rhythm, but you catch that wave, you paddle back around, you reposition yourself in the lineup, and somehow the wave comes to you.
Correct.
Just like now, the waves are flat. You kind of got to be, especially if you can see the waves from far away like you can see what's coming before she can. So being able to help position your daughter so that she can be in the best position for that wave, it's cool insight to see.
Yeah, definitely. I'm sure I'm not the only one on the beach right now doing it.
And
it's in a good heat. She's gotten a couple of scores. She kind of didn't have the best heat. The last one just kind of, it was pretty tough, that kind of moment of the day yesterday, I think, when they had a couple of heats around that time. There wasn't too many good waves, so it's good to see her get a couple of scores on the board now, but I feel like she's kind of held back that little bit. That last one, she kind of got to that lip a bit late at the end. If she was a bit more aggressive, might have got there a bit earlier. Yeah, hopefully just get one more opportunity before this heat's done, I guess.
How would you approach this heat? If you were out there, you were one of the best above the lip guys, I gotta say, especially on tour all those years. I mean, how would you approach this? If you were out there, what would be your strategy to get that big air done?
Man, it's kind of tough being a regular footer. I mean, we've got these howling trade winds right now, which is not helping anyone's game for the airs on the rights right now. So I probably would have either been sitting up here where Sierra's just trying to get a big section to do a big hammer turn, or down where Mikey was surfing his heat, kind of those lefts off the wall and hunting those lefts and trying to do a big air on one of those. Hopefully Sierra gets a little one here.
That's what I was going to say. In my opinion,
up and riding. Sierra's up now.
Sierra's up now. Let's see what she has.
Nice layback.
Yeah.
Oh, got a big section coming towards her.
Okay.
Oh, she got turned underneath the lip. Needed to get up on that lip there.
Oh, just a little bit of lack of speed there, a little bobble before she got there, looked like.
Yeah, needed to use that whole lip line to get over that one. As soon as you go under it, that lip will just eat you, as it did.
Especially right there, huh?
Yeah, especially when there's got that left coming at you with all that power off Insanities. You know how it is.
Oh, man, we've all been there, and it's just great to see a father and daughter duo like you folks, man. You inspire so many people, so many other fathers to be, you know, just there alongside them, not pushing them too hard, trying to be more of a motivator than, you know, a demander at making them do something they don't really want to do.
For sure.
Letting them love what they love to do.
I mean, the best part is I'm more inspired than ever by her. I surf more than probably what I did the last few years I was on tour, when I was kind of starting to lack motivation there. And I mean, it's so fun just to be around that type of energy, just her and her friends and all that kind of stuff. And yeah, it fires me up too. So I would say it goes both ways.
Well, we just watched a replay of your daughter here just coming unstuck. And Nate, go ahead, you had something?
Yeah, I did. I was just going to say, in my opinion, I feel like you yourself are surfing better than you've ever surfed.
Thanks, Nate.
You know, is it easier off tour or is it easier on tour? And when do you think that Sierra's going to make the tour?
What was the last part of that question? Sorry, Nate, I missed that.
Oh, I was just saying, like, you know, because there's some surfers that surf better off tour, and I feel like you're surfing better than you ever have. And the last part of the question was, when do you think Sierra's going to make the tour?
Yeah, I think, like, being off tour, it does. I mean, it always suited my style. I felt like I had to kind of conform a lot to be on tour, really. So it's kind of a bit more natural. I feel like I always had more of a natural free surf approach. And for Sierra, I mean, right now I feel like she's got a bit of the same thing going on, but she loves competition so much, you know, right now. So I think, I mean, for her, there's no rush for the whole tour thing right now. She's 16, and, you know, you've seen a lot of girls get on young, and then it gets, you know, they got to learn to be women at the same time, and everything that goes along with that. And yeah, it's just, I'll let it kind of naturally happen, but I definitely don't think in the next couple of years. So
well,
yeah.
You know what's a fun fact?
What's
Tell
that?
us, McCoy.
Josh Kerr, if I'm not mistaken, won a big wave tour event, didn't you?
I did. I won Todos Santos, yeah. I think it was maybe like 2014, 2015, 2016, somewhere there.
2016. It was the year after I won the world title. And I remember being out there and watching Josh Kerr come from, you know, on tour, aerial barrel specialist, paddling out there and battling out with the boys at Todos Santos and winning that contest.
But I've had many big wave sessions with Josh.
Oh yeah, but that was a cool one, because to see him come and surf an event one-off and just win it, be in a good position and be like, late you guys. But talking about Josh Kerr, thank you so very much, Kersey. We appreciate you. I'm sure all of Australia is so proud of your daughter, as are we here today. And enjoy that. Enjoy the camaraderie between you folks. Aloha to the family, and we'll be seeing you guys soon.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah,
Good
Josh.
chatting.
Have a great day. 30
Back
seconds.
to the heat at hand. We have 30 seconds. Another closeout ride from Brianna Cope. She is hunting that barrel down there at Gums, and I think that the sandbar is a little bit stretched out for that to happen really cleanly.
Well, we got 3 heats left in the women's, and we'll have had a full day of competition. And hopefully the next day we run will be in the 10 to 12 foot range and bombing, so these guys can have the full spectrum of pipeline.
Well, guess what? That's all up to you, buddy. You're the contest director.
And I'm out of here. Heat's
You're out of here.
over.
I'm out of here. And guess who's in here?
Oh.
Dr. Cliff Kapono, Hawaiian extraordinaire, my man, and Salema, my brother, Masakela, back to throw it down for these next 2 heats. Aloha.
Well, 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 what a difference. What a difference a sandbar can make.
Right?
Wow. Before we left the booth for these last 2 heats, we were talking about possibility of the sandbar and the manner in which the women were like, yes, please, we will take this and we will just go to town. Aaron Brooks going crazy. Sierra Kerr, Brianna Cope. And it takes you back to the coin toss this morning. How powerful was the coin toss this morning when Moana Jones won that coin toss this morning with Cora Rothman and said, no, you guys go first. And she had the confidence that the afternoon would be better, and they're reaping benefits.
Right? Yeah, I think so.
Incredible performances. I'm psyching.
Yeah, it's looking pretty. There's some barrels to be had on the sandbar.
Absolutely. And you know, Molly Picklum and Carissa Moore and Betty Lou Sakura Johnson and Kira Pinkerton, they have been watching, frothing. I saw them eager to get out in the lineup after a really, really challenging morning. How stoked are we to be able to, fingers crossed, to be able to continue to finish this afternoon strong here in this women's round 2. There you have a look at Carissa Moore, 5-time world champion, first ever Olympic champion, the pride of Hawaii, representing so strong. And on cue, Kira Pinkerton said, barrels? Yeah, I'll give you some. Nice little cover up, looking for a little bonus section on the sandbar. But some of those sets, if you could be in the right position.
Deep and just try to pump through those barrels. It's really fast, but there's enough room to move around, especially for some of these women who can fit into that tube a lot more easier than some of these guys who are 6'3", 6'6".
Yeah, and look at how that leaderboard shifted just in those last 2 heats.
Yeah, Aaron Brooks in the #1 position. Molly Picklum. Moana still up, or she moved up into,
she moved up
to the top. It's a whole new top
as did
4.
Sierra Kerr. Yeah. So Frankie Harrer, and she'll have some work to do in that next round, as well as Carissa Moore right now. This is what makes this format so exciting. You know, and again, it's just the 3 best waves overall from all 3 heats. You can get them in 1 heat. You can mix and match. Those 3 best waves added together are going to get you that score. So our team on cue throws up the graphic of our non-elimination format in these 3 preliminary rounds. Again, top 3 waves are counting, and then after that we advance to a traditional final where the best 2 waves will count, and that final will be 45 minutes. And oh, by the way, $100,000, but even better than the money is to add your name to the legendary list of VANS Pipe Master title holders.
Yeah, looking at where people are going to decide to go. Is everyone up on the sandbar now, or do we have some people choosing to?
I am unsure. I saw it looked like Carissa and Betty Lou were fighting some rip, doing a little treadmill paddle. There you see Kira Pinkerton, San Clemente. Of note, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson recovering from shoulder surgery earlier in the year. Saw her getting a little bit of kinetic tape up. She said that she's making progress. It's still sore, and she does the tape job before she paddles out. Helps her feel a little stable, but she's happy to be back in the water. Look at all that sand.
Now everyone's moving up to with the north swell. Now it's turning into more of a point break. I'm sure we've heard some of the other people in the booth talk about how when it comes now more from the north, moving northeast, this part of the coastline turns into a point break. And we've seen previous Pipe Masters Triple Crowns end on this same sort of style. This isn't a unique situation to this year's Pipe Masters, but when those swell directions move, when the storms move again from the Aleutians towards the west coast of North America, and the swell direction shifts a bit more north, you now start to see it breaking a bit away from the coast. and then it creates this point effect. As we see, looking down to the north, these swells come wrapping down around that sunset point, also known as Paumalu, and the swell moves point break fashion.
Scrambling, and it's Betty Lou.
Betty Lou going for turns.
This is the second ender.
Yeah, I think with this round 2 of the women, barrels are back on the menu. Carissa has become sort of I mean, she's the greatest surfer the greatest competitive surfer from Hawaii, essentially of all time. The most world titles, an Olympic gold medalist. Here she is. Turns from the beach park. Really iconic. There's her face is painted on walls, buildings here in Hawaii. As a native Hawaiian, I think the community is very proud of her. And
no doubt.
For her to have to navigate being a role model and being an Olympian and being a world champion, while also there are these commitments, you know, to her craft and to the sport she chooses. That is also a part of her culture. It can be a bit sticky sometimes, I bet. You know, we look at the situation now where obviously the Olympics are posed to threaten a community in Taupo and Tahiti. And a lot of times there's an urge for the competitors to speak out against. And you know, that's a tall order maybe to ask, and the tensions are high. So sometimes it's not always an easy ask. But then again, we do know that if there is a threat to our natural environment from something that gives us so much, you know, who of those Olympians may feel that there is an urgency to speak out?
Yeah.
You know, there's people like, I mean, there's people within all sides of the conversation, even within the Olympics, who don't agree with the building of a tower on the reef.
Of a new tower.
Of a new tower on the reef.
A new tower that would be far more invasive.
Yeah, whereas there is already a pre-existing tower that the World Surf League uses, which is broken down every year and made out of wood. So, you know, the controversy is high, and I think the surf community is anxious to know who's doing what. And I've been told that there are a lot of moving parts behind the scenes that collectively, I think, Molly Picklum.
Molly, nice little big wrap on this thing. Tuning back up. Bam.
Oh, there we go.
How's this little bonus section?
Oh, Molly. Not just navigating the barrel, but being able to throw some performance on
That
the
was
shoulders.
That was wonderful. And you said before at the top of this heat, like, here we are, and we are suddenly surfing at a point.
Carissa.
Oh,
Here
man,
she is.
2 big hacks for Carissa. Look at this section. Smash! Let's go. Well, you said it before. The greatest competitor to come from Hawaii, and on cue, showing you why. I mean, that just trademark, big, powerful hack in the hook. Great surfing from Molly Picklum and Carissa Moore back to back. And that's what we came for.
That's what we want to see. We want to see people who can adjust to the conditions, again, big or small.
Yeah.
Obviously, we like to see big, but it's also nice to be able to know that these competitors, they're not just big wave people.
They're showcasing the entirety of their skill set. I mean, Molly Picklum yesterday, backhand barrel riding technique that, you know, we were not aware that she possessed. She upped her ability, and then straight away next day showing us, like, okay, watch this. You know, same thing with Carissa, that beautiful, well-rounded progression overall of women's surfing is just, it's a joy to be in this, here at this time, where you've got Carissa, the veteran, right, 5-time world champ, and Molly Picklum at 20 being like, I respect you, I look up to you, but also I would like that too.
Yeah, yeah. It almost seems there's a bit, like even last year, we've seen there is a bit of a more undertone of the hunger is real when you see in the women. They have the respect for the veterans, but the young crop want it too.
That looked like a post-barrel situation from Kira Pinkerton. We'll get that whole wave in the replay, but it looked like she had just snuck out of a little door there in that first section when we cut to her.
Krista Funk on the photography. Another day, all day out on the water. Carissa, now this point break current is definitely going to test their cardio.
Witness the fitness. Witness the fitness. And it's just a beautiful shot of these mountains here in front of Eukai. And look at all that sand as we've transitioned in the point break. And that's the magic of Pipeline. Like, how many places like iconic places that can show so many different faces in the span of 24 hours?
Yeah. Yeah. For this event, you need to be a complete surfer in order to have a chance to at least make it to the finals. Seems like Carissa is not. She's out of the top 4.
Yeah, presently.
Right, currently.
Yeah, she's in that 6th position.
Frankie as well, who had.
Yeah, they were both in there, but again, once when the women getting the luck and then making the choice of surfing in the afternoon and then making the additional choice to include the sandbar as an option, it's just elevated the entirety of the game. But yeah, I like what you were speaking to before with Carissa, and it's admirable. And she's been very open and vocal about where those challenges lie. Heavy the crown can be, and she also puts an immense amount of pressure on herself. But she's really chosen in the last few years, especially since she got married, to really invest in that self-care, knowing when to sort of pull back.
Sure.
And remember that she's human in the midst of all these responsibilities and expectations as a champion and role model.
Well, I mean, there's people who say, like, just for the Olympics, there's a majority of surfers out there that are opposed to something like.
Say that again?
There's a majority of surfers. There's a majority of surfers out there that are opposed to this building of this new tower on this reef, and they challenge the Olympic surfers to pull out and boycott. Yeah, it's a tough one to put it on the surfers, when really I think we should put pressure on the industry.
Absolutely. I agree as we see Betty Lucifera Johnson.
Wow.
Just nice little 3-wave combo. Excuse me, 3-turn combo. Oh,
here we go.
Barrel
Carissa.
Hunter. What?
Wow. Wow.
Oh.
She gonna end it with something?
Let's go. That is Carissa Moore, and we'll take a look in the replay at what that entire wave looked like as we are joined in the booth by Sophie Bell. Hi, Soph. How are you?
I'm great. How are you guys?
Yeah.
Good.
We're fantastic.
That's good.
How was your heat out there? It seemed like you were the only one who opted to go down to pipe and backdoor while everyone was surfing the sandbar for a bit.
Yeah, I haven't really surfed sandbar much, and I love backdoor, so I didn't really feel like surfing sandbar. Well, it kind of confused me because just before they went out, they were like, "Oh, you can go surf anywhere," and I was like, "What?
What does that mean?"
You know, I was like, "What does that mean?" But then.
But you got some really great ones.
Oh, I wouldn't say great, but it was
Some
fun.
fun ones.
It was fun.
Saw you get a nice big 2-turn smash.
Smash, thank you.
Modesty.
What's it like as you see the waves changing throughout the day, from this morning with the men's and now moving into the women's, and how did that affect your game plan?
I didn't really have a game plan. I just feel like it always changes here, like all the time. So I try not like to work myself up too much and just like try to do the best I can when I get out there.
There's a story that is floating around that I heard. A, confirm it, and then B, give us the details. But someone told me you once did a turn in a heat and landed on a shark?
Yeah, that's actually true. That was like the last contest I won too.
That was the last contest you
That
won.
was the last contest I won.
All right, paint the picture for us, please.
It was a long day in East London, in South Africa.
Nahoon Reef?
Nahoon Reef.
Oh, that place terrifies me.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
People have literally been eaten there.
People have been eaten there. Luckily I wasn't.
But yeah, it was like the last heat of the day, and the waves were like good all day. So like we surfed like literally like 8 heats, and I was exhausted. And then I did like a turn, and then I just heard like the beach erupting, and then I was like, oh, like maybe because like I won, everyone was like, and then like these sirens just started like honking, and I was like, what? And I just looked to my beach, and I see like my dad and Frankie Oberholzer just like going like crazy on the beach, like calling me in, and then like I like turned to the side and I just see the shark, and I was just like, oh my gosh. I just started paddling in.
How big was that shark?
I don't really know how big it was, but it was a shark.
Big enough for everyone to go crazy.
Big enough for the sirens to go off, yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
Well, maybe the shark was just cheering for you.
Yeah, it was checking me out, maybe. I don't know.
Wow.
Luckily, it didn't eat me.
Oh. Did it get some media attention? Like
No.
mix
No,
shark experience?
No, there was no cameras. So,
Oh.
yeah.
And that was the last contest you won.
That was the last contest.
You dropped the
I
mic after that. That is amazing. Well, I don't know if I would tell that story as casual and filled with laughter as you do, but that makes you you, Sophie.
Yeah.
What's
Landing
it
on the
like out
shark.
there now? Because you did move a bit closer to the sandbar, right? Towards the end of the
I wanted to go try because I got like a bit of FOMO because I was like sitting by myself and I was like, I'm probably making like the worst decision right now.
And you're probably hearing the beach or seeing people get barreled.
Yeah, and then I saw everyone getting waves and I was like, oh, I have to go give it a go. But
And-
yeah, I didn't get anything great.
What's the difference right now between on the reef and on the sand out there?
The reef is just scarier. Like, it cuts you more. What is the difference? There's a big difference.
Is it more of a mental difference or more of the way you're going to be surfing?
It doesn't matter if it's reef or sand. I just kind of surf anyway. But obviously I backdoor wear a helmet just because, yeah, I sometimes go over the falls and it's just safer to wear a helmet if there's reef.
We got some scores coming in, but before we address that, we'll take a look here at Kira Pinkerton. Big derail there on that fat section. But Carissa Moore just jumped all the way up. Big 27.2 for that last wave. But she just went from 6th straight back up into the top spot.
Wow.
With Molly now in 2nd after her wave. And we, of course, we're eager to see the replays of both of their waves.
Yeah, that's a huge score. 27 out of a possible.
We do not have replays just yet as we're working through things, but
30? Possible 30.
Possible 30. So that is a massive score.
78.
Yes, that's our 78 on total for 3 waves.
Yeah.
Figuratively speaking, pretty much Carissa could probably go in and not surf the next round and still make the final.
Yeah.
Not that she would, but that's a huge total.
Yeah. What's also interesting in this contest is once you're in the finals, then it resets again.
Yeah.
So even with winning the entire contest, you have to go into the final event.
Carissa saw this thing, put on the extra gas pedals, and here we go.
Sophie, can you kind of walk us through what you're seeing here at Carissa surfing?
Chris is just too good. She's like, she's too good. Yeah, she definitely knows what she's doing out there. She always seems to get the best ones. Makes all the drops and gets barreled and those turns.
Yeah, it's the way she connects to from maneuver to maneuver. Like that drop was straight into like the right bottom turn for that turn.
Yeah, she's a beautiful surfer.
Well, what a high compliment.
Betty Lou. Wave selection seems to be a big deal today in the later half.
It's like a superheat.
It
In
is.
a rail.
It's finding that balance between, am I trying to get barreled or am I trying to do turns? And if you can get both of them, maybe you're stoked a lot more for sure.
Describe, you know, well, Molly looks like she's about to go right now. All right, here we go. Dragon hands.
Oh, my.
Bust out.
Wow.
Let's go.
Molly's also just next level. Like her waves yesterday on her backhand. Oh,
She's mic'd up.
Checking her watch.
That was beautiful surfing. I mean, her barrel technique on her backhand yesterday, crazy. And then how about the technique for that setup right here?
no, she's also next level.
What do you think? What do you like about her? What do you think it is about her at just 20 years of age that, I mean, she learns. She seems to apply herself, and then within a short period of time, it's like, oh, I have this new skill set.
Yeah, I think she just knows exactly what she wants, so she just gets it. Works hard for it and gets it.
It's going to be interesting to see what scores are coming after Molly's. Barrel, kind of chandelier, but, you know, not giving up and riding out through that wave.
Mm-hmm. Nice turn afterwards.
Yeah, 2 turns.
2 turns, yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, that's definitely, I don't think it's going to be as high as Carissa's, but it's probably going to be a high score. Do you check your watch?
I don't have a watch. It doesn't suit me.
I think you have really figured out life.
But I am annoying. I literally ask everyone always, what's the time? What's the time?
In your heat.
No, not
Just in life.
Just in life.
Generally in life.
Hey, what's the time?
How long will you stay in Hawaii, Sophie?
I'm going to leave after the contest, but maybe I'll stay because the waves are so good around here. And I know Mikey and all of them are staying, so maybe I'll stay.
Yeah, I think Mikey was saying they're going to stay probably to around the new year.
Yeah.
So at least you'll have some South African support.
Yeah, that's always nice.
A little home away from home.
Feels like home.
Do you find yourself, as this Heat 3 comes to an end, do you find yourself, like, when you think about staying, do you think about it from the perspective of like, okay, I'd like to get better out here?
No, I just want to stay and surf.
Yeah.
Like, here you can like surf all day because the waves are that good. So, yeah, it's like summer at home, so it's like on shore. So.
Right.
I mean, it's Hawaii, the waves.
Yeah, why would you
It's
leave?
Hawaii. I also live on the opposite side of the world. It takes me so long to get here.
Yeah, only like 5 days.
Yeah.
As
like
Carissa
6.
Moore paddling with a big smile.
She just got barreled, I think, coming in on that wave after the horn.
Machine.
Probably right. Came in outside of the top 4, left, kicked in the door, and now is right back in that top spot, and the smile says it all, followed by Molly Picklum. Another great performance from her. Sounds like we're in a little bit of a hold before Heat 4.
We might have a little action at the cash bag.
A little standby. In this Heat 4, we're going to have Bethany Hamilton, Gabriella Bryan, Annie Dos Santos, who we talked with earlier, and young Bella Kenworthy.
Heat number 4 in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Heat 4 is on.
Oh, looks like Carissa coming in. Oh. Getting some interviews for the fans.
I think Carissa's like post-heat, I just won smile is about as iconic as her surfing. Like she can't not contain the joy she gets from winning.
Well, there's the children patiently waiting.
As we said before, there's a look at your heat. We got Kauai, the Goldie, San Clemente. And of course, Annie Dos Santos from Sunrise Beach.
In Hawaii.
Excuse me?
Did Annie grow up in Hawaii?
Yeah.
Really? Wow.
No, Sunrise Beach, Australia.
Sunrise Beach. Is that the one by Nusa? No.
I'm not sure. She's originally from Rio, but resides in Australia. We talked to her earlier. Holly did an interview with her, and she's just one of those people who's not afraid to charge.
Yeah, she just goes for it, hey? And she's like tiny and she just sends it.
What do you think when it comes to big waves? Do you think it's something that stand by? Gabrielle O'Brien. Ooh.
Oh,
nice little
that
one
dismount
turn.
was
Do you think big waves is something that you learn to love, or you just gotta love naturally?
I think where I've grown up, the waves, like our winters are super heavy. Like it's kind of similar to Hawaii. Not, whoa. Oh, was that Bella?
Yeah, it was Bella Kenworthy.
Oh, Bella.
Had a nice surf with her the other day.
Yeah, just in growing up in South Africa, like the waves around there, they're more heavy than most places.
So if you want to be a surfer, you really don't have a choice.
I think I have a choice. I surf because I love it. So I made that choice that I'm a surfer.
And you like to charge as well.
Yeah, I like to. I'd say. That's why I'm in the Pop Masters.
We love it. Well, we wish you luck in the third round.
Thank you.
And great conditions. Thank you for stopping by and showcasing your carefree joy at being a surfer and the opportunity that you have here at the Pipe Masters.
Oh, thank you guys so much for having me.
To be continued, sis.
TBC.
All right. We're going to get you a watch sponsor, by the way. How funny is she?
Yeah, it's like, I always ask people what time it is in my heat.
You're like, in your heat? She's like, no, just in life. I'm always asking what time it is. All right, well, while the women make their way back out to the top of our point break, we will check in with Mahina, who's got a bag and some cash for young Imai Kalani Duvall.
Yes, I do have a bag of cash for him. We're behind the Fat Tire bar, so this is probably one of the most beautiful paper bags you've ever seen. That's your bag of cash. He says, oh yeah. And then we have a 12-pack of Fat Tires for you and the boys to keep chilled. And they want to know what you're going to do with your bag of cash.
Oh man, this is amazing. I'm not sure. Maybe take the boys out to dinner or something tonight and go cruise. But yeah, $500 to surf a heat, like, it's amazing. Stud.
What a kind, loving friend you are. Oh.
We'll see.
Where are we gonna go? So we gotta
they want to know where you're gonna go.
Ooh, I don't know. Good question.
McDonald's?
Yeah. Dollar menu. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you guys.
Thank you, Mahina. And now that he said it on the broadcast, you can't take it back.
Yeah.
I'm sure the phone is blowing up.
Yeah.
Like, you can't say that and then be like, maybe. Like,
Yeah.
we're going.
Yeah.
Where are you taking us?
In the top three. Gabriella, you are now in number 12.
Sure, he's got a pretty solid contingent going to be hitting him up. Kuyo Young, Matt Kuji. It's on Imai tonight, he said.
Remember the old, I don't know if it was popular in surfing, but in snowboarding and in skateboarding, there was a 10% rule, where if you won the contest, you had to spend 10% that night of your winnings towards the bar for all your fellow competitors. It was very popular in the aughts in the late 90s, back when everyone was getting paid. These days, not so much.
Annie.
Ooh.
Big backside.
Let's go. Annie Dos Santos, that was a beautifully executed backside attack right from the takeoff. The poise, the setup, and then she saw that section. She said, oh, watch what I'm going to do with you.
Bella. Yeah.
Bella Kenworthy just putting in countless hours with her brother and friends. You can find her at Rocky Point on pretty much any given day while they're here with the whole Kenworthy family. Dad on the beach with the lens. They're a wonderful, wonderful family. I randomly got a photo in a text message from Jason Kenworthy, and it was a pic. He had shot a flick that I didn't even know he was shooting photos on the beach a couple days ago. I was surfing with his kids, and he got a nice picture of an old man surfing, and I felt good. I said, Dad, Jason, you didn't have to waste your digital space on me, but thank you. But really incredible to see the way Bella is supported by her parents, and as they're like the definition of a surf family. Dad, legendary surf photographer.
And the conditions, we've been saying all day, conditions amazing. Just being out on the beach, you leave this where we're at and we go out to the sand and see it. Oh, it's so nice to be out.
It's dreamy.
Edge.
You surfing after this?
I would like to, yes.
It'd probably be a wise life choice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's finding the right spot with these. Now there's new waves, not new waves, there's just alternate waves that are.
A little birdie told me that a place somewhere northward would be a wise choice.
Yeah.
I won't say where. we can discuss later, but yeah.
Yeah, it's not a lack of swell right now. It's just a different direction.
Yeah. Well, we'll check in right now with someone who's truly enjoyed today's conditions, and Carissa Moore, who was with Holly.
Hey, Riss. Well, pretty good heat. You replaced 2 of your scores from yet. I mean, you got 2 new scores to add to the 3. How's that feel?
Feels really good. It feels a little bit less stressful going into the last heat. It was really fun today. Not like stressful, nervous, I'm gonna die vibes out there. It was just really playful and beautiful sand break, and cool that they opened up the gums opportunity. So there was a couple of barrels to be had over there.
Yeah, beautiful. It's really good to watch. How you feeling for the next round? You feeling good?
Yeah, I'm feeling really good. I'm really grateful for the opportunity that VANS has put on for us to surf this beautiful lineup with no one really out, and just to get to move around and see the lineup with a different perspective is really awesome, and I'm super grateful.
Oh, sick. I can't wait to watch. Well done. Thanks.
Thank you, Holly. And yeah, there you see Carissa confirming the conversations that we've been having the last couple of days about the opportunity being such an incredible moment for overall progress for professional women surfing. As she said it right there, just for us to be able to not be stressed when it's crowded and build relationship with the lineup and get these reps in that are going to make a difference for our future.
Yeah. True champion.
And yesterday morning, there was some concern among some of the competitors because it was big and wild and woolly. And kudos to the women, Carissa included, who were understandably nervous, went out there and stepped all the way up. And Carissa showcasing that, okay, I'm going to put my fear, I'm going to channel the fear where I need to, in an incredible performance. You know, making progress, right? Building relationship in real time with the whole world watching, as opposed to, you know, how so many others have been able to do so.
Right. Now it's becoming, is everyone up on the sandbar, or have people like, oh no, it seems like they're kind of moving back and forth now.
I think
I can really see that sand filling in all that reef now.
yeah, it looks like Bethany and Gabriella are down at back door.
Look how big that sand bar is now.
I mean, you can just, it's just so relaxing to look at these photos of this lineup.
Yeah, I mean, these are the days that you would definitely sometimes not even need a surfboard. You know, this might be one of those Mark Cunningham body surf days out here. There's an insane body surfing contest that happens out at Pipe every year too.
Maybe Mark Cunningham will be the one to go pick up all the
GoPros?
The GoPros that we were talking about that have been busting off. Mark Cunningham has collected fins and so many different trinkets from around the world that he's found swimming and diving for reefs and turned them into magical art pieces.
Yeah, for those who don't know, Mark Cunningham, retired lifeguard, city and county of Honolulu, North Shore legend, body surf legend. Oh, Bella, not wanting to.
Just a little too deep on that one.
With Annie looking at this set, hoping to get in and out, running too fast. But, you know, Mark Cunningham, one of the most amazing wave riders on the planet, has inspired many, many surfers, from Kelly Slater to Keith Malloy. He's just a really great human and gem.
Yeah, he is a steward of aloha. Like, he just exudes it, and he's someone who he has so much love for the ocean. And he's like you said, he's taught so many people, you know, the little bits and nuances of how to be able to learn about the ocean, build relationship with, become a waterman, if you will. I've had the privilege of going on many trips with him, and just watching him body surf a 6-foot wave, you know, is one of the most beautiful things ever.
In his Speedo.
Yeah. And also a great surfer.
Yeah. Another alternative craft surfer expert at Pipeline, Mike Stewart.
Yes.
11-time bodyboard champion, maybe. Honestly, I don't remember. He's got a crazy ton. Multi-Pipeline champion.
Dominator.
Bodyboarder. And yeah, like some of these surfers now here, they opt for the boogie sometimes. Harry Bryant, we surfed some of these waves last winter, and he opted for his bodyboard.
I had a session with him at VLAN last year, and he was happily catching I guess investigating what it's like to park himself on mental slabs on his surfboard by riding a bodyboard.
Right. Fergal Smith, an incredible, talented surfer and organic farmer from Ireland, County Clare. He'll surf some of the craziest waves on the tide that it's high, and then when it gets too low, he grabs the bodyboard.
More waves.
There's something to it. Get really educated by riding a bodyboard, especially out at Pipeline. Jamie O'Brien entered a bodyboard contest one year. Wow, what's happening here? Annie yeah, you know, it's moving up on the sandbar. The higher you go, the faster these waves are going to break. So it's interesting to think who's stepping on the gas, they're not all, now that there's no features on the reef, it's just sand now. It's almost very uniform. So when the wave comes in, you're now depending more on the wave itself than certain parts of the bottom. So it's a bit more tricky. You know, it's like for the surfers who understand beach breaks and sand points, they know that not every wave is the same. And sometimes it needs one wave to wash over first, or maybe it needs no wave in front. I don't really know very much. My island has no sand, so you never really figured that out.
Sand, what's that?
I always would struggle too at sandbars where I see some of my friends from Ocean City, New Jersey, or the Carolinas really find comfort in knowing how to navigate the beach breaks and the sandbars really well. And I'm wondering if some of these women competitors have some of those advantages when surfing the sandbars.
We heard Sophie say earlier, she's like, yeah, I just didn't know what I was going to do out there, so I just opted to go play at the reef by myself.
Yeah. It's like sand or reef, I don't know, whatever. Just go.
Oh, Gabriella looks like she's committed to this wave.
Wow. Big turn.
Big turn. Oh, hold it.
Holding it together. Wow, one more time.
Kudos for the recovery on that second turn.
It's probably
not easy.
Bethany, right after.
Bang.
Wow.
Bethany Hamilton getting in the mix. Just a pure, non-stop inspiration.
Yeah, incredible. Incredible to watch the technique of Bethany Hamilton, the way she navigates situations.
Yeah, and she catches a lot. She's a wave catcher. Like if you're out with her at a crowded lineup, Bethany is someone who is like aggressively being like, yeah, I'm not here for fun.
So we're going to see how that affects their overall standing. Both Brian and Hamilton in the middle of the pack, so to speak.
Yeah, when Billy was talking about whether to make a decision, Billy Kemper, to compete with his broken foot, yesterday he said to me, he's like, you know, I was thinking about it and I knew like I could be okay. And he's like, then I saw Bethany in her heat, and he's like, yeah, I'm out there.
Yeah.
There will be no excuse. I'm going to figure this out.
Yeah. Out the back. Bella trying to find some of these women up the sandbar trying to find a tube. Oh, replay.
Nice. Here's a replay from
Gabriella. Wow.
That first hack, so heavy. And how about this? Like, oh, I've been doing crunches. Back on up. Find it. I'm gonna make you forget about that. Bam. Nice big ender.
Wow, it's kind of that a little bit. Wow, really bearing that rail on it.
That was impressive to get over that fat flat spot and then get that nice little end smash there. And
Bethany.
Here's Bethany's wave. Love the way she gets this leverage. And then this last turn here.
That seems like Bethany. That looks like epoxy. Or
that's a live look at the back half of Bella Kenworthy's wave. So the women getting busy here with 10 minutes to go here in round 2, heat 4. That last heat saw aggressive movement in the leaderboard for Carissa especially. And as Bella paddles back out, We'll check in again with Mahina, who's making the difference in people's lives here on the North Shore, handing out some bags of cash, I believe, with young Aaron Brooks.
We are. So before we get to that, Aaron, we would like to know, can you break down those backside turns that you do, because they're looking gorgeous? Is there amount of numbers you've attempted those backside turns?
I mean, living here on the North Shore, there's a lot of rights, so I get a lot of attempts, but going upside down like that, it's definitely taken a while to get good at. But recently, I've been spending a lot of time at Haleiwa, and the toilet bowl is super gnarly, so I feel like it's kind of the same.
Okay. Do you have a number at how many times that you've attempted that turn in particular?
I mean, I try to do that turn every time I'm going right, so pretty much every right I go on.
And you said that you've been practicing at Haleiwa. How do they compare
to backdoor in Haleiwa? Well, normally you wouldn't expect to see the waves like this in the Pipe Masters, but I still had so much fun, and it actually kind of reminded me a lot of Haleiwa with like the rip and stuff, and I was just having a great time out there with my friends.
Amazing. And now we would like to present you with this beautiful bag of cash. Thank you for performing the way that you're performing and for blessing us with all of your talent and grace.
Oh, thank you so much.
And they would like to know what you're going to spend your money on.
Probably a Christmas present for my parents.
Oh, that's so beautiful. Well, yes, happy holidays.
Happy holidays and Merry Christmas.
I mean, just be less amazing. We were already smitten by your talent, and then she's like, let me just be the most well-rounded child you've ever had a post-heat interview that you give $500 to. How about the leverage on those turns of hers?
Kind of did a bit of a core twist right before the release.
Just loads up and unleashes it. Of course, Aaron Brooks, I mean, the work that she's been putting in since she was young.
Like 3.
Yeah.
Like how old is she?
She's 16 now, I believe. But dangerous. So dangerous. And again, mom and dad, now that you said it on camera, Aaron, there's no second guessing. And they know how much money was in there. So you can't.
Yeah. $500.
Yeah.
That's a morning at Turtle Bay.
A morning. Not a night, just a morning at Turtle Bay.
Oh, it looks like Coco is riding some weird thing. She's getting whole weird.
That's her on the left in the blue, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. Find out what that is. Is that ace? Yeah, looks like it could be ASIM.
Now we're talking.
Good eye. Good eye.
Annie. Back drag. Yeah.
Hey, how about the work that Gabriella Bryan's been doing in this heat, though? Judges loving the combinations and the power. She just moved herself into the 4 spot.
Wow.
Overall.
Yeah, just from those turns. She didn't get barreled up.
No, just from doing hammer turns.
Can't touch this.
I mean, when you're throwing out that much power, can't really deny him.
Coco or Mason? So we just heard from headquarters, control center, Big Brother, that Mason is going to be joining us next to talk about Coco's board.
Thank you to the universe.
You guys ready for weird?
That's all we wanted to do was just bathe in the weird. And
Mace is going to be in here and he's just going to blow minds.
Oh, speaking of blowing minds, let's go, Bella Kenworthy. That was a deep old needle thread. That was so sick.
Diplo needle thread?
Trademark. Diplo needle thread. Oh, I can't wait to see that one again. These young kids.
16.5
Yeah.
was the previous
No,
score for Gabriella.
Look at that post. Look at that post barrel glow.
Stoked.
Look at that.
Can you believe it?
Look at the Stoke Festival.
I wasn't making any of my waves, and now I just
New leaderboard situation.
probably got the best barrel.
Yeah, she was. Here we go.
Deep into it and just hold on to it. Kind of through a bunch of sections.
Yeah,
It
came
opened
out
up.
clean. That's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. Kind of riding the foam ball.
Yeah.
And then opened up again. Wow, that wave really was a gift for her. A floater turn. I don't know if that was a floater or a turn.
I love all these angles. Look at that. You cannot see Bella until the end.
Oh, I'm
Little
sure
tag
that's
at
gonna
the
be a
end.
Great score.
That's amazing. Well done.
Good job, Bella. Stoke got the GoPro. Hopefully that thing was on. I mean, for GoPro's sake, I guess.
That would, yeah, that'd be a great little clip. We saw the Moana Jones clip of her
Yeah.
wave at Pipe yesterday, and she said that's the first barrel that she's gotten all season.
Wow.
So you can see the smile before she even comes out in the barrel. She just, as she normally does, radiating joy. But you know what I forgot to do? Forgot to ask Sophie about this rumor that she doesn't open her eyes in the barrel ever.
Oh, yeah.
And she makes lots of barrels.
Wow.
She's like a by feel person.
By feel. That's a great. That's a great. Yeah, I mean, that's just kind of how she is. I don't know. What time is it? I don't know.
Yeah.
What was the barrels,
In the
reefs,
barrel, I'm
sand,
just, you know,
sharks.
I'm just, you know, just vibing with it, and all right, it lets me know when I'm gonna get out, and I jump on sharks by accident. Character.
Yeah.
Pure character.
Yeah.
But Bella Kenworthy said, "I have something to say." Love it.
I think. Are we still waiting
Yeah,
back for the
I
scores?
believe so.
Yeah,
We're waiting for that score.
Judges are really taking their time probably to think about this. Waiting on scores. You see it on screen, people.
Don't take our word for it. That's official. But still can't believe that, like, you know,
2 minutes 30 seconds.
the direction shifts and the sand comes and fills in one spot just a few hundred yards away, that you can just scoot up to a sandbar that just materialized in the course of the last day, and suddenly be having a new event at the event. So big score for Bella Kenworthy. She just shot up with this 25.80. Look at that. One judge an 8.8. And just like that, Bella Kenworthy goes from 14th to 7th place. And she is smiling all over again.
Yeah.
It just takes 3 waves to make it to the final.
3 waves.
That's it. 3 waves over the course of 3 rounds. You can get 1 wave in each round. You can get combos in a round, like any possibility. You're not out of this thing until the end of the 3rd round.
So the only person that has a higher wave score than her is Carissa.
Yeah.
So again, so you're seeing it live that
Stand by for another score
if
for
she can
Black.
better that score, and her other scores are, you divide those by 3, it's 2s and 3s.
Mm-hmm. So she's in a great position. She did what she needed to do in this heat, which was put yourself in the conversation, take the pressure off, and now be thinking about 2 waves in round 3 as opposed to having to get 3.
Yeah.
Because as much as we can be like, oh, you can get 3 in the last round, yeah, that's a lot of weight.
Yeah. I mean, if you think about it, 30 minutes, you're waiting for 3 waves. That's your 1 wave every 10 minutes. That's in the 25 plus range to get into the finals. Jason, on screen. Say Jason Shibata. I'm sure coaching someone.
Just saw Laura Aniver coming into that next heat, who's just a cheerleader. You saw her like clapping for Bella and letting her know how stoked she was. She's no doubt going to be fired up by that performance.
This next heat coming in, 3 or 4 really close friends going to be battling it out for the final heat of the day. We're going to be joined one and only Makuakai Rothman, fellow native Hawaiian Mason Ho, going to be joining as well.
In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. P5 is on.
All right, well, we are going to pass the mic over for, like you said, an incredible heat to Makuakai Rothman, and we told you that there was some weird coming through. Mason Ho in the mix to break it all down with Makua.
Aloha no kako. We are back in the booth, and I will be joined shortly by a dear friend of mine, actually my neighbor, and his sister is now sitting in this heat in the blue jersey. Mrs. Koko Ho. Laura Enever is mic'd up right now, and we may have some live action from the water with Laza as she has that mic'd up mic out there. Welcome to the studio, the one, the only, Mr. Mason Ho.
Yeah, kuda.
Yeah, brother.
Kua.
Let's do this. And as I was telling them earlier, we live right across the street each other. We can see each other from our balconies and bedroom windows. And it's awesome to be a friend with Mason, surfing partners for a long time, and from the legendary Ho family, his uncle Derek Ho. God bless his soul. And he's always watching over each and every one of us. And right now, he will be watching out for his niece in the lineup, your sister, Koko Ho.
Thanks, Koo Dog. I know. I'm so stoked for her out there. She loves it when it's like this. She has a nice array of boards for this, so I can't wait to watch her and all the girls in her heat. Those are all her buddies, and they all hang out around the house and in the house and everything. So I can't wait to watch them because they're all so nice and funny.
Nice. Yeah, we see Coco hanging with Laura all the time on tour and traveling around, and a lot of these girls really looking up to Coco, you know, paving the way for a lot of the young girls out of Hawaii. Just so gracious. Your sister's always been so sweet. I mean, she's one of the coolest cats in town, and here she goes paddling for this wave, Mace.
Sweetness, no sweetness.
No sweetness. A little in and out. What's up with the wave selection there? Break down for us.
Yeah, no, I think she's just all excited like I was out there. It looks like she went and kind of went to her little spot and took that first wave just to ride, and probably didn't want to, I don't know, she probably just wanted to get it started and get away from her good buddies right there, let them have a shot or something.
Get up to her feet, get her feet in the wax on that board. That board is looking kind of cool under her feet, man. I can't wait to see her actually ride it and get some scoring potential. And you can see that they're surfing pretty much gums right now, Mace. Kind of walk us through what you've seen this morning, where you were in the lineup compared to where they're surfing now.
Yeah, well, when I went out there earlier, it looked like the sandbar area, or where they are. We call it gums, or even mows. Yeah, I wasn't calling it to it.
And pretty in between.
Yeah, but I think there's like some nice little barrels up there. When I was out there, I was watching it, but then it was a little too, I don't know if the tide's gotten higher or something happened where it's not as like sucking up or gargling.
Yes, I seen that. There was like that full suck out and little too small at times, eating itself.
Exactly.
You know? And it looked like almost doable. And for a little while there was some waves. As the tide came up, it started to open up a little bit more. Now we see it really slowing down. We just seen, nonetheless, what it was I think it was Bella Kenworthy just get absolutely drained.
I seen
And you've been watching Bella surf for a long time, haven't you?
Yeah. No, I used to hang out with her dad, Jason, all the time. He used to take me around, and we all used, even all of us,
Yep,
yeah?
that's right.
We used to go get photos with Jason, so I remember when Bella was born and everything, and then watching her grow up, and now she's ripping, and she actually looks like a mix of everyone Jason ever helped, and in life, you know, all of us. She looks like.
Oh yeah, her surfing definitely has aspects of all different types of, you know, power, speed, flow.
Yeah.
She's been around a lot of talented people, like you said, with
I
her
see like
father.
Carissa and her surfing, and even Coco, and I'd like to thank myself or Nan and some Dusty. That does. I just see everyone that I don't know, when she rides Bella, yeah, she has some nice surfing, and then
Nice
even on
lines
that
she
barrel,
draws.
I was like, oh yeah, she knows the science. Even Andy and everyone, you know, like Bruce, like everyone Jason worked with, it looks like he like made a little
fairy
formula,
dust,
little potion, yeah,
little
made a little
sprinkle.
perfect girl surfer. Kind of maybe
Bella,
like
you
Coco
have
and my
your
dad.
father to thank as well, surrounding you with so many great, talented surfers over the years. Talking about surrounded by great, talented surfers, your sister, surrounded by your family of probably the most talented surfers, world champions, and everything. Definitely learned a lot, and she's got a little feistiness to her too, huh? when she's
Yeah,
out
no,
there.
I was trying to hold my tongue. I didn't want to say it, but she might have soaked up a little too much from all her uncles. And it just doesn't stop. There's how many would you say? Maybe like 500.
I mean, different little waves that you could surf. It's just between Pipe and Sunset, there's
Maybe
a
500.
lot.
500.
There's a lot.
For you, that's why too, because you go way outside too. You gotta count them
No,
all.
but I'm just saying how much little areas that people can, you know, the in between spots, the ones that nobody
the inside,
really
the
serves.
outside, you know, because there's sunset.
The Turkey Bays,
Then there's
the
shores. There's then
and
there's
the
valves, and then you're still moving.
Boneyard.
You only moved only a couple hundred feet.
Yeah,
There's 4 spots
exactly.
right there,
And then
right?
you got yards up to point.
Yeah, and you got Cam, yeah.
Yeah, and then all of that, right?
So
through
it's
the
just
inside.
bang, 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 bang.
We
Tube
actually used
City,
to surf Sunset
Candyland.
Shore Break. That was a spot too. Knives on the inside.
Oh, Knives?
Yeah.
That's where I used to watch.
Yeah.
I remember watching the NSSA, you and everybody.
Nainoa, Jason
yeah.
Shibata, who is
Jason, yeah.
helping a lot of
Joel,
these young women come up with the Hawaii surf team. I've been noticing. Here's the replay of that wave mace
There we
right
go.
here
They
when we
nailed
were.
it. Oh, she made it. That was nice.
Wow.
And she held on.
That's going to be a big score for right now. Dropping in behind. Look at that.
So pretty.
That's as
that
deep as you could get on the foam ball right there.
Yeah, that was cool. I like
and just
that.
muscles through that section. Look at that.
Say it, Koo Dog.
Holding on, getting spit out pretty much. Ivile Ula
Yep, there.
Wong.
That's the angle.
That's the one. You can see she even disappears from the channel, and I think that this young woman right here on screen, Mrs. Evie Wong, will definitely improve her spot. Once those scores come in, and like we were saying earlier, Mason, that little barreling right up there it comes.
Damn. That thing is a fun wave.
Look at that.
When
8,
it goes
7,
good.
5, 7.
With the north swell. If you, so right now there's a little north swell going, so it's keeping it running all fun and fast and clear, and the sand's there, so it's all like nice colors.
You
It's
know
the
what
best time.
You know what could be interesting? Is when that big west comes and then there's that sandboard and then you're coming out of the barrel.
Stop.
Everybody's favorite spot coming, yeah. Whoa.
The biggest west swell ever.
Oh.
Wow, I think that's what we're gonna get soon too.
I hope so. I hope you guys get another chance and I get a chance to call some waves. But up and riding
big
long
airs too.
Going above the lip and just coming unstuck right there. How hard is it? Oh,
criteria.
this is Laura.
Oh, Laura.
Laura from deep. How hard is it to land in air on one of those super dumpy sandbar sections right there? When it really throws
so
out
tough,
and throws you into
like
the
Jamie
flats?
earlier. He did the coolest air. You seen the one Jamie
Yep.
did at backdoor? He did the biggest air and he landed all, but he made it all nice and like he made it look
Buttery,
easy,
just-
which
yeah,
it
right
wasn't
there.
supposed to be. But then he did it, and then all of a sudden he went into the crazy part where you're
That
talking
little
about,
bounce
just the
right
gutter
there.
hole.
Yeah, it's the gutter,
the
exactly.
black hole, the blue
in
hole
the gutter.
over that thing.
Jamie O'Brien went. We had him in here earlier, breaking it down for us as well. And right now,
The Big West Swell. Where is that thing right now?
it's out there somewhere.
It's on the left corner.
It's on the
'cause
left
we're
side
the
of your
north.
screen, about 7,000 miles away.
Oh, where is that
thing?
thing? Come on, Christmas time. VANS,
Oh, Christmas
Triple
has
Crown.
always
I
been
mean,
good, huh?
Pipe Masters.
How you go? Your sister. Call this way for us.
Okay, right here, Cookie Monster. She's up. Dang.
Oh, what's
Not
going
the
on?
good, not the good wave selection. I think
Oh,
she's doing it like me right now. She's all excited. She's kind of blowing it. Or nah, I can't even say that. Oh my. Okay. It's okay, Coco. We got 19 minutes. This is what I tell her. Coco, we got 19 minutes. Just go paddle right out to that little sweet spot you want to go, even though it let you down twice. Remember all Kobe and Jordan and LeBron, all those guys, when they say, oh, you blow it once, you blow it twice. No way, I'm blowing it 3 times. No, then they blow it 3 times. No way, 4 times. Blow it 4 times. No way. So Coco's nailing this next one. And all
that's
her
right,
friends.
Coco. You will not. You'll be in the spot. Look at that little
That's what I think.
rippable wave right there. I mean,
Frankie, too. How sick was Frankie the other day?
how's Frankie's style?
Hype, mean
What about
style,
that?
yeah.
I was
Malibu
tripping.
style.
I seen her earlier and I said, sis, what about that just drop into like soul arch? And here's Laura.
Laura's getting busy.
Looked like her
yes.
nose got clipped right there by the lip as she was pulling in.
Some
right
kinks in
there.
Oh, you nailed it. Oh, you're in. Yeah,
And just,
she
that
got
thing was
kinked.
just rifling.
Oh, is that the
off.
water? Or is that an actual side wedge kink?
Wow. I think if she never got clipped right there, she might have had a chance to drive through that barrel as it opened up a bunch and unfortunately come unstuck just there. But look at that, Mace.
That's still. See, even on the worst,
into
I
the eye
love
of
the
the
VANS
tiger.
Pipeline Masters.
I love it, too.
I love this thing.
I love it, and I'm sitting in the booth announcing.
Yeah, what? Hey, dude,
And your
sometimes
sister.
I'll be in Indonesia just thinking about this comp. Or I'm like on the other side of the world, freaking months away. I'm just like, Pipe Masters one day. Hopefully I get in. Just waiting for the call.
I don't think you will not get in, put it that way.
I think I can. I know. You never
if you
know.
don't get
bro.
in, then
This thing's
something's
hard.
definitely wrong, and we'll have to make some changes.
No. This is hard to get in, bro. You got to perform. You could be, or it's like everything, even with the, I don't know. It seems like everything's cutthroat nowadays, you know? So you got to be like always firing off at maximum performance level. or else like
true.
they
That's
just
true.
forget.
There's a lot of people out there willing to cut your line no matter what you've done for them in the past. And it's been more prevalent than ever nowadays. And just like I love Mason Ho, always telling it like it is. It's the best thing. You know, just being here in the presence of such an entertaining surfer, Mason has to be one of the most entertaining humans on planet Earth, and it definitely cuts through all the engagement he's been getting on his socials, on his content that you've been creating right on, Mason. You've been actually killing it. And guess what? Talking
Dude, I'm
about
copying
killing
all
it,
you guys, bro.
we're
Oh,
going to throw
Bella.
it down to Mahina, Florence, with the one and only Bella Kenworthy.
Yes, we're with Bella. Bella, that barrel was awesome, and that is the 3rd top-rated wave, so give us a breakdown.
Yeah, I almost didn't go on that wave. It like kind of came a little bit underneath, so I was like, oh, I don't know. And then I just was like, okay, I'll just go. Like, I'm out here. And then I don't know, I got kind of lucky. It just kept going.
Oh, I love that. And then what was your board that you were riding out there from yesterday to today?
I was just riding my normal shortboard. Yesterday I was riding kind of a big step up, but yeah, it was really fun.
And how did you like kind of getting that opportunity to move around a little bit out there?
Yeah, it was really fun. Like, me and Annie were just like at that peak alone, and it was a really fun session.
Like, it's a beautiful day. And did I hear that you came from Rockies previously?
Yeah, I wanted to like go surf a little bit before, like this morning. So Rockies was really fun.
Was it crowded down there?
It was kind of crowded, but there's a couple fun ones.
So now you do have 2 lower backup scores, so that does need to improve. What is your game plan for the next day? Because I think the next time they run, it should possibly be a little bigger than that.
My game plan is probably just to, I don't know, try and just get some fun ones. I'm just trying to get barreled and have fun. So hopefully I get another 1 or 2.
Well, thank you for entertaining us, and we love your stoked to just be here in the contest.
Thank you.
Bella Kenworthy, you heard it from her herself. She has been performing amazingly. You have been entertaining us all. Thank you very much for your performance out there. And up and down was Coco Ho once again. Mason, what are you seeing the tactics right now playing out between Laura, Coco, and Evie? Because they're all kind of sitting, kind of taking turns one by one.
Yeah.
But you know that if that one comes and there's a potential to jockey for position, how do you think that'll go down between the girls?
I don't know. They're such good friends. This format too is super cool, where you can like do half buddy system. You know, like kind of half friend, but also half. I'm sure like guys are ready to pounce. You know, like so. It's kind of nice and fun. You know, you can like kind of gamble it and just be like, you know what, go ahead, sis. Like we hang it every day. You know, or like try to do the puppy eyes. You know, and be like, are you gonna give it to me?
The puppy eyes. Speaking about puppy eyes, you guys rest your eyes for a little bit. We are here at the VANS Pipe Masters 2023. We're going to be sending it off. Don't go anywhere. We will see you folks in just a bit. Aloha. Welcome back once again. For those of you who may be just joining us, this is the last heat of the evening, the last heat of the round, round 2, heat 5 of the women's. And you've seen there on your screen, the big wave surfing season is upon us. And talk about big waves. What about a big barrel right here for Laura Enever would be perfect. Kind of losing the fins there on the drop, Mason, huh?
Yeah, that was cool. A little airdrop, made it. There's the Cookie Monster. Let's see if she sneaks one in. So she's on a little 4-fin fish. Oh, I like how she's just kind of going. Like at this point.
She's definitely trying, you know what I mean?
She keeps swinging, you know, like even though she's not hitting the target.
It's
like,
not for a lack of effort that she's not getting scores right now. It's just a lack of opportunity, scoreable opportunity.
She told me not to leak her little board company, but she's going to drop her little board company pretty soon. XO Coco Ho.
Wow, we just got some insight from Mr. Mason Ho.
Sorry, Coco.
Say that one more time.
Surfboards for girls and guys, because I mean, you know, you can swipe them sometimes.
Surfboards for all by Coco Ho is what I am hearing right now.
Single fins, twin fins, thrusters, quad fins.
Coco Ho, and
I'm gonna get so much trouble.
Whether or not that was supposed to be leaked, sister, it's out there in the world.
And forced.
Thank you to Mr. Mason Ho for revealing.
Got your back.
Some awesome information to the world.
I don't know when the date is, but it's out there. She's been riding them for a while now. I've been telling her, let the people know, but I had to sneak in there for the spotlight.
Big brother will let them know.
Nah. Actually, the spotlight's getting hot now, but Coco, I hope you're not that mad at me, but she's on a 4-fin too. Oh, she told me not to say that either, but my dad told me I had to say it, so I'm saying it. And her boards are really pretty and fun. What else?
Dad trumps all still.
Right.
And
Frankie's ripping.
Uncle Mike is proud of his daughter out there, especially riding his favorite style board, a quad.
Yeah, he loves the quads.
Dad
Anything
loves the
quad.
quads,
When he sees any surfers out there, I don't know if you want any cool points with Uncle Mike or, you know, Dad, but if you have a quad under your arm, just let him know. And then if you give him a flash with a smirk, Uncle Mike, or a little flash, oh my gosh, watch that guy get so happy.
Let's see this quad fire right here.
Little quad fish, XO Coco Ho surfboards. Look, information is out for the world, and it's looking like it's changed the whole.
It's definitely looked like it's
the energy.
working. It was
she's
working.
feeling it.
You have
It's
to just put it out there.
New
Mason.
model right there. Search and develop. She's working on her models all day. Heats, free surfing. She's surfing. She's trying to surf more than me, or she is surfing more than me. It's just out of this world.
You see that right there? You just put that energy out there, and the XOs are lining. The X's and O's were lining up for Coco a little bit. That board looks a little fast at the end, like it could have even slowed down a little bit. I think it must have a big old engine in there, turbo, huh?
Yeah, that thing is going. I was psyching on that. Yes. And then now I want her other girls to do good too, because now I can't even. Yeah, it's fun. It's fun to enjoy your waves or your sister's waves, or when all her gang gets them too, you know, because you could psych, and then just be boom, shifted over and psych with their waves, you know. Yeah. Can't even psych that hard when only one of the gang gets it, you know. So.
Yeah, exactly. We want waves to start pumping, so we all can start psyching together right now. Evie with that 22.50 on that wave totally changes the perspective of where she was to where she is now on our leaderboard. Right now, Frankie Herrera is out of the top 4 now. She's number 10. Evie Wong is second in this heat, 11 overall, and here is a replay of your sister, Mason.
Oh, a little fade. Oh, a little pull up. Oh, that looked fun right there. That's what, like, on these days, you're kind of going out there looking for that kind of wave.
Exactly.
You know? And like, actually, a lot of girls are getting these really pretty waves right now.
I mean, look how that wave just lined up, and right here just hit the sandbar perfect and just started running. I mean, look at that thing.
What?
Just
That's like old North Shore movies right there.
That's like us going when we were little drums.
Masters, right? What?
Cutting school, running across the way.
Girls too. This is mental right here, and that's fun. Oh, it spit. Oh, and then she just. What was that? Just because I was talking too much? I think I was psyching way too hard on my sis, and those other girls don't have their bigger brother in here, so the universe is like, sorry, girl, pearl dive.
Let me see that board he was just talking about.
Okay, here we go. Here's our other girl, Frankie.
Frankie.
Here we go. She's on a fun board too, it looks like.
Oh yeah, right now I really think it's about those more fun twin fin quads that you can fit in the barrel real easy, try and maximize your potential, come on and do one slam. The traditional surfboard doesn't seem like it'd be too fun actually out there.
You want to impress these. Yeah, we're not too sure too who all the judges are up there, so you never know if like maybe one of those guys love like, because it's the Pipe Masters, the VANS Pipe Masters, and it's not like a tour, or there's no points, you know, so who knows what kind of judges are up there. So maybe one of them loved the fun board or something. You could go out there and get extra points just ripping on.
You never know how these judges feel right now.
Seems like they've been on it though.
We are headed up by 3 actual Surf World Tour judges.
There we go, 18.
And Coco Ho coming in with an 18. That definitely helps her cause big time. One more wave like that makes sure she can put herself right in there.
She might even
to be qualification for the finals. We have one more full day and then 2 more hours for the finals. So as of now, she has 7 minutes and 26 seconds plus 30.
That's
one
enough.
more round.
That's enough for all the girls to score.
That's enough to win the whole contest.
Yeah, you're right. 7 minutes.
Could have,
remember Andy? Oh,
no, what I'm saying is she has 7 minutes and a whole nother 30-minute heat.
Oh, that's like, you got no excuses at that point.
Excuses, exactly.
Yeah, exactly me. Like right now, I remember I went home. I almost tried to make an excuse, but I just looked at my dad, and he didn't even have to tell me. He gave me that no excuses look. He's like, you just
nothing you could say.
Yeah, there's nothing. I just looked at him. He's like, I looked at my boards, magic boards. I looked at him. What knowledge up the walls? What was it? I'm just like, come on. I just like smart. He's laughed. I was like, okay, 30 minutes and what? I don't got 7 minutes.
Yeah, you got 30 more minutes to definitely pull the rabbit out of the hat.
Sneak up there.
I mean, you can do it. I've seen you get
good surfers
multiple times get 2 9s, 2 10s,
no, that's fun.
whatever. I mean,
it's all luck of the. It's seriously out here, Pipeline. Yeah, it's just Mother Nature. Like you look at the whole list, even the girl list. Look how nice. Look how solid all the girls are. All really top-notch rippers, you know. And then you look at the guys, you know. It's all top-notch rippers. Like you think 12-foot pipe. Okay, there's this certain gang. Whoa, mental. What is this? Wait, what? Brown paper bags.
Oh,
serious?
Mason securing the bag.
Thank you.
This is for being entertaining surfer and for being authentically you.
Serious?
Absolutely serious.
With the smile.
Maybe some
This is for
Wait,
Mason
what?
Ho.
These things
to
destroyed
be
me
the
one
most
time in the
entertaining
best way.
surfer today. For being authentically Mason Ho.
Everyone.
How much money is in there? Bust that thing
I'm
on
scared to
TV.
open
Let's see
it.
it.
No,
Come on.
they
Don't you
wanna
think
give
the
me an
viewers want to
empty
see
one,
what's
yeah. Should I
actually in
check
one of
it
these
out?
brown
All
paper
the girls,
bags?
we gotta hype them up. Okay, Frankie's been ripping super hard. Laura just won the Guinness Book of World Records. She's just crumpled cash.
Crumpled cash.
Cool dog, bro. What? So so the rumors are true. I heard about. I didn't hear about the brown bags, but I heard about cash going out.
Yep.
And then I didn't see any.
You got a whole
so
handful of cash there.
Psychic. Hundreds,
What are you gonna spend
20s,
that on?
50s. Woo, you want to smell it too? Right? Or now you got enough.
Smells like money to me.
Yeah. I've seen you walk out of all kind of places with big wads like this. Mostly gambling. Am I allowed to say that? Authentic penalties. No. Okay. I love it.
Should we do some?
I'm so
should we-
happy. I
should
think
we
I
do
got
some
this for
dollar
trying
flips?
my best. But you probably got dollars on you. Are you trying to get sponsored right off the bat? Because I probably owe you. I think yeah, I do.
Oh, we're having fun in here.
Okay, Laura's ripping. Who else?
4
Okay,
minutes
Evie.
and 36 seconds on the clock. Frankie Herrera has 2 17s and a 2. Evie Wong has her 22.50, 2 mediocre, a 6 and a 4. For her 2 backup scores, Coco Ho with that 18-point ride just now, a 7 and a 4 to back it up. Laura Enever has just actually 3 of a kind of 5-point scores.
Oh,
which
Cookie
she
Mo
will be
inside.
looking to.
I can't be so rooting for her hard.
It's the
So
Cookie
girls, I'm
Monster.
rooting for- Oh, come on,
Coming
make
out.
it.
Come on. Oh.
Come on, I would have lost 50 bucks right there. I was gonna
What?
say.
We're about to donate some of that
Okay,
cash to you, Coco. What's
Okay,
going
I
on?
would've lost 50 bucks right there, because I would have bet she was making that. But I think she's just having too much fun. Even me this morning, I was like, right before the heat, I was thinking comp mode, it's on. And then I think I seen Noah, and I'm like, oh, don't get it. It's not that comp mode, you know. Like,
Yeah, but sometimes you've got to be in that comp mode to win. You know what I mean? Like,
That's true. Well, I almost felt the win. I was like, bro, I need an 11 or something. I could do a little bunny hop and get my 11, and then I just hit the water and I was just like, so fun. I gotta like whatever, stay safe and make it and go on, and blew it. But whatever. I got cash. I think, is this from Nathan? This looks like a Nate Fletcher goodie bag, or even a Christian Fletcher goodie bag. Oh, Koki's on another one because we're just psyching.
a Christian Fletcher goodie bag.
Yeah, like cash, you know? Fletcher's back. Oh, Herbie Fletcher actually paid. Herbie Fletcher is one of the first guys to ever pay my dad.
See, there you go.
So Uncle Herbie, still smelling my cash. I gotta get rid of this. Hey, it's like I don't know. I'm so psyching right now. I hope all the girls do
Does
good.
it smell like someone's safe?
Oh, what does a safe smell like? You would know. You've walked into some, huh?
Talking about safes, these girls need to lock themselves into
in a barrel. That's someone.
Beautiful barrel, just
She's
like a
in.
safe. Coming
Oh.
out, Evie.
Yeah. Okay, this is
Evie
good.
Wong going for it.
Oh, I'm gonna give my
again.
girlfriend some of this. Shout out to my girlfriend.
Uh-oh.
Hey, honey.
Sister, you got some cash coming your way right now.
What do you want? I'm gonna buy a weed whacker. I already bought the weed whacker. Yeah, what do you want? I still don't want to count it. I'm nervous, but I see multiple hundreds. Multiple, yeah. Oh yeah, multiples, 20s. Oh, this is a Nate Fletcher, I think.
Yeah.
Who would be this nice? Maybe Steve.
Steve, I think so.
I don't know who did this, but thank you guys.
It must be fans.
Right?
Right? Hooking it up.
Maybe Stab. Maybe someone's out there showing love.
Maybe it was Santa. Stop by.
Yeah, it was Santa.
Yeah.
Santa Nate, Santa Fletch. Thank you. Here, I'll put it down. I gotta take a look. Okay, here we go. 1 minute left. Coup Dog, what's gonna go down? We got Frankie's been ripping hard. Coco's been giving it her best. Laura's getting, and Evie, yep.
Everybody's been charging. Everybody's been, you know, on waves, having opportunities. I think that's Ha right there, paddling around.
No,
Kavika
really?
Foster's boy, you know, Hawaiian Water Patrol safety,
Yeah.
even in the sandbar. And here we go up and riding with Frankie, carving off the top.
Tink. Oh, she's
tapping
getting
it
the-
off the top.
That could better her last. I'm sure she doesn't need much, huh? Maybe? Did you see?
Frankie has a 2.80 across, so that's less than 1 point. each judge has given her for her third backup wave. So I'm pretty sure that's going to be better than the ones. Yeah. With 53 seconds, the girls either got to giddy up or get ready for the next round. And here we go.
45 seconds of fun. Dang, it's over.
45 seconds of fun. Dang, it's over.
Yeah, it's been a nice day.
Coming up next, we have the headline show. We will highlight the most interesting parts of today, and we'll be also welcoming back the two people that have been bringing you the action. So Dr. Cliff Capono and Salema Masakela to finish the call with us today. There's the Cookie Monster. She's up and out.
Oh, yeah.
Once again.
One more. Sneaking in. Oh, right here, Frank. All right, Eva 2.
3,
Yeah,
2, 1. She's up. This counts. And this is just a little victory lap.
This girl's eyes ripping right here.
Always ripping. I mean, she surfs chuns a lot, and I'm like, man, I went out there one day, I'm like, who is this girl? She was absolutely tearing on a Glen Pang, I think it was.
Yeah, look all the way to the knees.
Milking
That's
it.
like
the
old
knee's
school.
getting
It's like
sore.
80s. Oh, yeah.
It's like Uncle Derek in France.
Yeah, I like that. Sandy's, huh?
Yep.
Yeah, boys.
So,
the real
Salema Masakela will be coming to you to take over the call right now and tell you and take you through the leaderboard.
Oh, you're with us. I think you're with us, huh? No, oh. Don't leave us here.
I thought you were trying to sneak out from the post show. This is what I've been wishing for all day, is the four of us getting to be together for the Pipeline show. How about the leaderboard dance today? Carissa Moore shooting up the rankings, saying, I'm making the most of this day, and doing so in fine style. Big 27.80 to go with that 27.30. And you could say that, you know, Carissa could not serve the third round and probably still make the final. We'll talk about all of that, what we saw today, in an incredibly long and varied day here on this day 2 of the Pipe Masters. Stay with us. Welcome back, live from Pipeline. An incredible day 2, and just a picture perfect day as far as conditions are concerned. This is a North Shore postcard of a day. And when we first arrived on the beach this morning, with a swell that had dropped from ideal yesterday, lots of questions about what we would see. Of course, last night we discussed the fact that Pipeline has a million faces. Anything is possible. And after the coin toss was flipped, Moana Jones said to Cole Rothman, you boys go out there first. And it was a day. You know, you realize that you guys got to be able to in order to win this event, it literally is everything from, you know, 3 to 4 feet, 6 to 8 feet, and maybe even bigger to call yourself a pipe master at this event in this format.
Yeah, a lot of people were asking this morning what the format was, why the call was made. Nathan Fletcher, our contest director, really made a good, valid point about the structure and the way that they're going to be judging this contest. They want them to be able to surf big, small, in between, and all different types of pipeline. And that's what makes this contest special. It's different than everything else. It's not your typical pipe masters. It's how you can adapt. And here are some of the highlights from the first round.
Yeah, this was yesterday, where it was just all dream festivals. How about that Billy Kemper pipeline wave with the broken foot?
That was nice.
Ivan Florence.
That's Mikey.
Oh, excuse me, Mikey Wright. Look at that thing.
It's the beards. That's why they all got the beards.
This one, Noah. I could have went on this one. Noah, you sneaky little genius.
Yeah,
he did that.
Mason was watching that thing.
I like the dropping straight into the barrel. That thing looked like a chip shot. And I was kind of like, just a little too early. And then Noah's like, shoots.
And here's Noah today showing like, yeah, I can do all of the things.
Whoa, John clicked one? Oh, what?
That's as easy as drinking coffee for him.
Eli. Oh, that section was.
Whoa.
Eli was going for it.
Cowboy Eli going for rodeos.
Yeah, he had the cowboy hat on. And how about the ladies this afternoon?
Look at that. Brianna Cope just pulling straight in, disappearing from view from the side there for a moment, getting a beautiful wave.
Yeah, you just love that, like, Gums just over the course of 24 hours formed into this like this little dreamscape.
People don't understand how fast the ocean can change in a good and a bad way.
Here.
Especially when the waves are coming up here in Hawaii. People think, oh, we can go out on the rocks, and next you know it's like a nice dribbly pond, and a 20-foot whitewash comes over the top, and you know the sand moves so fast, the coast changes so fast, and so many things about the land and the sea are changing right now. It's amazing. Cliff, you could maybe touch a little bit more about that.
Yeah, throughout the day, many faces of pipeline. That's, that's the reality, I think, of it all. Never know what's going to happen.
Yeah. Well, we talked about quivers. What's your smallest pipe board?
My smallest pipe one?
Yeah.
Like I mean, I got a 4.8 that I really like to use out here, but it has to be really glassy.
Yeah, and your longest one?
My longest is a 9.8.
Yeah.
Not my 10, because I got a 10 too, but I wouldn't use the 10-footer out at pipe. You know, I'd use the 9.8 though, because it seems all short and feels light. You know, maybe
it feels
all
like
those roll-ins from deep west.
Yeah, and my dad used to tell me there's days where on the certain angle or certain tide, or I don't know if the sea levels change or whatever, but my dad told me that there's days where it would start barreling on the second reef and then just barrel the whole way, and like and then like but top barrel the second reef, kind of like an outer reef barrel, and then when it would hit the pipe and it'd barrel, and then you could pull in. He said he's seen like Mike Kalo or someone get barreled across the whole thing from the top all the way through the bottom and then into Aukai too. I don't know if he was messing with me.
Guess what? Michael Kalo used to do that with no wax on his board.
Yeah, switch stance, huh?
Switch stance, no wax. Little bit wet, dry sandpaper.
We love it.
I believe that. I remember
the average size of people's boards dropped 5 inches from yesterday. Nathan Florence rode a 6.4 yesterday. Today rode a 5.6 and was able to get 2 scores that moved him up the leaderboard on that 5.6. And on the back end of this, it's possible with this swell, as woolly as it's going to be, there could be a chance for folks having to ride their biggest boards in the quiver.
Well, that just goes to show you the level of adaptation that you need to have here at the many faces of pipeline. Whether you're going to ride a 8.0, a 6.0, or right here a 5.6 like Nathan Florence done. And as soon as he took off with that board, I'm like, man, that looks fun. And he just really gives him a lot of space to move in the barrel as well. When the board's smaller, you can move it around a lot more when it's, you know, real tight in the barrel. And Mason can contest to this. He's always out here on all different types of equipment. What would be your favorite size if you had to pick one?
Favorite size surfboard for pipeline?
For pipe.
Probably like a. I mean, my go-to, the one I use the most, is maybe like a 7.6.
We saw you. We saw you yesterday.
You did the sneaky move. You told everyone 7.6. You went 6.8.
No, I wanted, to be honest. I seen Makai's wave. I was getting ready, my 6.9. Yeah, ready, just 6.9. You know, normal, which is probably way longer than everyone else's. You know, but for me, I was like, oh, I'm on like a short board. So I was getting that thing ready. Seen Makai's wave. I was like, okay, 7.6. I knew it. That's all I need. That one. And then I walked down, got my jersey. I was looking for the beach. I'm like, no. I can almost use my shirt.
He listened to his gut.
Yeah. And then my dad the whole time was like, I told him last minute, Dad, I'm going to use my 7.6. He's like, what? Kind of laughed at me. And I was like, huh? And hung up. And then I actually seen my best friend, Sheldon Paishon, one of my best friends.
Yeah.
And I told him, he's like, looking at me, he's like, what size is your board? And I was just like, 7.6? I'm a what, can maybe? And he's just like,
no,
looks pretty small. small. He like kept it pretty
Good
real
friends.
small. When Sheldon told me, like, because my dad, I've kind of learned, like, I could almost like, oh, whatever, Dad, I'm gonna learn on my own.
Sheldon
you know?
gave the backup,
Sheldon,
and
yeah,
you
your
knew you
best
had to
friend
make the
tells
right
rouse
choice.
you.
How about the fact that today was, you know, this morning, for a little while, was a bit of an air show attempt. You know, compared to the barrels that were being ridden yesterday. Saw you in your heat right off the bat being like, all right, let's click some.
Yeah, air sections, lefts and rights.
We
That
saw
was fun today.
Eli going for this rodeo.
This is really
A lot of coming unstuck, though, yeah?
thought-
Oh,
Yeah.
that would have been a nuts one.
From Jamie, yeah. Such good technique. He was just couldn't bring that thing down.
Oh, here we go. What happened here? Your foot slipped on this.
Oh,
See, Nate Fletch made me
What
go
about the
higher.
extension in the
Nate
air? We
Fletch,
got it, and then you just like
Maybe.
brought it around right there. What was that? That was so sick.
Psychic, like, no, right here.
This
See,
guy.
I wanted to go lower.
Yeah, but yours was like projecting out and over. It was pretty
Right here,
nuts.
Noah's laughing at me right here again. Yep.
Noah
on the
got
top.
that all day long
Right
as
on the
well.
taste.
Yeah, this alley-oop through the lip.
I thought he was going to air the whole reef show. That guy.
Oh, that was.
Eitan like had a dislocated shoulder and he's doing this.
No, he just dislocated it again. Oh, here we go. What
And
did
then
he
you
do?
got John.
Almost look like me right there.
That looked kind of like yours.
Because he fell. Yeah, that's why I said that. I'm not that, I'm not that weird, guys.
No, you guys
The one
both
he went-
landed and you're coming around
Yeah.
backwards.
How-
Almost the same move.
How about this one?
Here we go. That's where he's just John.
Sheesh.
He's like a little trampoline, bounces butt and back off, and stood right back up.
King Kong. I like calling him King Kong sometimes.
And with those performances, especially from John, that moved him right up into that top spot today. So he took full advantage of the conditions today. And then, of course, we talked about the fact that the women made the choice, having that advantage of choosing to go later. As Gum started to do this thing, as you said before, things changed so quickly here. They said, hey, let's give ourselves the option to compete. And again, leaderboard shifted big time as the Gums came into play.
Well, I think that Gums really played into the women's strengths right now. They were charging, they were pulling in. I mean, you see Evie Wong and some of these other girls got some crazy scores. I mean, right here.
And it was funny because it was Luke Shepardson that started things off, even though,
as a trainer.
I mean, that thing was a super, that's when we were like, oh, it's on. Now, the men's waves weren't scored because it wouldn't have been fair, but the women, since everyone in each heat would have an opportunity to surf Gums, it was on.
I mean, look how long that wave was.
This is like nice north.
Beauties.
Looks like a little Kira right now, huh, Mace?
Yeah, we rarely get nice sandbar banks, you know, so this is really special. Like, Vans Pipe Masters get some, like...
Yeah, imagine it was like 6 foot and doing that at Gums. Just across the... Oh.
Keep that private, man.
How about this trainer here from Bella Kenworthy?
Talking about keeping it private, she wanted to stay out of view as long as possible and came out
She didn't
into
want
a
us to see her
beautiful score.
ever.
Oh, yeah, some of those are going square.
Laura, that was sick. I love how Laura goes for it.
Supercharging.
Who's that too? What's that?
And even your sister got a nice little one.
Yeah, Coco snuck one in there.
Snuck one in there. She wanted one of those bigger, deep ones, but didn't get to do so.
Cookie Monster?
Cookie Monster.
Cookie Monster.
She's the Cookie Monster. Don't leave those cookies out or eat her cookies.
Oh, careful for that truck.
So how about the fact that now, like, if the final started tomorrow after the second round, 75% of the men's field and the women's field are Hawaiians.
Perfect.
Whoa.
Couldn't ask for it better.
You know, Mikey February. That's exactly how I drew it up.
Oh, sneaky Noah. Is this the one?
Yeah.
I'll never forget.
Thanks, Uncle Mace.
I love you for
It's Uncle Mace.
Wave's going to give you
Yeah,
nightmares.
Smirking.
Nasty.
Where does Noah sit
Nate
right now
Dogg,
on the
too. He's
leaderboard?
laughing, too, right now. He's in the
Nathan.
top, huh? Noah, is this all the top guys?
Top
Yeah,
guys.
yeah.
John.
Nathan's-
John. He's like, you guys are doing this without me.
Perfect.
Cliff, what's your thoughts, bro? I love the real science. I like the surf science, bro.
I mean, they went from reef to sand. I think now it's just all about finding the wave, the features of the bottom. They're changing. So
That
now
was
you got to work
just
more on the
reading
wave.
everything, huh?
How's the wave, I think, versus the
Blue
reef.
foot.
I think it's all going to come down to this last day and what you're ready to do. And if you're ready
Is this
to...
Carissa?
Yeah,
Yeah, it was
Yesterday?
yesterday.
Oh,
That
it's a
was
sick one.
yesterday. How about
That
that
was
thing?
nice.
Low to
Oh.
high. She also had a big old hack after that.
This. Look at that style. So
Oh,
sick on that bottom
wide
turn.
open and just ready. Like
that was like
getting her. Look at that
Richards.
whip she gets at the
And
top.
she just
when
went
does
like
that.
16. Aaron says that she's been,
that backside snap.
been
That was
practicing
like-
these snaps at Haleiwa, like practicing them at the bowl makes it so that she
ace.
feels like she can go upside down anywhere.
Well, it's hard to hit that ball upside down and make it. It's a tricky section to make there at Haleiwa. It's not the easiest thing to do, especially backside. And for her to go and practice there is probably a very good idea to keep control of that backside turn.
How was that bottom turn to snap?
Yeah.
That's exactly what I said. Is when she put her arms open like that. I
Did
was
you just
like,
say how still Buzz is
Lock.
blowing my mind while you're
Lock.
talking? Okay.
And at only 16.
That looked like 70s or yeah, that looked like old school to just like the newest school ever. Like little girl.
That's
just-
style with power. It's like all coming together for her.
That'd make me.
All right, let's take a look
freak
at the leaderboard as we head into round 3. We'll start with the men. Now we see our top 4. In your mind's eye, who do you all expect? Mason, you can include yourself.
What?
To jump up and then make a statement.
Love these guys.
Give these guys a run.
Well, to be honest, I love these guys are all gnarly, so it's hard to really like say who's gonna win. To be honest, you need some big scores already. You need some pretty big ones if you want to make it easy on yourself. But then I'm sure there's a lot of guys that aren't even on this list, and even those lower guys like myself. We're thinking,
Imai
we're
is in
watching.
there too. Imai's
Yeah, I just
sitting
watched
on some-
Gladiator before. Oh wait, sorry, bro. I'm psyching right now. See this? I just watched Gladiator before I came in here. I can't even believe these stats. I'm embarrassed, guys. Right here, girls. Sorry, Cliff. Get me out of here. Oh.
And then we see the women. Carissa Moore again coming from behind the day, from the 6th or 7th spot back into first. Gabriella Bryan going, I believe, from 14th up into the 4th spot. Molly Picklum got some nice consistent scores across the board, but it's a whole new
That's
day.
open, huh? Still,
Open.
Carissa has it sealed up, but it's still open.
It's definitely interesting because anybody on the next day can totally erase each and every one of those scores on their card right there and jump right up into that, top 4 spots. But then again, even though you're in the top 4 spots, you still got to go out there and perform in the finals.
Yeah.
Erases.
It's a whole new game. Well, we look forward to when that day 3 will be. Keep checking in, and we'll be seeing when the call is. All sorts of weather and swell on the horizon, but I can guarantee you that the final day, this final round of the VANS Pipe Masters is going to be something special and historic. On behalf of all of us, Makua, Mason, the good doctor, Mahina, Holly, all of our staff and crew behind the scenes, thank you guys. Aloha, and we will see you. Oh, are you buying?
Oh, shit.
Are you buying? Yeah, you
Nah, yeah, I am, bro. You know I am for you, bro.
I'll close my eyes. I'll just try to pick one.
Cool, dog, bro. I don't know why you got too much money, bro. You buy me something.
Aloha, guys.